The Ho was an extremely rare demonic beast that only existed in legends. It was rumored that the Ho fed on dragons, while other rumors claimed that the Ho was the ancestor of the Qilin. Now, a teen from the Toonkeeper village actually claimed to have the Ho as his life spirit. "Brother Ho, are you all right?" Yaya looked at the teen beside her and asked. "I'm fine. What about you, Yaya?" The teen looked back and asked as well. "How could anything happen to me?" Yaya shook her head, then glared at Yifutian. Yifutian's expression became even more odd. The previous person's life spirit was the Kue, so he was called Danyo. Now, this teen's life spirit was the Ho, so Yaya addressed him as Brother Ho. "How willful. Lass, fulfill your end of the wager." Yifutian smirked at Yaya and said. Yaya glared at Yifutian hatefully, then said, "How could you believe a child's words?" Yifutian did a double take and looked at Yaya, speechless. "Really? Brother Ho? Beat him up." Yaya glared at Yifutian and said, "Falling out at will. Calling him brother? Dream on." "Okay." The teen stared at Yifutian and stepped forward. A giant Ho shadow appeared in the air and a violent demonic chi rampaged in the air. The teen was at the sage cultivation level, one level higher than Yifutian, and had a terrifying aura. Yifutian had the feeling that the great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhouye would not be able to defeat this teen if they were at the same cultivation level. The people from this village appeared to have an inborn wildness and had a primal chi around them, perhaps closely related to their cultivation environment. However, he was curious. If the people of the village cultivated in seclusion, how could they comprehend the Sage Plane's rule power? Living in seclusion did not mean that they were actually cut off from the mortal world. Those who were in seclusion usually meant people with very high cultivation levels who stayed concealed in the mortal world to continue their cultivation in peace. However, if one was in seclusion since birth, it would not be easy for their cultivation level to increase and they would approach bottlenecks much more easily. Without giving Yifutian any time to think, the other party flew into the air with a loud roar that shook the earth. The giant Ho shadow in the air spat out a horrifying shock wave, synchronizing with the heavens and reverberated into Yifutian's ears, attempting to shatter his spiritual will. At that moment, the skies changed as the area seemed to transform into the Ho's dimension. The intense pressure crushed down as Yifutian stood within it. The people in the surrounding area all stepped back to avoid the pressure. Yifutian's spiritual will transformed into a vigorous whirlpool. A destructive spiritual will spewing forth from within, unaffected by the roar. His gaze swept across the figure rushing towards him as he emitted a formless rule power. In the next moment, the teen felt as though the area was coming to a halt. The energies in the skies appeared to have stopped flowing, and even his body was stopping still. However, an alarming rule power flowed around him, forcefully breaking through the space-freezing rule power and continuing towards Yifutian. However, as he got closer to Yifutian's body, his speed started to decrease. Apart from the space-freezing rule power, there was also another extremely strong rule power pressure around Yifutian. Waves of light screens circulated around Yifutian, giving the teen a feeling as though there were constellations around Yifutian. It was the Starry Law's rule power. The Starry Laws was an extraordinary rule power with multiple forms. It could be used in offense, defense, and even to pressure others. "Be careful, Brother Ho." Yaya's expression paled. Although she had yet to enter the Sage Plane, she could still feel the strength of rule power. Yifutian specialized in multiple rule powers and could inhibit others to a large extent. At that moment, Yifutian moved. He clenched both his fists and stepped forward towards the teen, raising his fists and punching forward. With the Starry Laws contained in his fists, his punches were like a meteorite crashing down, shattering the earth. In the area where the two of them clashed, a giant Ho shadow and a meteorite shadow appeared. The destructive force engulfed the entire area and a hurricane billowed on those watching the battle. Many houses in the village collapsed into ruins, but there were some others that were shielded by an invisible rule power, saving them from ending up as debris. Bang, bang, bang. Consecutive clashing sounds could be heard as the two of them fought from the ground into the air. The earth split apart as the meteor punch and Ho's force clashed against each other. The teen was knocked back by the impact and he looked coldly at Yifutian, as though he wanted to continue battling. That's enough. I'm not here to battle. Where is the village chief? Yifutian asked. At that moment, winds gathered in the distance. Yifutian raised his head and looked towards it and saw a brilliant golden light appear in the distant sky. The rock. A glint appeared in Yifutian's eyes as he looked towards it and exclaimed. The blinding light shone towards him. As a human that looked like the divine rock flew towards him. It was a handsome teen with rock wings flapping behind him. His sharp gaze looked towards Yifutian as he flew towards them at breathtaking speed. Zing. The people from the Tombkeeper village looked towards the devilishly handsome teen and thought. However, Yifutian suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He used his space-freezing rule power and a terrifying starry light screen surrounded his body, as though a real constellation had appeared. The glaring golden light darted across the air as the other party's figure disappeared, ignoring the space-freezing rule power. Ing narrowed the distance and descended, the dazzling golden rays turning into feathers, slashing down onto the starry light screens. In an instant, a crack appeared and the starry light screen was split from the middle. The dazzling attack slashed towards Yifutian's body, attempting to slice him in half. Space manipulation, space ripping. The Barren State's experts saw the scene and their expressions changed. Sage Wanxiang shouted, "Be careful!" As his voice landed, Yifutian had already set up his defenses again. He raised his fist and struck forward. As it was slashed apart, he made use of the force to quickly retreat, moving back towards where the Barren State was like a gust of wind. The dazzling teen floated in the air, his wings flapping behind him. His sharp gaze had an arrogance in it as he stared at Yifutian and his friends. Gu Donglu and the Sword Saint stepped forward with displeased expressions. The Sword Saint said, "If the Elder has invited us here only to treat us like this, we will have to leave." The teen's cultivation level was much higher than Yifutian's. He was already a magi with his cultivation level, coupled with the space manipulation and space-ripping rule power. How strong would he be? Yaya was merely a small girl, so they would forgive her tomfoolery. However, the teen in the air had an arrogant expression and did not pull his punches. Ing continued to float in the air, looking at the Sword Saint and Gu Donglu with his insufferable expression, and said coldly, "Go ahead." Evidently, he did not care whether Yifutian and his friends stayed or left. Ing stepped down. A voice sounded from afar as a group of people walked towards them. The person at the front was the village chief. Ing lowered his head and looked towards the voice, then glanced coldly at Yifutian before flapping his wings and stepping back. "Lass, enough of your mischief." The village chief glared at Yaya and chided. "Village chief." Yaya lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. "This lass is too immature. Please forgive her actions." The village chief looked at the Sword Saint, then turned towards Yifutian and Yushang, saying, "I've waited a long time for you. You're too courteous." Yifutian cupped his fists and saluted, saying, "I wonder what elder has invited us here for?" The village chief looked at the people around and said, "Well, time for the party to end." The crowd started to leave, but there were a few who stayed, like Yaya. "Please follow me." The village chief extended his hand to guide them as he said. Yifutian walked alongside the village chief and in the air. Ying's gaze swept across Yifutian one final time before he flapped his wings and flew off into the sky. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the disappearing figure, surprised at how fast he was. Space manipulation was indeed very scary. The teen was extremely strong and could definitely be classified among the elite prodigies in the 9 states. When his gaze moved back, he saw Yaya still glaring at him and felt dejected. He stretched out his hand and tapped on her head, saying, "You lost? Aren't you going to call me brother?" "Humph." Yaya snorted and turned away with an expression of refusal. Seeing the little girl's expression made Yifutian think of Linger. He shook his head and smiled to himself. Linger was much smarter than Yaya, probably because of the environment she grew up in. Linger was born into a prestigious family and was doted on while growing up, while Yaya lived in a village, so although she was extremely powerful, she was simple-minded. Yifutian smiled and put his hand on her head, rubbing it. He did not really mind the little girl's willfulness, he was not that petty. Yaya jerked her head away, avoiding him. She glared at Yifutian. Why did this fellow like rubbing others' heads so much? The person just now is called Ing, and has an extremely proud personality. Apart from Yaya, his potential is the highest in the village. If he had participated in the 9-state forum, he would definitely have the strength to go all the way. There are not many people in the same generation in the 9 states that can defeat him. The village chief explained, evidently also extremely confident in Ying's abilities. He has comprehended both space ripping and space manipulation in the space rule power. Adding on his offensive power, he is indeed very strong. Yifutian nodded and replied. He had already bore witness to Ying's strength just now. He also specializes in swordsmanship. The village chief continued, causing Yifutian to have a surprised expression. It seemed like he was a genius indeed. He seems to have something against me? Yifutian remembered Ying's expression and asked. He could feel the chilling intent in the other party's eyes, and it was unusual for people who were meeting for the first time. The village chief looked in the distance and said softly, Ing dotes on Yaya the most. He probably saw you bullying her. Yaya looked proudly at Yifutian. He thought to himself, it seems like this little girl is the apple of everyone's eyes in this village. The group of them chatted while walking further into the village. In the village chief's house, there were a few stone tables and chairs. The village chief looked at Yifutian's group and said, Have a seat. Yifutian nodded and they all found a seat. The village chief had yet to say anything about why he invited them. Recently, many people have entered the village and are now situated all around the village. There should be many legends about the village in the outside world now, I suppose. The village chief looked at Yifutian and asked. Yes. Yifutian nodded. What is the most popularly accepted rumor? The village chief asked. The Nether Sword Mound has the Sword Saint of the Void's teachings. The Tombkeeper village is likely to be able to affect the teachings. Yifutian looked at the elderly village chief and said. The village chief smiled and asked, Is that what you think too? Elder brought Yaya to participate in the 9-state forum. Yushang defeated her and the village chief invited me and Yushang here. So, I feel that that is indeed possible. Yifutian did not deny his conjecture. I did not invite you here to bestow any teachings upon you. The village chief shook his head as he clarified. A shocked expression appeared in Yifutian's eyes. Disappointed? The village chief smiled and asked. Not really, just curious. Yifutian replied. What then was the village chief's motive? The Nether Sword Mound is not simply the Sword Saint of the Void's teachings, but it does have some items that the Sword Saint of the Void has left behind. The village chief looked at Yifutian and continued. For example, the 9 states number 1 sword matrix. The sword matrix of the Void. The village chief's eyes lit up as he saw Yifutian's reaction. He then continued. If the matrix were to be activated, it can pursue any saint from the 9 states. Nobody can escape from it. A sword matrix that can kill a saint. The people from the barren state all had astounded expressions as they stared at the village chief. The forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound contained the 9 states number 1 killing matrix, a matrix capable of killing any saint plane cultivator in existence. How terrifying it would be if someone obtained control of the matrix. Wouldn't that person be unparalleled in the 9 states? Yifutian suddenly wondered if the chess saint had entered the Nether Sword Mound for the 9 states number 1 matrix. Yifutian looked at the old village chief and continued. What does the first sword matrix of the 9 states has to do with your invitation to me to the Tombkeeper village? What is Tombkeeper village guarding? Was it really just to guard a sword matrix? Naturally, he would not believe everything that the old village chief had said. Within the Nether Sword Mound they're engraved with a magical sword matrix that can kill any intruders unless there is someone who can breach the matrix. The old village chief continued. Chess Saint was unparalleled in the way of matrix and had already destroyed its formation. Although he was trapped by the sword matrix, but he had learned some secrets about the Nether Sword Mound and the Tombkeeper village, and spread the news about. This has to do with the survival of the Tombkeeper village. You saw it before that the people of Tombkeeper village were unusually accomplished. Do you know why? I don't know. Yifutian shook his head, and listening to the old village chief, it sounded like he went out this time to Nine States Forum was in fact a preemptive precautionary move. He had experienced in person what happened at Chess Saint Villa. If the news was spread by Chess Saint, then Lu Zong must be the recipient of it. On that day, he also saw that both Lu Zong and Saint Shihua intentionally let the news be known. Otherwise, there was no need to point out the identity of the old man in public. The intention was self-evident. Then the old village chief's fear was understandable. Even if they did not leave, sooner or later Lu Zong would come with others, and not just by himself. The old village chief took Yaya to participate in Nine States Forum and moved all this ahead of time. The Nether Sword Mound was right behind Tombkeeper village, and inside the Nether Sword Mound, there nurtured many rule powers. People of Tombkeeper village can enter the outer sector inside the Nether Sword Mound to cultivate, and they have perceived and adapted to the power of rules since birth. With the elevation of cultivation, they naturally comprehend some of these rules, said the old village chief. Yifutian's heart beat wildly. Could the Nether Sword Mound really be so amazing? This was equivalent to the cultivation area inside the Holy Ji Palace, and it was a more advanced version. With the natural breeding ground of rules within it, this kind of cultivation conditions were so coveted that it was enough to upend all the holy lands of 9 states. The Nether Sword Mound is known as a vicious place. No one dared to set foot, as invaders all perished in it. Chess Saint was an exception, and knew its secret. Do you understand it now? The old village chief looked at Yifutian. The innocent man was only guilty because of the precious jade in his possession. Such conditions for cultivation were enough to attract even the saints to plunder. If Holy Land could be built here and let the people of Holy Land cultivate, what a glorious future that would be. Yifutian understood even more why Chess Saint chose Lu Zong and not him. Lu Zong's identity was very important. Yifutian, Palace Lord of Holy Ji Palace in Barren State, Holy Land in name only, naturally was not worth much in the eyes of Chess Saint. This may have affected the life and death of Chess Saint, so he pinned his hopes on Lu Zong. Rather than saying that Chess Saint chose Lu Zong as his heir, it might be more fitting to say that Chess Saint chose Lu Zong as an ally for mutual benefit. Yifutian did not speak, just watching the old village chief and waiting for him to continue. The old village chief had not touched upon what he wanted to know. What did all this have to do with him? I hope that you can enter the Nether Sword Mound. Help to activate the Nether Sword Matrix to shock and awe the people of 9 states. The old village chief stared at Yifutian. This has to do with the survival of Tombkeeper village, so here I am pleading with Palace Lord Yi for help. While speaking, the old village chief got up and bowed slightly to Yifutian. Sir. Yifutian got up to steady the village chief. The sword matrix in the Nether Sword Mound can kill all invaders. How can I enter it? Perhaps this is the will of heaven. The old village chief looked at Yifutian. The sword matrix inside the Nether Sword Mound is very magical. Its strength mirrors that of the intruder. The stronger the intruder's strength, the stronger the power of the sword matrix. Only the real genius can have a chance to break into it. I went to 9 States Forum because I wanted to find someone who could overcome Yaya and without any faults and then let him familiarize the sword matrix. But by chance or design, Yushang and Palace Lord Yi were together. Moreover, Palace Lord Yi, like Lu Zong, had also solved Chess Saint's Celestial Dragon chess game. Yifutian's eyes flickered, and he stared intently at the old village chief. Do you mean that the Celestial Dragon chess games of the Chess Saint is in fact? If I am not mistaken, the Celestial Dragon chess game is a matrix that was evolved by Chess Saint from the sword matrix in the Nether Sword Mound. When he was searching for someone who could breach it, it was in fact a setup, the old village chief said. Yifutian revealed a surprised look. If so, he did seem to be a most suitable candidate. Never mind the danger of entering the Nether Sword Mound. Suppose we were really able to enter, and having me block the way of the rest of the people of all the holy lands of 9 states, doesn't that spell death for me? Yifutian looked at the village chief and remarked. After you have familiarized with the sword diagram, I will let Yaya and others follow you in, so you should be reassured. The old village chief continued. The people here today are all at the core in the village. As long as Palace Lord Yi says nothing, no one would know about today's conversation, and will not know who activated the Nether Sword Matrix. What's more, I heard that the last Palace Lord had invited Emperor Xia, that before the conclusion of the next Battle of Saints, anyone from other Holy Lands whose intent is to make a move on Palace Lord Yi would have to think it through. This matter is of great importance, and the survival of Tombkeeper Village depends on it. If Palace Lord Yi can help, Tombkeeper Village would be forever grateful. Henceforth, people of Barren State can all come here to cultivate. And perhaps Palace Lord Yi would find other fortune inside the Nether Sword Mound. The old village chief continued. Yifutian looked at the old village chief and glanced at the others. But just then Zhuge Mingyue could be heard saying, "Precisely as you have stated, this matter is of great importance, so we beg your indulgence for some time to think it over. No hurry, the people of 9 states won't act so fast. You can all cultivate at Tombkeeper Village for some time. If Palace Lord Yi agrees, I will hand over the sword diagram to Palace Lord Yi for his perusal and enlightenment." "Yes," Yifutian nodded. "Girl, take Palace Lord Yi and the others to their rooms to rest. These few days you will take care of Palace Lord Yi and no more nonsense." The old village chief instructed Yaya. Yaya looked at Yifutian, pouting, seemingly reluctant. "Palace Lord Yi, this girl lacks discipline. Please excuse her," said the old village chief. "It's nothing," Yifutian nodded. "Let's go," Yaya said begrudgingly, and then led the way in front. Yifutian shook his head with a wry smile, but just then Hua Jieyu came to the front to be at Yaya's side. Looking at her and seeing the smile on Hua Jieyu, Yaya couldn't help but felt a sense of familiarity. "That guy is terrible, don't mind him," Hua Jieyu said with a soft smile. Yaya looked her and expressed a look of surprise, and then gently nodded. "Older sister, sorry about that day. Isn't it normal for there to be winning or losing in competition? I don't know how you cultivated, but it was powerful." Hua Jieyu replied with a smile. Yaya felt a little embarrassed, whispered, "I don't know either." Then they started chatting while walking in front. Yifutian looked at the two with a shocked look. She was addressing Hua Jieyu as sister? He massaged his furrowed brow and wondered, am I not charming enough? This nymph could even bewitch little girls. But seeing the two chatting, Yifutian also smiled. Although Yaya repeatedly defied him, he did not mind, and not only because she was incredibly talented, but because he detected that this girl was a child who endured hardships. He had talked about it with Jieyu, so she knew, but perhaps even Yaya herself did not know. "Little brother, do you believe what the village chief said?" Close by, Zhuge Mingyue secretly transmitted the sound to Yifutian. Yifutian turned his attention to second sister. Earlier second sister rushed to respond that they need more time to evaluate. Presumably it was because she did not entirely trust the words of the old village chief. "Second sister, we've just met and the implication was so great. Naturally we can't believe everything." Yifutian replied by secret transmission. The old village chief's words should be taken with a grain of salt. After all, the existence of Yaya itself was a secret, and the old village chief did not reveal any of it. However, everything regarding Chess Saint should be true. Chess Saint spreaded the news, and sooner or later it was going to lead to chaos at Tombkeeper Village. But the old village chief took the initiative to preempt it. "Then, do we promise him?" Zhuge Mingyue asked. Yifutian looked at the sage Wanxiang in the other direction and smiled to transmit the message. "Does Uncle Master want to divine the signs first?" "Sure," Sage Wanxiang nodded. To divine the signs of favorability was a relatively simple process and did not require much time. Yaya set up a living space for Yifutian and the rest, so that the people of Barren State temporarily settled down in the Tombkeeper Village. Whether it was himself, Jieyu, Wuchen, and the rest of them, they all need to cultivate for a period of time to overcome the Sage Plane. After the 9 States Forum, the use of the rule powers had become more mature, and the time for level up the plane had also arrived. At evening time, a red glow appeared on the west side of the sky, and the afterglow of the setting sun reflected on the village from the distant mountains, making the village look even more peaceful and serene. In front of a cottage in the village, Yifutian quietly lay on the wicker chair, rocking, with Jeyu resting quietly by his side, enjoying the rare tranquility. Woman, what do you say that we go away from the world and just cultivate like this? Yifutian whispered softly. Whenever you want to. I am with you. Hua Jeyu laughed softly. Well, and couple more babies? Yifutian smiled. No, 3 or 4. Hua Jeyu blinked, and then rolled her eyes at Yifutian. Keep dreaming, at most 2. That won't do. You see that I am so perfect. The children would also be excellent, so we must have a few more. Yifutian joked. Hua Jeyu smiled and nodded. There is some truth in it. Since you agree, shall we go make babies now? Yifutian looked at the beautiful woman reclining on the wicker chair. The glory of the setting sun shined upon her perfect body, made her especially attractive. What are you thinking about? Hua Jeyu's face reddened. This lascivious guy, the day was not yet dark. What do you say? Yifutian stretched out his talons toward Hua Jeyu, and she hit the hand that was coming at her, and moved her body slightly to evade. Sister. At this moment, a voice was heard, and Yifutian and Hua Jeyu both turned their eyes toward the girl who was coming. Sister, let's go eat, Yaya said again. Coming? Hua Jeyu said with a smile and got up and together with Yifutian, walking toward Yaya and took her hand to leave together. Yaya looked at Yifutian and whispered, Punk. I. Yifutian looked at Yaya with a blank look. This little girl, what did she know about Punk? Standing up, Yifutian was ready to go with them, but heard a voice calling him, Palace Lord. Yifutian turned and saw that sage Wanxiang coming, and asked, What is it, Uncle Master? The signs are more evil than auspicious. Sage Wanxiang spoke. The divinatory signs were more evil than good. Yifutian felt a headache coming on and rubbed between his brows. But there are also some hidden opportunities, Sage Wanxiang added. Yifutian nodded gently. How to choose? What about the other sign? Yifutian asked again. He had also asked Sage Wanxiang to divine another sign for fortune. Sage Wanxiang looked at Yifutian and said, If we leave, her sign is the worst of worst. It is certainly death. If we enter, there is a chance. Yifutian's brows knitted when he heard Sage Wanxiang. This is indeed troublesome. On the last day of the 10,011th year of the divine prefecture calendar, majority of the cultivators in the 9 states would return home to have a reunion with their family. Even in a remote area like the Tombkeeper village, as night fell, there was a semblance of a year-end feast. Yifutian's group would celebrate the end of the year in this remote village this year. At that moment, the quiet village appeared exceptionally crowded as all the families were preparing for the feast. In one of the families in the village, the aroma of freshly cooked food wafted out. Yifutian and Hua Jeyu walked to the door and said, smiling, What a nice smell. Yaya, what delicious food have Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang made? Yifutian looked at the girl standing at the door and asked, Heh, die of gluttony. Yaya rolled her eyes at Yifutian as she replied. She then walked up and grabbed Hua Jeyu's hand, saying, Sister, Dad and Mom made you a lot of delicious food. It smells great already. Hua Jeyu smiled as she replied. In this period of time, they had gotten to know the village a little better, especially Yaya's parents, and were already on good terms. Yaya and Jeyu's relationship was becoming more intimate, like they were biological sisters. Now, she would not want to fight Yifutian and Yushang at a moment's notice. Of course, bickering was inevitable. The 3 of them walked into the house and saw a sumptuous feast prepared on the table. A middle-aged man with rough skin was sitting there waiting for them while a lady was busy serving up dishes. Uncle Zhang. Yifutian smiled and addressed him while Hua Jeyu walked up and said, Aunt Zhang, let me help you. No need. Don't dirty your hands. Aunt Zhang smiled and replied, How could she bear to let a goddess-like maiden like Hua Jeyu do such chores? Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang were normal people, although they also cultivated, but their cultivation level was at the basic level. They were not even mandate cultivators, so they would age. Yaya lived in the village and was still young, so there were many things that she did not understand. However, How could Yi Futian not know that Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang were incapable of giving birth to a natural prodigy like Yaya? Uncle Zhang, your complexion has gotten better again. Yi Futian smiled and commented. It should be the effect of the pill that you gave me previously. The pill's effect is really strong. I feel like all my organs and meridians have rejuvenated. Futian, I should really thank you for that, Uncle Zhang said with a happy expression. The pill was Phoenix's. It could strengthen one's body and improve one's constitution. Although it was not an extremely valuable pill, it was enough for Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang. Don't stand on ceremony, Uncle Zhang, Yi Futian replied. After all, I'm Yaya's brother. Don't spout nonsense. When did I admit it? Yaya pouted and said to Yi Futian. It's been so long and you still don't admit it? Yi Futian looked at Yaya and replied, smiling. I forgot. Yaya turned away. This lass. Uncle Zhang knocked her on the head and said, It's your luck to have Futian to be your brother. What do you have to lose? Dad. Even you're helping him. Yaya said dejectedly. Your father is correct. You're so lucky to have this happen to you. Aunt Zhang smiled and said too. They had been observing how Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu treated Yaya the past few days. They had really treated her like a younger sister. However, this lass was really immature to not acknowledge this brother. Yaya pouted. Whose house were they in? Futian, don't mind this lass. She's been spoiled by the village chief and the villagers since young. Aunt Zhang said. Of course not. She's cute this way too. Yi Futian said without minding too much. He then asked, Aunt Zhang, do the village chief and villagers dote on Yaya a lot? They've already spoiled her rotten. Those that are older than her all protect her like their treasure. Aunt Zhang smiled and replied happily. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and continued. This little girl is so mischievous. She has probably brought you a lot of trouble in these 15 years. You're the one that's a lot of trouble. Yaya chipped in from the side with a displeased tone. That's only natural. This lass is so playful. Thankfully, the village chief has always helped to keep an eye on her, asking the villagers to take care of this lass. That's why this lass has a good life. Aunt Zhang's smile was full of sincerity. As Yi Futian observed her, he smiled and nodded. Come, the dishes are getting cold. Futian, Jieyu, let's eat. Uncle Zhang pointed at the dishes on the table and said, Okay, let's chat while eating. Yi Futian nodded. On the dining table, he intentionally asked a few questions. As the sky got darker, they finished eating and Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu left the house. Yaya came out to send them off. Hua Jieyu smiled and said, Yaya, you can go back now. Yaya nodded and replied, I'll watch you leave. Okay. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian turned around and walked away. In the next moment, a soft voice sounded from behind them. Brother. Yi Futian's footsteps stopped and he turned back. However, he saw a figure dart like lightning into the house and shut the door. This lass can also feel shy? A gleaming smile appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. He smiled and said, I heard that. As he said that, he held Hua Jieyu's hands and the two of them left happily. How was it? Hua Jieyu transmitted her voice to Yi Futian and asked. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang's words were from the heart and it did not seem like they were lying. Seeing Yaya's attitude, there should be no ulterior motive behind the village chief and the villagers treating her well. Yi Futian replied, then continued, However, there is one thing that I don't really understand. Why does Aunt Zhang believe that Yaya was truly born by her, even though it's impossible? The freedom meditation was extremely mysterious. With their low cultivation levels, they shouldn't have been able to lie to him. He did not deliberately observe Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, however, before he made a decision. He had hoped to make some things clear. However, he was now even more confused. Everyone is still waiting for us. Let's not think about it for now. Hua Jieyu smiled and said, Okay. Yi Futian nodded and the two of them reached their destination. In front of them, a group of people were seated together. They were the people from the barren state. It was rare for everyone to not be cultivating. After all, there was only one such day in the year, so it was a fine occasion for them to gather and have a chat. However, there were a few people missing. After all, they had left the barren state to train themselves, so they would not bring their family members along. "They're here." The crowd saw Yifutian and Hua Jiu walking over and gave up 2 seats for them. The 2 of them sat down with the rest, and there was a fire in the middle. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted towards them. In Zue Qianqiu's direction, there was the smell of wine as well. No matter where the fellow went, he could make wine appear. Perhaps he had an unlimited supply of wine with him. Who knows how much wine he had hidden. At that moment, Su Ke walked forward with a dagger in his hand, slicing the barbecued meat off. In an instant, the aroma became even more fragrant. Beside him, the black-winged condor flapped its wings and its eyes lit up as it salivated. "What a temptation to Mr. Condor here. Here, have a drink." Zue Qianqiu took out a few wine glasses and poured out the wine for them. Next, Su Ke gave out the meat that they had gotten from the demonic beasts on the surrounding mountains. Finally, this gave them the feeling of a year-end feast. After all, there were some traditions that had to be fulfilled. Yifutian raised his wine glass and said to everyone, "After becoming the palace lord, I spent the first year cultivating in the Sage Hall. Now, at the end of the year, we have such a shabby celebration again. My elders, wife, brothers are all here, so I will not say anything emotional. Let's drink." As he said that, Yifutian finished his wine. The others all raised their glasses and finished their wine as well. If a cultivator wants to become strong, he should not be tied down to a single place. In this world, you have to lose something to gain something else, so why worry if it's shabby? Zhuge Qingfeng said nonchalantly, "Compared to the palace of the past, I prefer the current palace's atmosphere. What does Sage Wanxiang think?" "Indeed," Sage Wanxiang nodded. "In the past, the palace was a holy land. Although it did not have the strength of a holy land, it continued to call itself one and act like one. Now, it is more human-like and has more elements of discovery. The prophecy claimed that without destruction, there can be no construction. This was probably what it meant. Now, the current palace lord Yifutian had brought the barren state citizens out. It seemed as though they were expanding and digging deeper into their potential. "It's too early to talk about expanding." Yifutian smiled and shook his head. Now, their purpose was cultivation, to become strong, to create a saint so that they could stand up against other holy lands. Every step that we have taken leaves a print. Perhaps we will not feel the process, but the accumulation of every step is extremely valuable. The Sword Saint continued, "Little brother, back then in the barren state, did you ever imagine a scenario where all the cottage's disciples would enter the sage plane?" Yifutian reeled back and looked at his big brother, then turned to Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, Shuiyi Luofan and Yi Shaoshi. Apart from Sister Xinger, who was still in the Zhuge family, the rest of the cottage's disciples were all beside him all this while and had never left. That's right, in the past, in the Eastern Barren Territory, the Sage Plain was but a legend. Yifutian smiled and raised his glass, saying, "Big brother, second sister, third brother, let's have a cheers for the cottage. One day, the cottage's disciples will all be sages and saints." The cottage's disciples all raised their glasses. Gu Donglu did not drink his wine, but said, "Little brother, teacher's expectations for you might not simply be the Saint Plain." "Yes." Yifutian looked at his third brother and nodded, saying, "Me too. Not just me, it goes for all the cottage's disciples." "Bravo." Huang Joga smiled and said, "People always seem to set a limit for themselves, thinking that reaching a certain level denotes a legend and cannot be surpassed. Perhaps it really might be insurmountable, but they have never tried to put in more effort to attempt to surpass that level. That is why my father once told me that only by being with the most elite people will one's vision be different. The barren state always treated the Saint Plain like a legend. Perhaps they felt that the Saint Plain was something they could never reach, but Yifutian did not care that much. Although he was currently struggling, he still viewed the Saint Plain as part of the process and not the destination. Sage Wanxiang looked at the group of lively figures. Yifutian, Yushang, Yiwuchen, Hua Jiu, Huang Joga, Gu Donglu and the rest. It was as though he could see the barren state's future. If they could make it past the most difficult times, perhaps the barren state would become even stronger than he imagined. After all, Yu Sheng had obtained first in the 9-state form, so nothing was impossible. Yuan Hong and Yuan Zhan stood silently at the side without saying anything. Occasionally, Yuan Hong would turn his gaze to Yi Futian. The Saint Plain? Naturally, that would not be his future. He was someone who the Ape Emperor had knelt down to. As the group drank and ate, the sky started to turn dark. The flames lit up their faces and they seemed to be a little drunk. Perhaps it was the mood that was causing them to become drunk. After some more chatting, they started to leave and return to their abodes to rest. When the sun rose again, it was the 10,012th year of the divine prefecture calendar. In the new year, the village appeared the same as before with the same silence. However, as the days passed, more people came to the vicinity of the village and many came in groups. Evidently, the people from the 9 states who had received the news had started coming to the Tombkeeper village. One day, Yi Futian sat at the door of the house, sunbathing leisurely. Jeyu and Yaya were not far away as well. At that moment, a group of people walked towards them with Ing at the forefront. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at them. He saw Ing walking towards them and turned to Yaya, shouting, "Yaya, brother Ing, why have you come?" Yaya asked. Ying's gaze turned around and landed on Yi Futian with a cold expression. He said, "After being here for so long and not doing anything, do you agree?" The past few days, Yi Futian had been laid back and did not agree or reject, as though nothing had happened. He was waiting. "I haven't decided yet," Yi Futian replied lazily. "If you don't dare to, leave while you still can," Ing said coldly. Yi Futian looked at the other party with a curious expression. How much did this Ing know? "The village chief is looking for you." After saying that in a frigid tone, Ing turned around and left. Finally, he can't bear it anymore, huh? Yi Futian stood up as he muttered. Yaya walked forward and said, "I'll accompany you. Stay here with your sister." Yi Futian rubbed Yaya's head and started to leave. After he had left, Sage Wanxiang and many others came over, as though waiting for Yi Futian to return. Not long after, Yi Futian returned and looked at the crowd. "How was it?" Sage Wanxiang asked. "What did the village chief look for Yi Futian for?" Yi Futian smiled and said, "I had thought that I was a chess player in this game. However, it seems that I am but a piece in someone else's game." Sage Wanxiang looked confused and Hua Jeyu also walked up and looked at him. "So, have you come to a decision?" Sage Wanxiang asked. Yi Futian nodded and said, "Even if I am a chess piece, I will be a piece that can affect the entire game." Time passed, and more people were seen at Tombkeeper village. The tranquility of the village seemed to have been broken, and many kept their guard up. They seemed prepared and knew something would have happened to the village. One sword diagram after another hovered before Yi Futian in the small house that he stayed in. The diagrams were handed to him by the village chief that day, which were the sword matrix diagram in the nether sword mound. The chief had handed them to him to allow him to comprehend them beforehand. Yi Futian felt a sense of familiarity from those sword diagrams, which originated from the time when he was breaking the game back in the Chess Saint Villa. The 10 sword diagrams seemed to be the 10 major sword matrices, corresponding to the 9 matrices and the eventual 9 interconnected matrices of the Celestial Dragon chess game at the Chess Saint Villa. While the Chess Saint was able to get familiar with the sword matrices of the Nether Sword Mound, he was unable to completely fathom the entire thing and replicate them in the Chess Saint Villa. Compared to the ones at the villa, the one Yi Futian was seeing there was the actual source which might be more powerful. While Yi Futian had broken the Celestial Dragon chess game before, he nonetheless had to be cautious, and so he spent his days working on comprehending the matrix. At the very moment, his spiritual will was completely immersed within the sword diagrams. The 10 diagrams seemed to be 10 different ultimate arts of the sword, bringing terrifying power to bear. He had even allowed his third brother, Yi Wuchen Suke, and Zue Qianqiu to sense the diagrams. They all were trained in the way of the sword, and their experience verified Yi Futian's guess. Those matrices imbued within the sword diagrams were incredibly powerful art of the sword. Yi Futian then heard footsteps and waved his hand, making the diagrams disappear. He peered outside the door and saw the figure who walked in simply looked at him, without saying anything. She seemed to be in a rather bad mood as well. "What is it, little girl?" Yifutian smiled and asked. "There are quite a lot of people from all over the 9 states here in the village. Some are pretty awesome. Do you want to reconsider going in for the moment?" Yaya looked at Yifutian and said. Yifutian looked puzzled before a beaming smile appeared in his eyes. He looked at her and answered, "You're worried about your brother then? Worried about you? Sheesh." Yaya turned her head away, but she quickly found something off with that action. "Wait, am I admitting that he's my brother now?" She turned around and saw Yifutian looking at her with a half-smile. She could not help but glare at him. This guy sure knows how to play me. Sister Jeyu was right about him after all. "You don't look like that girl who went to beat everyone at the 9-state forum at all now." Yifutian smiled and added, "Yaya deemed everyone from the 9 states unworthy of fighting her during the 9-state forum. She deemed herself the supreme one until she was beaten by Yushang eventually. And now she was worried about Yifutian. Things were different back then." Yaya looked at Yifutian and added, "The village chief said that this time, the fate of the village is concerned and he had us prepare. You're not from the village, so this has nothing to do with you. So what are you staying here for?" Yifutian, of course, knew that things were indeed different. The 9-state forum was an event to test the skills of the sacred grounds of all 9 states. It was a grand event that involved all 9 states, and whatever happened, all sacred grounds would have demonstrated a good measure of decent attitude. However, things this time was concerned about the number 1 sword of the 9 states, the unparalleled sword matrix of the Sword Saint of the Void, as well as a fearsome training ground. Yifutian walked up and knocked Yaya on the head. The little girl simply glared at him without resisting. "She has gotten used to it. Well, I'll still have to take care of you." Yifutian walked out of the room and asked, "Are there many in the village now?" "Yeah." Yaya nodded. "Many went to look for the chief." "Well, that's to say that we don't have much time left," Yifutian said lightly. It was a given that he needed to completely master the sword diagrams before going into the Nether Sword Mound, so as to have a chance of coming out alive. He might have had a death wish if he were to simply walk in there at his current plane level, unprepared. The place was able to trap even saints, after all. At that moment, footsteps were heard from afar. Yifutian turned his eyes at the sound and saw a group of people with exceptional bearing walking in his direction. The one taking the lead was none other than Lu Zong, whom he had seen several times. "So you're here at the Tombkeeper village as well, Palace Lord Yi?" Lu Zong said with a smile. Yifutian peered at the people behind Lu Zong and found all 9 students of the Chess Saint to be present. There were also mighty ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain. However, Lu Zong was the one taking the lead instead, which spoke volumes of his status at that sacred ground. Other than that, Lu Zong had also acquired the Chess Saint's lineage, and he was possibly the one who knew the Nether Sword Mound best, other than the chief. The Chess Saint was, after all, trapped within the Sword Mound. Xianxia, a student of the Chess Saint, also nodded casually at Yifutian. Yifutian had good impressions of the students of the Chess Saint. They had their own stances in this case, as it concerned their teacher. However, he was rather puzzled about Li Kaishan, who was known to be an honest man. Even his brothers and sisters felt rather surprised at what he did before. But then again, not of that mattered now, and none of that had anything to do with Yifutian. "The chief asked me to come, and I've been here for quite some time." Yifutian continued with a smile. "So, why is the Shihua Sacred Mountain entourage here?" Yifutian's presence alone served as an answer to some questions, and there was no need to hide anything by then. Many would have guessed that it was either Yifutian or Yushang chosen as the successor by the Tombkeeper village. "I'm sure you know, Palace Lord Yi, that senior chess saint was now trapped within the Nether Sword Mound. We are here to rescue him." Lu Zong smiled and said, "You also broke the Celestial Dragon chess game back at the Chess Saint Villa, Palace Lord Yi. Would you mind giving us a hand? I'm thinking that if the rescue is a success, the Chess Saint will have immense gratitude for you and will be sure to reward you handsomely, Palace Lord Yi. I'm, of course, willing, but since the Chess Saint has chosen you, I'm sure that it naturally means that he trusts you and the Xihua Sacred Mountain more. My plane level is still low, and the barren state lacks mighty ones as well. I'm afraid that we cannot be of much help, Yi Futian replied humbly. Lu Zong took a good look at Yi Futian and nodded lightly. If the opportunity presents itself, I do wish that you will be able to help us out, Palace Lord Yi. At the very least, be it me or Xihua Sacred Mountain, we look forward to your performance, and we do not wish to see ourselves at opposing sides with you, Palace Lord Yi. He finished and left with a smile. All of the Chess Saint students walked past Yi Futian. Zhou Gongzi walked up to Yi Futian and patted his shoulder, leaving with a bitter smile. He was an acquaintance of Yi Futian back at the Chess Saint Villa, and he was not hoping to see both of them standing at opposing sides. However, both he and Yi Futian knew what Lu Zong meant. If the Tombkeeper village had indeed chosen Yi Futian and his group to be the successor, as speculated by many outside, then what Lu Zong and the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain were required to do would definitely clash with Yi Futian's objective. It would then be inevitable for them to be on opposing sides. Lu Zong was simply persuading Yi Futian at a roundabout manner. Yi Futian saw them leave, and Yaya showed up behind him. A tinge of worry was seen in his eyes. That was precisely the reason. The thing that she worried would happen happened, and that motivated her to persuade Yi Futian to leave. While she did not know much, she was nonetheless capable of sensing the simplest of dangers, just like how she was able to sense that both Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were genuinely nice to her. A sound of something streaking through the air was heard from afar. Yi Futian lifted his head and saw silhouettes appearing in various corners in the air. Furthermore, they appeared in groups of tens. They looked down and saw Yi Futian. Someone among them asked, "So he's Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State?" "Indeed." Someone nodded. "We'll spar for a bit when we have the chance," someone said to Yi Futian from the air before quickly disappearing from sight. Palace Lord Yi Futian and Yu Shang of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had both become incredibly renowned figures after the Nine-State Forum. Even geniuses from all sacred grounds of the Nine States had at least heard of them. Not many participated in the Nine-State Forum, and many from the sacred grounds who showed up did not participate in the Nine-State Forum. As such, they were all very curious about the group from the Barren State. But then again, their goal for this trip was not Yi Futian. They were there for the Nether Sword Mound. Yi Futian continued to hear many more zipping about in the sky after those other groups left. More and more people showed up in the village. "It seems that they will be working at the same time," Yi Futian said in a low voice. He knew many from all over the Nine States would show up. However, most of them were only present outside the village, and there were few who came to look at what happened at the village. That day, however, it became obvious that someone was taking the lead, and many from sacred grounds all over the Nine States began moving into the village en masse, no longer hiding their presence. Bright lights dazzled in the air, and Yi Futian looked up. He saw a phoenix carriage arriving and knew right away where those people came from. It was the Golden Phoenix Army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The phoenix designs on their clothes were incredibly dazzling and eye-catching. "Halt!" someone from the carriage said, and the army halted. An elegantly dressed youth turned around and asked, "What is it, Z?" "I saw a familiar face. I'm going to take a look." Zhou Zi walked out of the carriage, and Yi Futian turned his head at her direction. What is this woman up to now? Zhou Ye, Zhou Yu, and Zhou Zichao were all on that carriage in the air as well. Their expressions all seemed cold, looking at Yi Futian. A youth with powerful aura on the carriage asked, "He is Yi Futian," Zhou Ye answered. That youth's expression turned incredibly sharp. "So that is him." Zhou Zi descended from above and stood right above Yi Futian. The people of the Barren State all came to Yi Futian's side seeing the scene, sweeping their eyes at the Golden Phoenix Army in the air. "Why are you here at Tombkeeper Village?" Zhou Zi looked down and asked Yi Futian. "What does that have to do with you?" Yi Futian answered with a puzzled look. "Hasn't this woman learned anything?" "It indeed has nothing to do with me, but a word of advice nonetheless. While you people performed admirably in the Nine-State Forum, the Barren State is still the Barren State. That event represents nothing here. Whatever you're up to, It's best to act according to your ability. Zhou Zi flew up as soon as she was done talking. Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were discussing a marriage alliance. Lu Zong was to marry a princess from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and that princess would most certainly be her. Lu Zong shouldered the expectations of three major forces: Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Chess Saint Villa. He alone almost represented more than half of the eastern state. He was unable to afford to lose on this trip. According to what Zhou Zi knew, the chess game at the Chess Saint Villa had something to do with the Nether Sword Mound. As such, Yi Futian, who had broken the Celestial Dragon chess game before, became a variable in this case. It was for that very reason that she reminded Yi Futian to act according to his ability. Yi Futian was still unworthy of fighting with Lu Zong over anything. The people of the barren state glared at Zhou Zi, leaving with cold expressions. Zhou Zi had indeed sounded very overbearing. They all knew what Zhou Zi meant by those words. She wanted Yi Futian to back out and stay out of the competition, regardless if he was the designated successor of the Tombkeeper village. The barren state was still the barren state. Regardless of how well they performed in the 9-state forum, they were, at the moment, unworthy of the fight at hand. Yushang swept the Golden Phoenix army in the air with cold eyes. He grew to resent Zhou Zi immensely back in the Chess Saint Villa. Despite being repeatedly humiliated, she had no intention of toning down her abrasive, arrogant attitude. Yi Futian watched on with cold eyes. She had probably only been able to do what she did due to the backing from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. He understood as well that Zhou Zi's words were not without reason. Regardless of how well the barren state performed in the 9-state forum, the barren state was still the barren state and nothing had changed. The Holy Ji Palace of the barren state would remain the weakest sacred ground in all of the 9 states until they had a saint among them. Even though many great figures admired the students of the barren state, and many had even extended invitations to Yushang and Suke to become students of saints, but that was hardly more than just admiration. Be it Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, or any other sacred grounds for that matter, none of their people cared if he was the one chosen by the Tombkeeper village. It was as if he had been automatically ignored. We are all here and there is no more time to comprehend the diagrams. Let's go then. Yi Futian stepped out and went in that same direction. They were heading to where the chief was. Yi Futian and his people arrived before the chief moments later. Many mighty ones had gathered there. A good number of them were from sacred grounds, and mighty ones were aplenty. Some among them even exuded powerful auras. Many villagers were there as well, gathering around the village chief and looking at the outside guests with cold eyes. The chief said that this scuffle had the survival of Tombkeeper village on the line. It was possible that their village would have no longer exist after this. Many spared a look at Yi Futian when he came. The very eye-catching palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state was there earlier than all of them. They were curious to see if he would choose to resign or to fight by them. Zhou Zi had a cold look in her eyes seeing Yi Futian and his people arrive. So, they are prepared to fight Lu Zong over this? Elder, I hope you'll be able to help us out in this, Lu Zong said to the village chief. It's not that I don't want to help. Tombkeeper village has been around since the Nether Sword Mound existed. We do not interfere with the affairs of those who choose to enter the Sword Mound. You are all to try your luck in the Sword Mound, and there is no reason for us to interfere. I'm sorry to say that I can't be of help to what you propose, the village chief replied calmly. There is no need to be so humble, elder. I know from the chess saint that he had witnessed people of Tombkeeper village train within the Nether Sword Mound. I'm certain that the people from all 9 states have been careless enough not to notice that the people of Tombkeeper village have always been the protectors of the Nether Sword Mound. Lu Zong continued, Since you're the protectors, I'm sure you know the place like the back of your hand. As such, you will definitely be of help. Tombkeeper village has always been here. While we do have knowledge of the Sword Mound, we do not know the place like the back of our hand, as you put it. Many of you have sent people to look at how things are in the village after the 9-state forum, and I'm certain that you know a thing or two about the village, the chief said coldly. It was apparent that he knew well that sacred grounds of the 9 states had been keeping a close eye on Tombkeeper village. Furthermore, many of those people had gotten there earlier than Yifutian, since all of them had speculated that the village was probably about to choose a successor. There was simply no way they would sit by and do nothing while the lineage of the sword mound fell into the hands of others. If Yifutian had made a move earlier, they would have acted earlier as well. The Nether Sword Mound is within the eastern state, and both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty placed a lot of importance on it. Furthermore, the Chess Saint is also trapped within. I'm sure that you know how much that means to the eastern state as a whole, so we have to be cautious with the matter, Lu Zong said. Yaya came to the village chief's side and looked at Lu Zong and the others, saying, "Why do you think you have the right to force the village chief to do something for you?" Lu Zong looked at Yaya with a peculiar sheen in his eyes. The old village chief had taken Yaya to participate in the 9-state forum, and the girl had been able to become number 2 of the event at the tender age of 15. Her top-notch talent and her monstrous performance were probably due to training in the sword mound. She is probably very important to Tombkeeper village. No? If the chief is unwilling, it is best that we do not pursue the matter further. However, we would like to ask for guides to lead us into the Nether Sword Mound. I'm sure the village chief would not oppose that. Lu Zong asked, "Who would you like to be your guide?" The chief looked at Lu Zong. "Yaya has immense talent, and I like her. She will be one of the candidates. Other than that, I have heard that Ying and Ho are also very capable people among the younger generations of Tombkeeper village. I'd like them to join as well," Lu Zong added. "You've really done your research." The village chief smiled. Lu Zong had chosen the best 3 young people in the village. "Can't do." A voice was heard, and everyone turned their eyes around. They all looked at the one who spoke. It was none other than Yifutian. Lu Zong turned his eyes around and smiled, saying to Yifutian, "What do you mean by that, Palace Lord Yi?" "I mean you can't have Yaya as your guide," Yifutian answered. "Why not?" Lu Zong asked. "She's my little sister and she'll be going into the Nether Sword Mound with me," Yifutian answered calmly. Lu Zong stared at Yifutian. That was a clear statement that meant Yifutian intended to enter the Sword Mound as well. The people of the sacred grounds looked amused. So the Barren State people are going to fight over her with Lu Zong? A cold glare was seen in Zhou Zi's eyes. It was apparent that he had not listened to her words. "So, you did not hear what I said to you earlier?" Zhou Zi looked at Yifutian. Yifutian spared a glance at Zhou Zi and asked, "Who are you again?" "You." Zhou Zi's eyes turned bone-chillingly cold. "What place were you in the 9-state forum?" Zhuge Mingyue, who was standing beside Zhou Zi, glared at the princess as she asked coldly. Zhou Zi became embarrassed immediately. She lost to Hua Jieyu in the very first battle and was eliminated right away in the 9-state forum. While the Barren State is indeed weak, we have the number 1 of the event among us. So, who are you to talk like that to the palace lord of a sacred ground of the Barren State? Zhuge Mingyue smirked coldly at Zhou Zi and said, "If you're doing so as the princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, I'd advise you, princess, to be careful of your actions. It is best that you not throw your weight around despite not having the power to back your action. You risk embarrassing the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty by doing so." "You!" Zhou Zi looked increasingly frustrated. "So this bitch is humiliating me now? Then who are you to speak to the princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in such a manner?" Someone of formidable training from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty walked out and glared at Zhuge Mingyue coldly. Zhuge Qingfeng, the Sword Saint, and Gu Donglu all walked up at the same time. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said, "As the elder sister of the palace lord of a sacred ground of the Barren State, you have any problem with that?" Yifutian quietly watched from the side without doing anything to stop his second sister. Zhou Zi indeed needed to be taught some manners. She was arrogant and lacked tact in her way with people. She was far inferior to Lu Zong in that regard. Yifutian, of course, knew that the sacred king of the sacred dynasty did not like him much, but he was not concerned enough to fear offending some members of the younger generation of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, like Zhou Zi. Should I just be listening to every word Zhou Zi is going to tell me? Yifutian thought to himself, amused. Furthermore, since he had decided to enter the Nether Sword Mound, there were some people whom he deemed necessary to offend. The Nether Sword Mound is undoubtedly within the eastern state, but it is still a place of the 9 states. Its existence said that it belongs to no one and no force. Many people from many sacred grounds are here for it now, and we of the barren state are no different. If Saint Xihua and the Sacred King are here today, forbidding everyone else but you people from entering the Sword Mound, then I shall give up. Yi Futian then continued calmly, or else, we of the barren state will enter the Nether Sword Mound. Someone like Saint Xihua and the Sacred King would not have said something like that in the first place. As such, Yi Futian made his stance firmly and forcefully. The barren state would enter the Sword Mound. The old village chief watched everything from the side, quietly. He was very satisfied with Yi Futian's attitude. The chess saint had entered the Nether Sword Mound and had spread the news of its existence, attracting the attention of sacred grounds from all 9 states. That was why he needed to make preparations in advance, and that was why he had someone participate in the 9-state forum. It was fortunate for him to not only encounter Yushang but Yi Futian as well. Yi Futian played a key role in his plans. Furthermore, Yi Futian played said role in a splendid, even perfect manner. The place turned silent all of a sudden. Many from Toonkeeper village looked at Yi Futian and grew to like him more. Yi Futian was standing up to protect Yaya, preventing Lu Zong and the others from taking her. If Palace Lord Yi wants to try, I see no problem with it. A voice was heard, and many turned around to see Lu Zong say, I do not mind Yaya going into the Sword Mound with Palace Lord Yi. You have also broken the Celestial Dragon chess game at the Chess Saint Villa, so I'm sure you are very adept in matrices. I think it'd be splendid to have you come along into the Nether Sword Mound. Maybe we all will have something waiting for us within. Lu Zong finished and turned to face the village chief, saying, What do you think, Elder? All right, since you want someone from Toonkeeper village to show you the way within, I hereby allow Ing Ho and Yaya to take all of you into the Sword Mound. But I have to remind you that the dangers lying within are not something that they're capable of handling. The chief elaborated. I understand, and I have no intentions of troubling them. Lu Zong smiled and said, In that case, better make a move then. The village chief turned and said, I'll send all of you into the Sword Mound personally. What awaits any of you within is up to you. Beware that the Sword Mound is not a friendly place. So please do keep your guard up at all times. Thank you for reminding us, Lu Zong replied. He then followed the village chief with his entourage behind, walking in the same direction. Yaya came to stand beside Yi Futian and glanced at him. Yi Futian patted her shoulder and said, Relax. I'm here. Yeah. Yaya nodded lightly. All of them arrived at the back of the village and kept walking. The shadows of the mountains shrouded the ground between them. There was no sunlight to be found. The place was incredibly cold, just like a graveyard. Many stood outside and looked at the graveyard before them, feeling a chilling cold seeping into their bones. They could not help but shivered. There was also a faint, sharp aura seeping out of the place. The shadows before them stretched far, and no one was able to see to their end. Even their spiritual will was blocked out in that place. This is the forbidden ground, the Nether Sword Mound. Countless swords were buried and hidden within. Please remember to be careful. The old man reminded everyone and looked forward with a cold expression. He seemed to be able to see into the terrifying sword matrix deep within the sword mound, as well as the very core of the place itself. A figure sat right there, trapped by extremely fearsome sword matrices. A blood-colored sword was stabbed into the ground, with a terrifying storm whirling around, capable of tearing everything in its path apart. At the very moment, the figure opened his eyes all of a sudden and looked sharp. The one that he had chosen had arrived. Many from sacred grounds all over the 9 states arrived outside the Nether Sword Mound and finally entered. Someone from Toonkeeper village, please lead the way. A mighty one from the Hall of Holy Light said. This time it was more than just Yaya, Ing, and some others coming in. There were also many elders from the village who were with them. 2 elders nodded and took the lead. One of them said, The Nether Sword Mound is filled with danger. One misstep could lead to your death, and not even saints would be spared from such a fate. Anyone who is not adept in the matrices should not enter. If any one of you is not proficient in the art of matrices, it is not too late to back out now. It's fine. If we run into any danger, we believe that the people of Tombkeeper Village will have ways to get us out. A mighty one from Daluo Sacred Mountain said coldly. That was the very reason they insisted on having people of the village inside the sword mound. Be careful. Yaya stood beside Yifutian and reminded him. He nodded, and everyone stepped into the dark place, feeling increasingly cold as if a formless cold wind was everywhere around them. The cold wind had the sharpness of swords. Whose graves would these be? Someone asked. They passed by a graveyard as they walked. The followers of the Sword Saint of the Void are all buried here. This is what Tombkeeper Village has been protecting all this while. The elder leading the way answered. Is it? Then what lies within the depths of the sword mound? Someone from Chi clan asked. It was apparent that they did not believe what that elder said completely. You're telling me that the people of Tombkeeper Village trained here for years, away from the outside world, just to look after a graveyard? Who's going to buy that? Unknown. We've never ventured deep into the sword mound. No one has been able to go that far. The village chief said that the body of the Sword Saint of the Void was buried there. It is said to be a terrifying place out to kill anyone who disturbs the Sword Saint of the Void's slumber. Another answered. Many mighty ones from sacred grounds frowned. These people have been going on about terrifying dangers and little else. Are they trying to dissuade us from going further? According to my knowledge, the chess saint saw the nether sword mound personally, and there were people from the village training within. May I ask what that is? Lu Zong asked plainly. That is not considered to be the deeper part just yet. It is said that the deepest part of the sword mound has sword aura originating from the void, capable of tearing space itself. There is also a blood-colored crevice with powers to destroy everything, the villager answered. The old man kept repeating the horrifying things to be found within, and even the ones from sacred grounds found things to be eerie. Furthermore, they were able to sense the growing, unforgiving cold coming from the grave, and that made them feel anxious. However, they were still mighty people who came from sacred grounds. Their minds were stable enough to not back out so easily. There had never been such a massive attempt by sacred grounds of the 9 states at venturing into the nether sword mound. They deemed it necessary to reveal the secrets lying within. They knew that Lu Zong and the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain had concerns about the place. As such, they did not choose to simply venture into the sword mound on their own, and had instead spread news to inform other sacred grounds. But at the same time, they deemed the attempt to be too important to miss. Could prove to be some turning point after all. All of them had ventured rather deep into the sword mound after a while. They were no longer able to see the village when they turned around. Their spiritual powers had no way of penetrating into the place, which was a sure sign that they were already inside the nether sword mound. The number of graves grew, and a sword was found sticking into each and every one of them in an orderly, neat manner. The unforgiving coldness had grown more intense as well. There were many who even became able to vaguely feel the aura of rules about, as if the sword mound had such inherent power of rules in it, instead of merely having spiritual qi. Lu Zong did not lie. The inside of the sword mound was indeed a sacred training ground like none other. No rule matrices laid in the outside world were even able to compare with the training conditions present in the sword mound. Furthermore, the aura of rules grew increasingly clear as they ventured deeper into the place. There were even different wills of rules of different natures found within. What happens if we were to take flight? Someone asked. We're now inside the Matrix's area. Anyone who dares take flight will surely die. Someone from the village said. Beware. Something is coming. Someone from the Tombkeeper village lifted their head and saw a killing will descend upon them all of a sudden. Dazzling lights burst, and streaks of sword aura fell on them like rains of swords. Everyone looked up and guarded themselves. Be careful, Yifutian said in a low voice. Countless dazzling swords descended straight from above, stabbing into the ground. Everyone dodged. Sword will filled the air around, and ringing noises of swords were heard. The ground in that vast space became filled with swords, surrounding all of them within. A dazzling picture appeared in the air, shrouding the place below. Boundless sword will rain down from the picture, resonating with the swords on the ground, making the sword will increasingly strong. A sword diagram. Yifutian's eyes sparkled, knowing that a matrix had appeared. We're now within a sword matrix, and all of you should be able to sense it by now. The sword matrix is gathering power continuously. The further we go from here, the greater the killing power of the sword matrix, and the greater of the difficulty of breaking said matrix. When the power of the sword matrix reaches a certain point, there will be no way of breaking the matrix so long as one has insufficient training. Even if one were to find a way to do so, they would die as a result. The people of Tombkeeper Villager reminded. The greater training a master of matrices had, the better their chances at survival. So what if I were to forcefully barge outside? A mighty one of the Hall of Holy Light asked arrogantly. They were able to sense that the power of the sword matrix was not strong enough just yet, and they wondered what would happen if they were to force themselves out. You're welcome to try, the elder from the village replied calmly. Lu Zong looked up at the air above him. What was depicted in the sword diagram was indeed identical to the images that the chess saint had sent him. The chess saint had adapted the sword matrix into his art of chess. There were few in the 9 states who had an understanding of matrices on par with him. Follow my lead to break the matrix, Lu Zong said and acted to break the matrix. All 9 students of the chess saint followed his lead. They were all masters at matrices and knew such matrices well. It was only natural that they were the ones to break the matrix before them. Don't make any sudden moves, Yifutian said to Yiwuchen, who was right behind him. Wuchen, I'll do it per the way of chess. You put your shredding rules where I dropped the pieces. Will do. Yiwuchen nodded. A brilliant light appeared behind Yifutian, and a chessboard appeared. The projection appeared above the matrix and was overlaid right on top of it. The countless swords looked as if they were stabbed into the chessboard itself, corresponding the way of chess. Furthermore, everyone was able to vaguely see that the swords of the matrix turned to look like symbols saying, kill. The killing sword matrix. The chess spirit. Lu Zong glanced at Yifutian, and all 9 students of the chess saint looked surprised. Yifutian did not unleash the chess spirit at the chess saint villa back then, but he was able to break the celestial dragon chess game nonetheless. Yang Zhao's expression brightened. If his teacher were looking for a successor, no one would have been more suitable than Yifutian. However, his teacher was not simply looking for a successor. He was looking to escape the sword mound. Yifutian willed, and many chess pieces dropped onto the board. Yiwuchen waved his hand almost at the same time, dropping countless swords of rules on the spots where Yifutian placed his pieces. When all of the swords appeared, a symbol was surprisingly shown, saying, break. Wuchen, get on with it, Yifutian said. Yiwuchen's mind was still like the surface of a mirror, bringing will power of the sword to bear with his will. The swords turned into a terrifying matrix of destruction in an instant, clashing with the killing matrix. A terrifying storm whipped up in the air, and 2 symbols, the kill and the break symbols, seemed to have clashed with each other. A dazzling light flashed. The kill symbol was dissipated, and the swords before Yifutian and the others disappeared altogether. Path appears instead. Let's go. Yifutian stepped forward and moved. What incredible speed. Many looked on, feeling impressed. Have you memorized it? Someone from other sacred grounds asked, attempting to mimic Yifutian's way of breaking the matrix. Every single sacred ground had dispatched masters at matrices on the trip to the Nether Sword Mound. None of them had come unprepared. Indeed, those who were proficient in matrices all nodded and mimicked Yifutian's way of breaking the matrix. They too were able to quickly break the matrices before them. Go after them, someone said and chased after Yifutian. Lu Zong and his people were also done breaking the matrix before them. They glanced forward and moved. The aura of rules grew somewhat more intense after breaking the sword matrices. But at the same time, the killing will grew more intense as well. Everyone from the sacred grounds knew that they had stepped into the Nether Sword Mound, and they were fighting the place they were in. The second sword matrix appeared soon, and Yi Futian was able to still easily break it. The third and fourth followed. Everyone was somewhat startled, but they followed Yi Futian closely nonetheless. It became apparent that Yi Futian seemed to be more reliable than the people from Tombkeeper village. Yi Futian might have gotten the ways of breaking the matrix from the village chief. Yi Futian had been able to easily break the 9 matrices back in Chess Saint Villa last year, and he then went on to break the Celestial Dragon chess game as well. He was given the sword diagrams by the village chief. Regardless of the changes in the sword diagrams, Yi Futian remained totally unfazed. He went on to easily break one sword matrix after another, making it seem like he was having a good time in the sword mound, like the place was his playground. And so, the people from the sacred grounds gradually forgotten that they were inside a forbidden place. They continued moving deeper and deeper, so much so that they no longer knew where they actually were, and how far were they from Tombkeeper village. The place's ability to block their spiritual power made them lose their sense of judgment. At the moment, the village chief stood quietly all by himself at the entrance of the nether sword mound. His eyes grew to look increasingly demonic in the dark space. His pupils were silver, like they were made of a pair of swords, penetrating the air and gazing at everything happening within the sword mound. He saw Yi Futian and his people, and he was even able to see how they went about breaking the matrix. It was as if his eyes allowed him to penetrate the restricted area directly. No one from a sacred ground probably thought that there was actually someone capable of ignoring the blocking powers of the restricted area, that there was someone capable of seeing everything happening within the restricted area. Well done. A line was heard from the village chief's mouth. Yi Futian was indeed a genius like no other, performing way better than he had expected. Things will go well if he can keep this up. Yi Futian and his companions had breached 8 matrices, and finally penetrated the nether sword mound. No one was killed and no one was injured, and all the sacred lands were represented by matrix sorcerers, who followed Yi Futian to breach the matrix. It was without difficulty, and they moved easily within this restricted area. At the moment, the sky was even dimmer in the space they were in. Inside, it seemed to be somewhat different from the outside world, as if it was an independent space. This area was populated with whiffs of different rules, extremely rich ones at that. If one was to comprehend and cultivate here, as long as the talent was fair, it would definitely be easy to break into the sage plane. This realization made the hearts of many from sacred lands quiver. Certainly after returning from this place, it would be a priority to take over its control. It would be an ideal sacred land for cultivation. As Yi Futian walked along, he breached 8 matrices. If assumed correctly, one more breach and they should be entering the core of the nether sword mound. Chess Saint Villa contained 10 matrices with 10 sword diagrams. The last matrix was known as the final analysis, meaning that there would be 9 sword matrices in front with 1 left. Everyone be careful. There may be one last sword matrix before the real nether sword mound is revealed, Lu Zong said. He reckoned that everything they passed until now was just the cemetery outside the nether sword mound, and they had not yet arrived at their true destination. The real nether sword mound could very possibly be behind the last sword matrix. This restricted area is known as a most deadly place, but so far it looks like nothing special, said a young cultivator from the Hall of Holy Light. They had breached 8 matrices, and so far everyone was all right. Just then Yi Futian came to a halt and waved to everyone to stop them from moving forward. A brilliant light abruptly flashed from the ground, and a pattern appeared brightly. Then, from the darkened earth, an eye-catching blade of light arose. Zing! Ahead of them, a sword emerged from the ground, thrust into the earth. Blooming terrible sword will. Watch your feet, Yi Futian cautioned. By now, there were dazzling blade of lights blazing everywhere, and swords rising continuously from the ground, sweeping the place with terrible sword will. Everyone evaded and jumped, shifting and changing positions immediately when they felt the sword will underneath their feet. Out of nowhere and in no time, there were countless swords in the ground. They turned into a terrifying sword matrix, surrounding everyone. Above the firmament, there was a sword diagram projected downward, but this time, the sword upon the diagram was flowing madly, constantly changing positions. Changeable sword matrix. Yifutian glanced at the sword matrix above the void. This sword matrix was still evolving from the other 9 sword diagrams, but it was continuously modifying the 9 sword diagrams. It was elusive. The difficulty of breaching the matrix had increased exponentially. Jiu will to connect. Yifutian said, "Release your spiritual energy and listen to my commands." Hua Jiu understood Yifutian's intention immediately, and her spirit crown bloomed. Instantly, a surge of invisible telekinetic power transformed into countless invisible silk threads, moving toward everyone. At the same time, everyone released their own spiritual energy, and did not block the invasion of Hua Jiu's telekinesis power. Soon, everyone's spiritual energy seemed to be linked together through Hua Jiu's will. They emptied their minds, waiting to receive Yifutian's commands. Will to connect was a special technique of Hua Jiu's. Yifutian was also capable of it, but needed to rely on the sounds of Guqin. No need for Yifutian to speak, but with the turning of his mind, everyone understood him instantly. The group dispersed their positions, and the aura of rules dispersed from them. In Yifutian's mind, the spirit chessboard emerged, projecting everything from the outside onto the board, using it to breach the matrix. The eyes of everyone else from the other holy lands were focused on Yifutian and his companions. All they could see was that everyone was moving, and the rule powers animated in different directions. Within the sword matrix, there appeared many other different interconnecting matrices. Lu Zong glanced with disinterest, then said to the 9 disciples of the chess saint, who were around him, "We should also set about breaching the matrix. This one is different from the ones before. Imitating him won't work." Xianxia and the rest were master matrix sorcerers. They understood that for this particular sword matrix, with its ceaseless evolutions, everyone would face different, constantly changing sword matrix. But for the other holy lands, some were still imitating the actions of Yifutians. No! Some master matrix sorcerers quickly realized the problem. You need to breach it on your own. Before they could react, those from the barren state had already formed the matrix where they stood, with Yifutian in the middle like a divine tree, and those from the barren state, branches and leaves that spread from the divine tree. Some branches and leaves turned into sharp swords, while others turned into swaggering broadswords, and some even became demonic shadows that shrouded all things. From different directions, they began to advance forward, constantly interrupting the sword matrix, slowly pushing into the area canvassed by the sword matrix. The swords screamed, shattered, and were destroyed bit by bit. Many watched Yifutian and his companions break through the area covered by the sword matrix, then walk out. The positions of the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light changed constantly, but the sword will that surrounded them became stronger and stronger, intertwined with the sword diagram suspended in the void, forming an unbreakable stronghold. "How is it?" someone asked the master matrix sorcerer in the center. "It's troublesome. The matrix is constantly changing." The master matrix sorcerer seemed strained. Many staffs materialized and were setting up the matrix as well, but the matrix of the staffs was swallowed up gradually. Some were even ripped apart by the sword chi. "At our speed, we should be able to penetrate the sword matrix," a cultivator said. As he stepped forward, a dazzling brilliance burst forth from his body. It was the rule power of light. As soon as he finished, a sharp radiance flashed across his eyes, and he turned into a beam of light and disappeared, rushing forward between the gaps of the sword matrix. The sword matrix that surrounded the front gave forth a light screen, cutting through the expanse, blocking him from moving further. But the cultivator from the Hall of Holy Light threw a punch forward, and suddenly broke through the sword veil as a charging lightning. But at this moment, the sword diagram that hung in the void abruptly exploded into great radiance. Countless swords shot up from the ground on his path, instantly covering the void. Witnessing this scene, many cultivators from the Hall of Holy Lights changed their expressions. Someone shouted, "Be careful, big brother." Just as he finished, above the sword diagram in the void, a light disappeared, and all that was left of it was just a residual shadow. Zing! With a crisp sound, everyone saw a sword falling from the sky, plunging into the other's body, nailing him to the ground. The next instant, endless sword will ruptured and tore him to pieces until nothing was left. Those who witnessed this scene now understood the reason why so many who had ventured into the restricted area and perished at the Nether Sword Mound had left no traces. People from the Hall of Holy Light only felt a coldness. The sword diagram in the void contained the real horror. You were warned not to try to force your way through the sword matrix. Unless you belong to a holy land, you may give it a try. Someone from Tombkeeper Village set up ahead. You come and breach this matrix, the cultivator from the Hall of Holy Light said, looking at them with razor-sharp focus. When we are here, we can't protect ourselves either. The matrix here is just as difficult for us. People from Tombkeeper Village did not bother with the request, as they were also figuring out a way to breach the matrix. Those from the Hall of Holy Light looked worried. Not long ago, some among them had thought that the Nether Sword Mound had a hollow reputation, but at this moment, they were trapped within. The power of the matrix is getting stronger, some cultivators of holy lands said. As time went on, the power of the matrix would only become stronger until even when they had ways to breach the matrix, they would be unable to do so. The Nether Sword Mound was located at the junction of Summer State, Qi State, Feng State, and Eastern State. Therefore, the holy lands of these four states were almost all present. Coupled with those from Barren State, there were the strongest of the 5 states gathered here. But now all the holy lands were trapped. Yaya looked at Yifutian. Yifutian returned the look. What are you looking at me for? Big brother, Yaya cried out. You won. Yifutian hurled the words at her and was gone in a flash. He turned around, heading towards the matrix of Tombkeeper Village. He actually was able to walk straight into the matrix from the outside. What are you doing in here? Ing swept a sideways glance at Yifutian. Yifutian glanced at him nonchalantly, then looked at the others. I will lead you to breach the matrix. This power is increasing, we have to be quick. Yes. The people of Tombkeeper Village nodded. They all knew that this young man was chosen by the village chief. No need, Ing said coldly, looking on edge, but Yifutian ignored him and began to lead the people to breach the matrix. It didn't take long for the matrix to be cracked, and the people of Tombkeeper Village reached safety. Thank you so much. An elder thanked Yifutian. My pleasure, Yifutian replied casually. We could have breached the matrix without him. Ing gave Yifutian another sideways glance. The people of Tombkeeper Village looked at Ing and knew that this guy was prejudiced against Yifutian. Being the second most talented person in Tombkeeper Village, besides Yaya, the village chief chose Yifutian instead of him to inherit the sword diagram, and this rubbed Ing the wrong way. Just then, screams could be heard intermittently. Within the sword matrix, there were people continuously losing their lives. Yifutian looked back and shuddered inside. These were all people from the Holy Lands, who were powerful in their own right in the outside world. But now they had lost their lives here, perishing without a trace. At this juncture, a group of people dashed out of the sword matrix. It was Lu Zong and his party, the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Dynasty. When Yifutian saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised. These two major forces seemed to have united together, and in addition to the 9 disciples of the Chess Saint, that was equivalent to 3 holy lands of the Eastern State. Glass Saint and Sky Saint did not participate. Therefore, all the power of the Eastern State was on Lu Zong's side. At this time, a dreadful aura descended. Yifutian looked in that direction and saw blinding beams of light bursting out. The next moment, a line of figures forced its way through the matrix. In the midst of the void, a terrible slaughtering sword exploded from the sky. It was a sword that could slaughter everything. However, beams of rays pierced the sky and turned into a sword of holy light that went straight to heaven and penetrated the void. Collided with the slaughtering sword. Afterward, both disappeared, and a storm of destruction raging above the firmament. Next, a group of people scrambled out of the scope of the sword matrix, away from the confines of the sword diagram. They were the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light. They reappeared unhinged and flustered. One of them held a sword, whose blade bloomed immense glory. A holy sword, Forcible breach. Yifutian revealed an air of surprise. This was to disregard the balance of the sword matrix and forcing a way out with the help of a divine implement. However, by the look of it, the Hall of Holy Light paid a heavy price and lost almost half of its people. After that, all holy lands came out one after the other. Xia Clan, 9 State College, Jixia Holy Palace, Qi Clan, and Yu Clan were all able to breach the matrix. Clearly, there were true masters of matrices among them. Other holy lands, like the Hall of Holy Light, forced their way out. For the latter, they suffered heavy losses, and many cultivators lost their lives within the matrix. Even those who were able to breach the matrix had lost their people in the process. Everyone had a terrible look on their faces. They had speculated that this matrix was the last one before reaching the heart of Nether Sword Mound. But it was also here that they paid a painful price. If it was as they thought, they should have reached the heart of the Nether Sword Mound by now. An extremely chilled air enveloped everyone. Upon the land, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but swords. It seemed that this was Sword Mound, the place where swords were buried. "Let's go," someone said. Yifutian, also looking forward, started heading that way. This time, they walked for a long time, and in the great boundless land, there was an endless sword. "I feel the power of space rules," some cultivator commented. "Indeed, it's the power of space rules." Someone nodded. "How familiar." Next to Yifutian, Yaya whispered under her breath. Why did she feel this place to be so familiar, as if she had been here before? Even though she had cultivated at the Nether Sword Mound, she had never traveled so deep inside to such place. When she was a child, she had asked the village chief what was there. But the village chief told her that she would know when she grew up. "Look!" Someone looked up ahead. Many slowed down and some even stopped altogether. Their hearts trembled wildly. Not only were their swords thrust into the ground, but in the sky above, there were also countless swords hanging and pointing directly below, as if aimed toward them. Moreover, there was the immense sword will flowing above, as if this was the place of the real horror. Those who were at the top of the realm of the Sage Plane actually felt sick at the moment. Right then, there was a power that made them fearful. Yifutian's heart also pounded. He slowed down but continued to move forward. In the distance, besides the swords that were hanging from the sky, he saw a glimmer of brilliance, alluringly bloody and shocking to behold. It was like a sword, but it somehow resembled a sword eye. The sword will that coursed continuously between heaven and earth seemed to have originated from there. Yushang and Hua Jieyu both cast a glance at Yaya, and their eyes flashed a sharp spark. They had seen the same scenario when they fought Yaya. "Look there!" Someone pointed towards the distance. What they saw made everyone's heart beat violently. "Master!" Yang Xiao and other 9 disciples hailed. Everyone who was there looked in that direction, and it was a terrifying scenario. Above the firmament, there was an incredibly dreadful matrix diagram, shielding the sky. Endless sword will came falling down, and there were terrifying swords from the void above to the earth below. As far as the eye could see, there were 9 ancient nether swords, each about 100 meters high, that traversed between heaven and earth, slamming down. It was a super tenacious sword matrix that reached the sky, and underneath it, the figure of Chess Saint was trapped within. Around his body, there seemed to be millions of chess pieces distributed in every corner of that world. Each piece contained appalling power, equivalent to that of a sword. A great and boundless chessboard floated within the expanse, with Chess Saint sitting upon the chessboard. His body was 100 meters tall, akin to a statue of an ancient god in situ, but unable to move, as if with the slightest carelessness, he would meet his end. Even more frightening was that the sword will within the sword diagram seemed to be without end, with a constant flow of sword will pouring downward that rendered its power stronger and stronger. Chess Saint was able to utilize the strength of Saint Plane to set up a superstructure to keep himself from being annihilated by the sword matrix. However, the longer it went, even a saint would be exhausted eventually and die inside the matrix. People from all the holy lands were shaken to the core. Truly, even a strong practitioner of the Saint Plane was trapped here, unable to extricate himself from such a predicament. Hence the pretext of sitting for a peaceful death was in fact all but a cry for help. Xianxia and his party of 9 stepped forward, but just then the chess saint opened his eyes. Though the eyes were still spirited and dazzling like that of the gods, there was now fatigue showing in them. "Stop," a voice said, like thunder in clear sky, causing Xianxia and the others to stand still. "Look underneath your feet. Any further will cost you your lives." The voice of Chess Saint chimed again. Xianxia and the others looked at each other solemnly and looked down. They then felt a wretched aura fostering. "Be careful." Yi Futian was working the freedom meditation that sharpened his perception greatly. He warned those around him as he sensed the impending danger. This place would be deadlier than all they had experienced before. People from all the Holy Lands were solemnly waiting. They had lost the ease they had previously when they were able to breeze through the past 8 matrices. The profound lesson they learned from the 9th sword matrix was still fresh in their memory. Chess Saint, who may be the most powerful master matrix sorcerer in all of the 9 states, had been trapped by this place. So it was not hard to conceive how mighty this sword matrix really was. "Look there." Someone followed the sword matrix that had trapped the chess saint and saw that the sword will, along with the sword diagram, were from the same origin, the bloody sword eye. A giant sword was inserted into the ground, and all about the sword there permeated an extremely ancient air, faintly smelling of blood, as if the sword had been stained with interminable gore. The sword will from the sword eye flowed to the giant sword, and the giant sword released the airflow of the endless way of the sword, where it went on to imbue the entire nether sword mound. Even the sword matrix that had trapped the chess saint seemed to be born out of that giant sword. Just then, a pair of frightening frosty gleams shot out from the sword, and everyone felt bone-chilling frigidity. They actually saw a pair of eyes on the giant sword. In that instant, they felt that the sword was not just a sword but held life within it. "Is that sword alive, or am I hallucinating?" someone whispered. "No, you are not," someone replied. Everyone's heart was beating wildly, and they felt they were being watched by a pair of eyes. Then, blades of light of incomparable splendor shone and bloomed, appearing in every corner around them. Where they stood was the location of the sword matrix. In the expanse above them, clouds were twisting and changing color. At the location of the bloody sword eye, endless streams of the way of the sword flowed in that void, as if to lock everyone in place. "Is it too late to quit now?" someone asked quite seriously. Many had the idea that this might be where they would bury their bones. At this point, someone took a step back. Just one step, and instantly it seemed to have caught the attention of the giant sword. In a moment, he only felt a biting coldness piercing through him. An acute murderous intent had already locked onto him. "Oops!" A thought manifested in his mind, and his body instantly retreated. But above the void, in the slow-moving airflow of the way of the sword, a sword diagram suddenly materialized, and a sword plunged from the sky. Zing! The sword penetrated the void and slashed through thin air. The practitioner who belonged in the rank of magi did not even have the chance to scream before he was nailed in place, and his body immediately torn to pieces by the sword chi. The hearts of people beat violently, and no one dared to move again, their feet firmly rooted in the ground. This sword matrix will not take the initiative to attack, but every step is an opportunity for a kill. One wrong step means death. Chess saint-eyed everyone. His voice came out of the sword matrix, sending chills to those who heard him. Every step was an opportunity for a kill. Perhaps Chess Saint also took the wrong step. Even a saint could be trapped by the sword matrix after taking the wrong step. Although he was not killed on the spot, neither could he leave, and if he did not get out soon, death was imminent. "Master, how can we help you to get out?" Xianxia asked. He was not concerned about his own safety, but that of the chess saint. "I have already transformed the sword matrix into a chess game. Help Lu Zong to take that sword." Chess saint eyes drifted toward the giant sword underneath the sword eyes. This sword rules all the sword matrices within the nether sword mound. Gain control of the sword, and the matrices may disappear. Xianxia and the others nodded. Back when they laid out the Celestial Dragon chess game to find the one who could solve it, they understood that whoever solved the game that the 9 of them had laid out would imply that person's chess ability surpassed them. So now that the master asked them to assist Lu Zong was not an unreasonable request. All 9 of them looked at Lu Zong and saw that a golden light bloomed behind him. There was the faint shadow of a golden Buddha that superimposed over him and then integrated as one with his body. His hands were together to form a Buddha's seal. It was a seal of wisdom. Suddenly, Lu Zong was able to understand all things on the outside world and gained a clearer understanding of the laws and the ways of the matrix within the universe. This matrix harbored the 8 trigrams and 5 elements of the ancient mystic of divination, concealing the way of heaven and earth, and have integrated all the ways of the matrix. You will need to use everything you have learned to breach the matrix. Do not throw your lives away. Chess Saint regarded Lu Zong deeply and said, Lu Zong, you are in charge. I will do everything I can, Lu Zong replied. He then took a step forward, and when this step fell, a dazzling blade of light appeared but then dimmed. The position was taken over by Lu Zong. All right. The eyes of many sparked. For this matrix, one wrong step meant death. And now Lu Zong took a step with such confidence. It seemed that because he had solved the Celestial Dragon chess game cast by Chess Saint, he was already familiar with this matrix. The reason for his coming today was to breach the matrix. Gate of Life. Yifutian looked at the position where Lu Zong walked to and commented. He had cultivated diligently at the Chess Saint Villa to study the way of the matrix, so all this was familiar to him. Naturally, he recognized the step and the position that Lu Zong took was the Gate of Life in the mystic divination. Uncle, the divinatory symbols can predict good or evil. If so, can't you also speculate if that step is the right one or not? Yifutian asked Sage Wanxiang. They both stood in the same place without moving. Simple predictions of good and evil are meaningless. For example, if the pace you take can avoid the evil, but what of it after? Even if it is auspicious, the entire layout can still collapse because this is a matrix after all. It's different than astrology. Sage Wanxiang continued. Of course, we can also combine your matrix with my divination, and we will have a more certain chance of winning. Yifutian nodded. The sword is moving, the matrix is constantly evolving, you are right. To breach it would require the overview of the whole picture and to control the overall situation. One good step means nothing. Even if you walked many steps safely, if, in the end, you could not breach it and get stuck, it would still be death. People from all the Holy Lands had not moved, or rather, they dare not move. In fact, they had truly experienced the danger of the place, and now the thought of retreat was on their mind. But they were stuck in the middle, already in the midst of the matrix with no way to turn back. Finally, they understood why Nether Sword Mound was known as the most murderous place and that no one ever returned alive, unless it was someone like Lu Zong who had been mentored by Chess Saint, who transformed Sword Matrix into a chess matrix and passed it on to him, therefore giving him the chance to retreat. For the rest of them, it was impossible. You came too. Chess Saint, who was trapped by the Sword Matrix, looked at Yifutian. Yifutian looked up at that figure of the saint, enormous as the gods, and called out, Sir. He had entered the ancient hall of the Chess Saint to cultivate before, so it was natural that Chess Saint recognized him. You cracked the Celestial Dragon chess game, so it's no wonder you can enter this place. Chess Saint continued. You and Lu Zong join forces, assisting him in breaching the matrix. If I get out of this one, I will not forget your role in it. Yifutian looked at the Chess Saint and responded, Lu Zong and I each have our own ideas about the solutions to the matrix, and they may be in conflict and cause confusion. But Lu Zong is unparalleled in the arts of the matrix and solved the Celestial Dragon chess game left by you. In addition to being your true successor, he will surely have the best chance to breach the matrix. I am here, respectfully awaiting your release. His voice was calm and there was no falseness in it. If he and Lu Zong were to breach and matrix together and they had a difference in opinion, who was to listen to whom? Would Lu Zong be willing to ask people from the barren state to give the breach a try? Because of this, it was impossible to join forces. And he was also sure that many would lose their lives in the process during Lu Zong's attempt to breach. Even so, the matrix was still a hard one to crack. That day at the Chess Saint Villa, Lu Zong was able to crack the Celestial Dragon chess game because Li Kaishan deliberately made a wrong move. If it were not so, it would still be unknown whether the Celestial Dragon chess game would have been solved. Now, the power of this sword matrix was obviously stronger than the Celestial Dragon chess game. The difficulty of breaking the matrix was greater, and there could be no mistakes. A false step would cost a person's life. Under the circumstances, it would be impossible to make such a promise to Chess Saint, to disregard the lives of the people of the barren state in order to save Chess Saint. Even if Yi Futian were to breach the matrix himself, if he was without confidence, he would retreat. Compared to breach the matrix, the lives of the people of the barren state were far more important to him. Chess Saint cast an indifferent gaze at Yi Futian, said nothing, and looking at Lu Zong. He was unparalleled in the art of matrix, but at the moment, he was trapped under the sword diagram with a horrifying great matrix bearing pressure on top of him that could take his life at any moment. He could not divert his attention to instructing Lu Zong on how to breach the matrix. Moreover, the matrix was constantly evolving, and not being within the matrix, along with having his spiritual will blocked, prevented him from peering into the matrix, leaving him on the sidelines with nothing to do but watch. Even so, being a strong cultivator of the Saint Plane, Chess Saint was able to face this predicament while remaining cool and collected. His godlike body implanted in the midst of the destructive sword matrix, that terrifying sword matrix seemed to be able to destroy all but had not been able to consume him yet. Lu Zong had begun the breach of the matrix, leading the groups from Xihua Sacred Mountain, Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the 9 disciples of Chess Saint into the matrix, step by step. Lu Zong was quite accomplished in the ways of the matrix, and with the support of the 9 disciples of Chess Saint, it seemed that even this impossible sword matrix, where every step could spell death, could not stop them from moving forward. Everyone was advancing, standing in different positions, and seemed to be in the formation of the matrix also. Yi Futian observed quietly. He was in no hurry. He would let Lu Zong go and try it first. People from other holy lands stood in the same place without moving. Although each holy land had master matrix sorcerers present, at times such as this, without absolute certainty, who dared to take the risk? They even hoped that Lu Zong would be able to breach the matrix, so that they would have the opportunity to extricate themselves instead of being trapped here, unable to move. There was an elder who led the cultivators of the Xia clan because he wanted to investigate the Nether Sword Mound. He was also a powerful cultivator within the saint and sage ranking. Have you observed something strange about the sword? The elder of the Xia clan asked those around him. Yes. Everyone nodded. It's as if it's alive and can detect our movements. All the sword matrices seem to be set up by this sword. Have you ever heard of the rumors regarding the Nether Swordsman? The elder asked again, and everyone shook their heads as they continued to listen to the old man. There were rumors that there were 2 sword slaves under the Nether Swordsman. Both were of the Saint Plane. One died and the other sacrificed to the word and became the body of the sword. Sword slaves are all of the Saint Plane. Many trembled at the thought. There are different ranks within the Saint Plane. The Nether Swordsman was known as possessing an unparalleled method of Saint Plane. So how is it strange? The old man spoke lightly. The sages were above many others and treated them as subordinates, which was the same in all holy lands of the 9 states. You mean? Somebody stared at the giant sword, their heart pounding fiercely. Sacrifice the body to the sword and turn it into the sword itself. Then to feel the aura emanated from the sword, ancient and lethal, as if stained with endless blood. The master of all swords that could control all the sword will of heaven and earth and turned it into sword diagrams and sword matrices. If it was really as people had surmised that such a sword was located in this place, then what would that mean? No one knew, and perhaps no one would be able to solve the mystery. They've breached one sword realm, someone said, looking at Lu Zong. Lu Zong could be seen leading the cultivators of all 3 parties, solidifying a matrix of their own, breaking into the depths of the sword matrix. Where they passed, a field of sword matrix had been annihilated and turned safe. Is it true that he can breach this staunch sword matrix? Many trembled inside. The space was enclosed with endless murderous sword will. Lu Zong and his group continued pushing forward, but there was still a long way to go. Right then, a cultivator of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty took a step, and just when his foot touched the ground, a devastating exhalation descended from the sky above. His heart violently beat, and as he looked up, a streak of horrifying sword will fell on him like lightning. A soft hiss and he was pulverized without a trace. Dead. One wrong step means death. Lu Zong and the others stared, and the air suddenly became incomparably heavy. Apparently, in this terrifying matrix, even someone as accomplished as Lu Zong could still make a mistake. Lu Zong stood there, looking slightly awkward. He looked in the direction of the people from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. This is the real core of the sword matrix here at Nether Sword Mound. If it can be breached, there's a chance to take the divine sword or even taking control of the Nether Sword Mound, as well as help to rescue our Eastern State forebear, Chess Saint. But every step here is full of danger, and even I do not have absolute certainty. Although Saint and the Sacred King made a pact, if the Sacred King of the Great Zhou dynasty wishes to withdraw now, I will not object. The countenance on those from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was gloomy. After all, the one who died was one of their own, a member of the Golden Phoenix army, whose bloodline was that of the nobles of the sacred dynasty. Of course, if this matrix is not breached, I'm afraid we will all perish here. Lu Zong continued. Go ahead. Then, Zhou Du of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty said. Zhou Du was the older half-brother of Zhouya and Zhouyu, son of the Great Zhou sacred king, who was of the top-ranking Magi plane, and only one step from Sage plane. Because his spiritual talent was extremely elevated and his strength unyielding, he was the leader of the delegates from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, and he had volunteered. The Great Zhou sacred king was a king of the sacred dynasty and had many sons. Even so, he was reluctant to put his children at risk, so the task of entering the Forbidden Land was on a voluntary basis. However, Zhou Du and the others ventured into the Nether Sword Mound because the order was issued by the Sacred King himself, and was therefore of great importance. He clearly took the matter of the Nether Sword Mound extremely seriously, and so, they were willing to give it a try here. Very well. Lu Zong nodded. We will take turns, one step each so the chances are equal. If the step is wrong, then it was only fate. Everyone nodded, but Zhou Du had some reservations. The person who led the mission was Lu Zong. Naturally, the disciples of Chess Saint could not afford to die. Between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Lu Zong might be more inclined to protect Xihua Sacred Mountain. With Lu Zong's accomplishment in matrices, he would be able to detect which step was more dangerous than others. But he obviously could not voice his suspicions out loud. Lu Zong continued with the breach of the matrix, and the group continued pushing forward. They had now gone deep into the belly of the matrix, step by step, moving toward the giant sword. Their objective was clear. In the process of the breach, there were fatalities in succession. Among them, the death rate of those from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was significantly higher than that of Xihua Sacred Mountain. The 9 disciples of Chess Saint were experts of matrices themselves, so they were able to make some calculations and stayed safe. Incidentally, the fallen were weaker cultivators and not the most pivotal of the party. Under such circumstances, it was clear to everyone what was happening, but no one could pin the blame on anyone. Between life and death, who would not make the most beneficial action and the smallest sacrifice? I quit, a voice called out. It was a young, strong cultivator from the Golden Phoenix army. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt stares on him, giving him a great sense of pressure. Zhou Yan, how dare you? Zhou Zi scolded. I give up continuing the breach. If I don't know how many of us from Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty will be able to walk out of here, so I opt to retreat. Zhou Yan looked at Zhou Zi firmly. Not long ago before this, his brother had perished in the sword matrix. Besides, he could feel that it would soon be his turn to be used to explore and test the most dangerous places. Even if the matrix would finally be breached, he would still be dead. Obviously, he was not willing to be expandable. I agree with Zhou Yan, someone else piped up, also a member of the Golden Phoenix army. He looked sharply at Lu Zong, with a clear sense of disapproval. Thereafter, the voices of dissent continued. Many from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty declined to continue. What did they have anything to do with the mission of rescuing Chess Saint? Even though the sacred king had assigned tasks to them, compared to their lives, what could be more important? As falling apart, everyone thought to themselves. Lu Zong had already advanced more than halfway, which was extraordinary. But even so, people's hearts were no longer in it. Not only had those from the great sacred Zhou dynasty began to give up, but even the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain began to tire. They should have never come here. This mission was too dangerous. They had thought that, with all the holy lands banding together, they could vanquish even the Forbidden Land. But now it seemed that they made a grievous mistake. Lu Zong looked perturbed and said, "We have already lasted this long. Why give up now? But I won't force anyone who's not willing to continue." After that, he continued with the breach. Some followed and some did not. Yifutian quietly took everything in. His eyes had a strange luster to them. He was working the freedom meditation. At the same time, in his mind, there was a humongous chessboard playing the moves deduced by Lu Zong, trying to find the solution to breach the matrix, but it was so far unsuccessful. Time passed by bit by bit. This murderous space seemed especially silent. Only the whistling of the sword chi could be heard in the sky. After a while, Zhou Du stopped, a look of humiliation on his face. He said, "We can give up now." Great Zhou sacred dynasty had suffered great and painful losses. He distinctly felt that the more they approached the end, the stronger the pressure from Lu Zong would become. Even if the matrix was really breached, it might very well be on the lives of all the people from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. Lu Zong still did not give up and continued with Xianxia and the others. They stepped closer and closer to the giant sword, but the terrifying sword's matrix was surrounding them, turning into an immensely powerful will to slay. "I can't get through." Lu Zong closed his eyes and was disappointed to the core. Yang Xiao and the rest also felt that they had been mistaken. This method could not breach the matrix. Chess Saint also revealed a look of disappointment. Just as anticipated, there was no miracle. When he was here, he too took a wrong step so that he lost everything. Even though Lu Zong was outstanding, the matrix was still beyond him. Then, on to the second method as a last resort. "Lu Zong, Yang Xiao, come back and see if you can open a gap in the sword matrix that trapped me." "I will try to use matrix against matrix," Chess Saint said. A flash crossed Lu Zong's eyes, but he nodded nonetheless. "Yes, master." Yang Xiao and others complied. Li Kaishan bowed his head slightly, a keen look in his eyes. Lu Zong and the rest had begun to retreat. At the moment, a safe area emerged in the matrix. In addition to Lu Zong's expertise in matrices, retreat was not a problem. But right then, Yifutian stepped out toward the matrix. Behind Yifutian and Sage Wanxiang, starlight twinkled, and a star will rotated, revealing a resplendent astrological phenomenon of divinatory symbols in the void. Suddenly, all eyes were now on Sage Wanxiang, the master astrologer. But astrologers were known for their short lifespan, so it was fitting that an astrologer should be involved at this point of the breach. Soon, there was a region where the sword chi had been smashed, and the swords that were in the earth dissipated, which made many people look especially relieved. Yifutian and his companions stood in different positions, moving forward in formation. Obviously, Yifutian was as equally accomplished in the art of matrices as Lu Zong. Quickly Yifutian returned to where he was before, and abruptly, the sword matrix evolved once again, as if everything he had done before was in vain. Again, Yifutian continued his attempt to move forward, cautiously letting Sage Wanxiang reveal good or evil before taking each step. It was not that he was not confident in himself, but he would not gamble with the lives of those from the barren state, so he would only step into the matrix if he was absolutely certain. "It's still not right." Yifutian attempted a few more times in a row and turned back each time. The chessboard in his mind calculated wildly, but the outcome of each one was a failure. "It's impossible for you to breach this matrix. Come over and help me." At this instant, a voice called out, causing Yi Futian to turn his eyes to the direction of Chess Saint. At the moment, Xianxia and the others, the cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the people of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty stood in different positions under the sword diagram that trapped Chess Saint. Yi Futian's pupils contracted slightly. He was preoccupied with breaching the matrix before and did not pay much attention to the situation there. But now, perceiving the scene in front of him, he had a slight premonition of something going terribly wrong. Looking at the sword diagram above Chess Saint, and in his mind the chessboard continued its calculations, and the situation was presented in the spirit chessboard. His expression changed quickly. "Allow the people of the barren state to help rescue me, and you can be a successor of mine. I will pass the way of the matrix onto you and keep an eye on the welfare of the barren state." Chess Saint continued. "With the capabilities of Lu Zong and Yang Xiao, coupled with your expertise in matrices and the strong practitioners of the barren state, I have a 90% certainty to be freed. Naturally, I believe you. With all due respect, at this moment, I am deep in the matrix, so I will try to breach this one first, and perhaps then there will an opportunity to extricate you." Yi Futian refused diplomatically. "Insolence!" Chess Saint's voice was icy, and he gazed at Yi Futian. "I already said that it's impossible for you to breach that sword matrix. Except for me, no one can do it. Now help me quickly, like a god." His voice conveyed the absolute authority of a saint, and no one dared to disobey his tyrannical command. Those from the barren state frowned. Chess Saint was the one trapped, and yet he dared to be this demanding? As if the people of the barren state were in debt to him. "Unfortunately, I am unable to comply," Yi Futian replied. He looked at Zhou Gongzi, wondering if he should warn him. But the Chess Saint was his master. If he chose not to heed it, what then? "How dare you?" The Chess Saint spoke coldly. "Do you know the consequences for disobeying my orders?" As soon as he finished speaking, the air was filled with a subtle fear that made people's hearts palpitate. Yi Futian looked extremely conflicted. His eyes swept toward those from Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Xianxia, and the others. He said, "If you want to live, retreat quickly now." Everyone was stunned and looked at Yi Futian. What did it mean? Chess Saint's eyes flashed an exceedingly cold intent to kill when he heard what was said. "Brother Yi," Zhou Gongzi called out. He did not understand. "Zhou Gongzi, you should know that I have read extensively in the field of matrix formations, and I have integrated that knowledge and comprehended its ways. There is a lesser-known matrix called sacrificial matrix. In the calculation I just made, where you are all standing is roughly in the formation of a sacrificial matrix." Yi Futian said, "Your master, Chess Saint, set you up to come here, to make you a sacrifice, so he can be freed." Yi Futian's words were like a jolt of lightning, causing Yang Xiao and the others to feel confused. Their master wanted to use them as a sacrifice? Presently, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Xihua Sacred Mountain had experts standing in the matrix where the Chess Saint was trapped in. Their expressions all paled, and they looked towards the Chess Saint. Even though they were prejudiced against Yi Futian, they still took his words in and were cautious. "Master," Yang Zhao's wife, the Chess Saint's third disciple, called out. She looked towards the Chess Saint with a pale expression. In reality, she had been practicing the art of the matrix with her master since young. Although her master had never taught them these kinds of sacrificial matrices, she had felt that the location that their group was standing was ominous. The people from the various holy lands looked towards the Chess Saint. At that moment, it was like time had stopped. Yi Futian's expression was extremely piercing. It turned out that from the start, the Chess Saint had never trusted that anyone could help him break free from this extraordinary sword matrix. Even if they could solve the celestial dragon chess game, how could someone do what he could not? So, the Chess Saint had created a setup in the Chess Saint Villa to select a suitable candidate. Under those circumstances, he did not even need to consider who he should pick between him and Lu Zong. Lu Zong was someone with ambition, and he could bring Xihua Sacred Mountain's experts into the sacrificial matrix. From Lu Zong's current position, Yi Futian knew that the Chess Saint and Lu Zong must have had come to an agreement. Otherwise, he would not sacrifice the Xihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's experts. Of course, just like when they were solving the matrix previously, the most crucial few like Zhou Du and Zhou Ye were all in safe locations. Evidently, Lu Zong did not dare to make two reckless moves. Yi Futian even wondered if Saint Xihua knew about this setup. If he did not, how was Lu Zong to account for the death of the Xihua Sacred Mountains experts after the chess saint was released? Yi Futian knew that once he said those words, he had offended the chess saint completely. However, how could he agree to letting the chess saint use the barren state as a sacrifice? Since that was the case, he could only fall out with the chess saint and make Xianxia and the rest escape, not allowing the chess saint's plan to come to fruition. Nonsense. Look clearly, what is this matrix? A terrifying light shot out of the chess saint's eyes, and instantly, the surrounding people felt a formless force, as though a strong magnetic force was pulling them in. A frightening force flowed from the chess saint onto their bodies. Why are you not retreating? Do you want to die? Yi Futian shouted. Retreat. The people from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were the most decisive and retreated immediately. Regardless of whether it was a sacrificial matrix, they had no obligation to help the chess saint escape. The people from Xihua Sacred Mountain also started to retreat. However, just as they were about to leave, the sword matrix of the void surrounded them. All of them were trapped in the matrix. The giant chessboard descended from the skies. At that moment, they were like pieces on the board. The sword diagram's force that had targeted the chess saint all rushed towards them. Master, why? Yang Zhao's expression was pale as he stared at his master. How could he not understand what he had been caught up in? The 9 of them had always been proud of their master. Even after their master had been trapped, they continued to follow his orders and follow Lu Zong into the Forbidden Land to save him despite the danger. The Holy Lands had come for the secret of the Nether Sword Mound while they had come to save the chess saint. However, their master had set up a ploy to use them as a sacrifice. The heavens are the chessboard and the masses are its pieces. I am willing to become a chess player. This is the way of chess. The chess saint's voice was solemn and there was no trace of hesitation in his eyes. He had cultivated for many years to become a saint that was revered by the masses. He entered the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound for the 9 states number 1 matrix, but he was not willing to be trapped in the Nether Sword Mound. I do not understand, Xianxia replied. That is why you cannot become a saint, the chess saint said coolly. Xianxia, master has always had high expectations for you, but your disposition is weak. If you enter the saint plane, you could have lent me a hand without me having to do this. Cultivation is to plunder, plundering the Tao of the heavens. Many experts from holy lands reeled at the chess saint's words. Was cultivation really to plunder? If the chess saint felt that cultivation was plundering the Tao of the heavens, what else would he not plunder? The heavens were the chessboard, but he wanted to be the player. What is the point of cultivating in such a heartless Tao? Yi Futian had an ashen expression as he asked. He was slower in the end. He did not expect the chess saint to be so decisive and activate the matrix immediately, causing those who tried to retreat to be trapped. Evidently, the chess saint had made adequate preparations. The path of Tao is originally heartless. Do you even know cultivation? The chess saint glanced at Yi Futian with a frigid expression. This bastard could actually see through the sacrificial matrix. It was no wonder that he did not end up as his chess piece. Without the people of the barren state, the strength of the sacrificial matrix would weaken significantly and he was much less confident. Moreover, he had no choice but to activate it prematurely because of Yi Futian. At that moment, through his icy stare, Yi Futian was like a dead man to him. Seeing the chess saint's stare full of killing intent, Yi Futian casually turned around and did not look at the chess saint. He knew what he had to do. If the chess saint really broke loose, he would die a terrible death. He needed to find a way to break through the matrix in order to have a chance at survival. Xianxia, for all of you to die for me, you have nothing to regret. The chess saint's voice sounded throughout the area, causing many people from the various holy lands to feel chills down their spine. If it had not been for the chess saint's order to not attack the barren states people, or perhaps he had done it to borrow their strength for the sacrificial matrix, His threats and temptation towards Yifutian was to make the people from the barren state enter the sacrificial matrix. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the chess saint moved. He wanted to rush out of the matrix diagram, but the sword diagram's force crushed down with terrifying swordsmanship towards a direction. Over there, one of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's experts shouted in agony as he was crushed to smithereens, and a chess piece replaced him to withstand the attack for the chess saint. Chess saint, you dare kill the people from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty? Even if you escape today, the Sacred King will not let you off. Another person from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty said coldly. As his voice landed, a terrifying force rushed towards him, killing him off. At the same time, more pressure was lifted off the chess saint. To the chess saint, his number one priority now was to get out. Everything else was secondary. Moreover, he had tried his best to keep the sacrifices to a minimum. However, if it came down to it, he could kill everyone. If he did not, he would end up dead in the Matrix. He really has the chance to destroy the Matrix. The people from the various holy lands stared at the chess saint. His mastery in matrices was originally already unrivaled in the 9 states. Even though he was trapped in the sword matrix, he did not die and was able to confront the sword matrix. Now that many experts had entered the sacrificial matrix, he could divert the sword matrix's force towards them and break the balance, allowing him a chance to escape. What would happen if the chess saint managed to escape? Would he be able to destroy the sword matrix? Their gazes turned towards Yifutian. They saw Yifutian also attempting to destroy the matrix, but he did not borrow Sage Wanxiang's strength any longer. There was no more time. He could not afford to use divination for every step he took. His speed was fast, but he had repeatedly returned to the starting point with a grim expression. He could not destroy it. There were no weak points in the matrix. There was no flaw in the matrix. It was even more terrifying than the celestial dragon chess game. Although he had the sword diagram, he had not completely comprehended the 10th sword diagram. Otherwise, he would have entered the Forbidden Land a long time ago and not waited so long. However, the arrival of the people from the various holy lands forced his hand and he could only enter. In his head, he advanced the movements of the chess board at a terrifying pace, but it was pointless. At that moment he turned around. A heart-wrenching sound was heard as a terrifying sword will impaled Yang Zhao's wife's body. The number 1 beauty of Yujing City gradually became ethereal. She looked at the figure in the air that was emitting boundless light with a vengeance. That was the person that she respected the most, but he had ended her life in such a way. Tears trickled down her face as she took one final look at Yang Zhao before disappearing. "Sister!" the other shouted. But in the next moment, sword wills descended one after the other, and the chess saint's disciples all died and crumbled to dust. Soon, there were only 3 people left among the 9 disciples. They were Yang Xiao, Li Kaishan, and Zhou Gongzi. Yang Xiao was an expert on the sage and saint ranking, so his resilience was the strongest. Zhou Gongzi was the weakest, so he could not provide much strength, even if he was sacrificed. As such, the chess saint could not be bothered to sacrifice him, so he was spared. Conversely, Li Kaishan actually retreated from the matrix. "You knew!" Yang Xiao shouted at Li Kaishan with a cold tone. "Big brother, for master, die with no regrets." Li Kaishan looked at Yang Xiao and said, "Why don't you die instead?" Zhu Gongzi shouted out. With his personality, seeing his brothers and sisters die in front of him was enough to send him into a frenzy. When he looked at his imposing master, it was like looking at a demon. How awful! The people from the various holy lands saw the scene and thought, incredulous. Those who entered the matrix had died with the exception of Lu Zong and a few others. The vast majority had not died in attempting to destroy the matrix, but to the sacrificial matrix. The chess saint was really ruthless. He could kill his own disciples without a shred of hesitation. He was decisive, strong-willed, and could not be moved. Crackle. Cracks appeared in the terrifying sword diagram as the chess saint flew higher and higher. All of a sudden, countless chess pieces flew forward and a fearsome shadow passed through the matrix, escaping from it and flying forward. Materialization of spiritual will. Everyone was stunned. The chess saint had not escaped. as his physical body was still trapped in the matrix. But another chess saint had rushed out and was heading towards the giant sword. The giant sword howled, and a cold gaze looked towards the chess saint. In the skies, under the blood-colored sword eyes, flowed a terrifying sword will. The sword diagram in the skies rolled around in a frenzy, then descended from the sky onto the chess saint like blades from another dimension. The path as a chessboard. A cold voice sounded, and countless chess pieces appeared in the area and flew towards the heavens, turning it into a chessboard. Crash. With a thunderous sound, a blade that was slashing down was blocked by a chess piece in the sky. Crash, crash, crash. The violent clashes continued, causing the air to quiver and the earth to shake. In the skies, countless black chess pieces turned into a chessboard. The Great Path chessboard managed to block all the falling swords. Even so, cracks appeared on the Great Path chessboard. The pieces looked as though they were about to fall apart, but they had created enough time for the chess saint. His body was already landing where the giant sword was, and his hand stretching out to grab it. Lu Zong looked towards his direction with a gleam in his eyes. That sword was the key to the nether sword mound and was likely to be able to control all the sword wills. Just as the chess saint's palm landed, an extremely sharp force that could slice through everything emerged from the sword. In the next moment, a towering killing light burst forth from the giant sword. The sword then disappeared and was replaced by a human figure. The human figure felt as though it had been forged by countless swords. His gaze was like swords, his arms were like swords, his body was like a sword, and even his silver hairs were swords. It's really him? The experts from the Xia clan gasped. Could it be that his conjecture was correct? The giant sword was a sword slave that followed the sword saint of the void back then and had sacrificed himself to his sword to protect the sword saint of the void. Could it be that the sword saint of the void was really buried here? At that moment, the sword matrix in the air suddenly rampaged, and countless sword chi rushed downwards with even more force. However, the chess saint turned around and looked coldly in Yi Futian's direction. Immediately, one of the chess pieces in the air was destroyed and a sword chi descended from the sky. "Watch out!" Yi Futian shouted. However, in front of him, a person from Tombkeeper village was killed on the spot, causing Yi Futian's expression to become pale. The rustling sword currents were unbelievably wild as the chess saint and the sword figure were at a stalemate. Around the two of them, an alarming whirlpool appeared and the chess pieces cut off the earth while the sword veil blocked off the air. The destructive air current rampaged in the area, but even so, the chess saint still wanted to kill Yi Futian and his friends. "Uncle Fong." Yaya's expression was pale as she shouted, "If you enter the sacrificial matrix, perhaps you might not die," the chess saint said in a cold voice. Yaya's gaze turned icy as her eyes turned crimson, like blood, and it was as though there was a sword in her eyes. Around her body, a terrifying sword will flowed and her body gradually rose into the air with an ancient aura. At that moment, the sword will in the air seemed to resonate with the one around her body. The sense of familiarity was becoming even stronger. Yaya raised her head and looked at the blood-colored sword in the air. The same scene also appeared in her eyes, and at that moment, her blood-colored eyes let out a gleaming light that was extremely brilliant. Behind her eyes, countless sword wills appeared in the air and turned into a horrifying storm that moved towards Yaya. Not just that, but the sword matrix in the air seemed to have formed a resonance with her. The matrix let out a brilliant light as though it had been activated. "Yaya!" Yi Futian raised his head and looked towards Yaya. He was not too shocked as he had his conjectures previously. The chess saint looked towards Yaya, and an extremely sharp glint appeared in his eyes. The matrix had been activated, so that was why. No wonder he could not destroy the matrix, as the matrix in this area was a dead matrix. "Lu Zong, she's a spiritual body. Take her down and stand in her position to destroy the matrix," the chess saint shouted. Yaya was likely to be the sword spiritual body or the matrix spiritual body, so she was the crux of the matrix. The nether sword mound actually had two foundations, the main sword matrix and this last, who was the core of the matrix. Lu Zong looked towards Yaya, but he saw Yi Futian look at him, then said, Xihua Sacred Mountain's Lu Zong should have no part in the chess saint's escape? He intentionally said this because he wanted to see if Lu Zong actually dared to do it. If he stepped in, it would mean that he had actually participated in the chess saint's escape plan. If that was so, would Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty let him off? Lu Zong's gaze landed on Yi Futian as he said, "The chess saint is a saint. How many saints are there in the 9 states? Every saint plane cultivator is a treasure to the 9 states. Since the situation is like it is now, the most important thing to do is to help Senior Chess Saint break free. Palace Lord Yi, if you help out in cracking the matrix now, perhaps Senior will not begrudge you. In that case, the people from Xihua Sacred Mountain, Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Chess Saint Villa's disciples all deserve to die?" Yi Futian's expression was frigid as he replied. "In the 9 states, how many people are on the saint ranking?" Lu Zong stepped forward as he retorted. A few experts from the Xihua Sacred Mountain followed him. These were the important people in Xihua Sacred Mountain and were not sacrificed. Of course, Li Kaishan was there as well. "Go crack the matrix." The sword saint looked at Yi Futian and said as he took out his broadsword, "Go." Zhuge Qingfeng and Sage Wanxiang chipped in as well. The situation at hand was extremely dire. At least the chess saint was being restricted now. Once the chess saint completely broke free, they would all die. The chess saint had already made his choice and would not stop. Yi Futian nodded and looked at Yaya, then turned and walked towards the matrix, saying, "Follow me." Gu Donglu, Hua Jieyu, and the others followed Yi Futian even though they were of no help. Yuan Hong also followed Yi Futian. At that moment, he had transformed into a giant golden ape and stood tall like a demon god, standing guard at the side. He would protect Yi Futian. To him, Yi Futian's life was more important than anything else. In this chaotic matrix, danger was in every corner. "You guys deal with them. Li Kaishan will accompany me in cracking the matrix," Lu Zong said as he left the Sword Saint to Xihua Sacred Mountain's experts. The opportunity to crack the matrix had already appeared, so he needed to crack it before Yi Futian. Otherwise, once Yi Futian cracked the matrix, they did not know what changes would appear. Lu Zong exerted his spiritual energy to the limit. A Buddhist light glowed as he formed the hand of wisdom, and he started to decipher in his head. Signs of cracking finally appeared in the terrifying sword matrix. Yaya's appearance had activated the matrix. It was no longer a dead matrix and could be cracked. In his head, the sword diagram in the sky let out a boundless glow, and the sword wills in the area filled the vast area. The center was filled with killing intent, and the 5 elements and 8 trigrams appeared in the matrix. Cracking the matrix would require technique, not cultivation level. "Li Kaishan, follow my instructions," Lu Zong said as he pointed to a location. "Go there." A glint appeared in Li Kaishan's eyes. His mastery in matrices was also extraordinary, even among the 9 disciples of the chess saint. His mastery in matrices could be ranked first alongside Xianxia. He could naturally see that the step that Lu Zong had chosen was extremely exquisite. Attempting to destroy the life of the matrix. He had chosen the location where the matrix was born, and Lu Zong had asked him to destroy one of the cores of the matrix. However, he was still hesitant. Seeing that, Lu Zong frowned and transmitted his voice, saying, "Li Kaishan, if we are successful today, there will be a place for you in the battle for the divine path." Li Kaishan's expression lit up. Why did he look for Lu Zong initially? The masses thought that he was an honest person, but in reality, he had already understood the truth of the world. When his master had taught them, he had once said that the masses were mere chess pieces. He was unwilling to accept his fate as a chess piece and wanted to become a chess player. His big brother and third sister were in love, but he was single and understood his master the most. Although he had taken in 9 disciples, it was for the purpose of advancing his own path. By teaching disciples, he could comprehend the deeper meaning behind the path. Although the chess saint usually treated them extremely well, he was actually a heartless person. In all his years of cultivation, he had no path companion and no children, only focusing on his cultivation. He, Li Kaishan, was the person who was most like his master, the chess saint. he would naturally leave a way out for himself and also for the battle for the divine path in the future. Now, Lu Zong had a way out, but he did not. Stepping forward, Li Kaishan had no choice but to become Lu Zong's chess piece. He released an extremely strong aura as his footsteps landed heavily on the ground, trampling the swords beneath his feet. There were no other swords that flew towards him from the air, meaning that he had chosen the correct path. This step was exceptionally important. I have a chance. Lu Zong's expression was sharp as he continued to observe the matrix. He then pointed out another step for Li Kaishan to continue walking. Li Kaishan continued forward, moving through the matrix, continuously destroying it. The direction that Li Kaishan was walking in was the direction where the giant sword was. Lu Zong did not move and stood still, occasionally looking at Yaya, as though waiting for a chance. If he wanted to destroy the matrix, Yaya was an important element. Many people watched the scene with gleaming expressions. Perhaps there really was a way to destroy the matrix. On the other end, a battle had already erupted between the Sword Saint and Lu Zong's men. They did not dare to move recklessly as the terrifying demonic blade slashed through the air towards them. The other party struck out with his palm with the force of a mountain to counter. Ing Ho and the other people from Tombkeeper Village all stood around Yaya, looking cautiously at the various factions. The people from the various holy lands had it the worst, completely becoming onlookers that were at risk within the trap that the chess saint had set. They had no way of resisting against the matrix. Perhaps a saint could do so, but Saint Plain cultivators would not put themselves in danger easily. After all, even the chess saint had been trapped here. At this moment, Yi Futian also started to crack the matrix. He closed his eyes and released his spiritual energy. The sight from the outside world was imprinted into his head as he started deciphering the matrix. Hua Jieyu released her life spirit and used her telekinesis to fuse everyone's spiritual energy together. However, Yi Futian did not give the command after a long time and continued deciphering. Hua Jieyu, Yu Shang and Gu Donglu all looked towards Yi Futian, waiting patiently. Who? Taking a deep breath, Yi Futian opened his eyes again and looked at the people beside him, saying, "Let me test the matrix personally. Among us, only you can decipher the matrix. If you test the matrix and something goes wrong, all of us will die here." Gu Donglu looked at Yi Futian with a sharp expression and said, "Be decisive when you need to." As cultivators, their mindsets were firm. The chess saint did not even have a shred of hesitation when sacrificing his disciples. As for Yi Futian, he hesitated even when his friends were willing to test the matrix for him. This was Yi Futian's weakness. His emotions could be a weakness as well. Although the chess saint was ruthless, he was decisive and had no weaknesses. That was why he could immediately make a decision that was most beneficial for him at any time. There is no time to hesitate. Yi Wuchen also attempted to persuade Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at the friends in front of him. He did not know whether it was the correct decision to enter the trap. Sage Wanxiang had once divined that this trip would be ominous. However, if they grabbed the opportunity, it could be a blessing. The Baron State's palace has made it through every battle so far. So what if we're in this trap today? It is merely a repetition of history. Suke said lazily, as though he did not care. Since they had chosen to leave the Baron State, since they had chosen to enter the Nether Sword Mound, there was nothing to hesitate about. Taking a look at the chess saint, Yaya, and his big brother's battle, Yi Futian's expression became more determined all of a sudden. He closed his eyes and fused his consciousness with the others. In an instant, a terrifying sword diagram appeared in everyone's heads. The sword diagram appeared huge, with yin and yang supporting each other, the 5 elements all present, the 8 trigrams imprinted. The swords hovered in the air with an unyielding aura. All of them appeared to have seen through the giant formation. Everything that was in Yi Futian's head was presented before them. They even saw Lu Zong ordering Li Kaishan to weave through the sword matrix. Every step he took was a breach in the matrix, attempting to walk out from the matrix to retrieve the giant sword. This was Lu Zong's method of destroying the matrix. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. A voice sounded from Yi Futian's head and said to them, "Enter from the Kuan position." As his voice landed, the ancient directions, Qian, Kuan, Li, Ken, all appeared on the giant sword diagram. There were also the yin and yang formation as well as the 5 elements. They all fit into the formation, and the sword matrix surrounded the sword diagram with endless life, creating countless sword wills. "I'll go," Gu Donglu said. As he said that, he stepped forward, and Yi Futian clenched his fists tightly. Every movement by his third brother was played in slow motion in his head. There was even a bead of sweat on his forehead. The ending that he had deciphered was completely different from before and the complete opposite of what Lu Zong was doing. He was not attempting to destroy the matrix. If his conjecture was wrong, it would be fatal. His third brother could end up dying, so naturally he was scared. Not just him, Zhuge Mingyue and the others also watched intently. Time appeared to have slowed down. This first step was extremely crucial. If this step was wrong, Yi Futian would know that he was wrong, but his third brother might have to pay with his life. He had wanted to take the step himself, but Gu Donglu had said that he was the only one with the mastery to decipher the matrix. If anything happened to him, all of them would end up dying here. Then, Gu Donglu was the first to step out and test the matrix. This was his resolve. Time passed slowly as Yi Futian's heart pounded. At that moment, 9 words surrounded Gu Donglu, emitting a brilliant light. He had already released his life spirit, as though he was preparing to ward off a killing strike at any time. Finally, his foot landed in the direction, and immediately sword wills passed by his body with no killing intent. The formation in the sky appeared to have lit up even more. Success! Yi Futian heaved a sigh of relief. He did not dare to imagine what would have happened if his third brother had taken the wrong step. How would he be able to face himself then? It was no wonder he was that nervous. He opened his eyes and looked at Yaya, his gaze becoming resolute. When Yaya communicated with the blood-colored sword eye, adding on what the village chief had said to him, he had an extremely crazy thought. Since there was a chance of survival, that chance of survival was the opportunity. Why did they have to destroy the matrix? The sword matrix was only able to be activated because of Yaya. It had been activated from a dead matrix. Since that was so, why did they need to destroy it? Perhaps the chess saint was wrong from the start. As such, he had misled the chess saint Villa, Lu Zong, and everyone else. Lu Zong had also seen Gu Donglio's movements. An astonished expression appeared in his eyes. What was Yi Futian trying to do? He was not destroying the matrix, he was guiding the matrix. Was he out of his mind? Li Kaishan was destroying the matrix's momentum while he was accumulating it. Yi Futian's method of destroying the matrix was the complete opposite of his. Did Yi Futian really want to destroy the matrix? Kuan position. Since his third brother was fine, Yi Futian's expression became even more determined, and he closed his eyes again. He did not let anyone else take the next step. The people around him were all close to him. He would not make a decision or sacrifice anyone. If he decided to sacrifice someone, his mind would waver and he would feel guilty. Zhuge Mingyue took the second step, following in Gu Donglio's footsteps and landing in the Kuan position. Li position, Yi Futian continued. Following that, Hua Jieyu and Yushang stepped forward one after the other to gain momentum for the matrix, causing it to become even brighter. The entire sword matrix appeared to have been activated, becoming stronger. In the skies, where the blood-colored sword eye was, countless sword wills flowed and landed on Yaya's body, circulating within her body. Yaya closed her eyes and her ordinary aura had disappeared, and the current her had a razor-sharp aura. It was as though she had become a sword. At that moment, the chess saint, who was facing off against the figure that the giant sword had transformed into, looked in Yi Futian's direction and realized what Yi Futian was trying to do. The godlike figure frowned. Yi Futian's every step was restoring the matrix's momentum, rejuvenating the parts of the matrix that had been destroyed by Li Kaishan and creating a complete matrix. Moreover, he made the people around him stand in the key positions, causing force to gather there and guide the matrix. They had caused the sword diagram to become even more brilliant, as though it was going to be restored completely. Impossible. The chess saint was astounded as he thought. His heart had wavered. For the 9 states number 1 matrix, the sword matrix of the void, he had put himself in danger and stepped foot into the forbidden land of the Nether Sword Mound. He was the strongest matrix sorcerer in the 9 states, he was in the Saint Plane, excelled in matrices, and could create impressive chess games. That was why he dared to enter. Even when he was trapped, he still believed that he could escape and had planned a scheme on the chess saint villa for today when hope would reappear. His heart had never wavered. However, at this moment it had wavered. As the 9 states number 1 matrix sorcerer, could it be that what he previously thought was wrong? He had easily deciphered the matrix on the periphery and reached here. Could it be that the matrices outside were all misleading him, making him feel that he was naturally destroying the matrix and limiting his frame of mind? However, when he saw Yifutian's movements, he suddenly realized that there was another option apart from destroying the matrix. This option was related to the reason he came here, the 9 states number 1 matrix, the sword matrix of the void. Why could it not be to guide the matrix? If he could continue to expedite the matrix and activate it completely, what would happen? As he felt the rushing sword will from the blood-colored sword eye, he looked at Yaya again. This was not his fault. Previously, when Yaya had not appeared, the matrix was a dead matrix. But why could Yifutian think of that? At that moment, the matrix became even stronger. In the area, countless sword wills flowed into the matrix, and Yaya stood in the center of the matrix, absorbing the countless sword wills. At that moment, the chess saint understood that he had been wrong. Yifutian might be on the right track. This was a genius. Yifutian had actually thought of a method to decipher the matrix that he had not. Moreover, this was his initial aim. Lu Zong, take down that girl, the chess saint shouted. Yaya was the crux of the matrix. Since he was already wrong, he would go all the way. The chess saint attempted to activate the chess pieces in the air to descend and attack Yifutian, but he saw countless sword wills rushing towards him. The figure that was fighting with him appeared to come alive, its body moving and creating an even stronger sword will, crushing the descending chess pieces and depriving him of the chance to attack. At that moment, Lu Zong also realized that Yifutian could be on the right track, while he had been wasting his time all along. Stepping forward, Lu Zong headed towards Yaya, a Buddhist palm striking forward with frightening power. However, an eye-catching figure descended in front of him like a rock. It was Ing, who had appeared in front of Yaya, his palm grabbing towards the front like an invincible claw. His palm had sword will and spatial rule power in it and crushed the Buddhist palm. At the same time, the 2 experts from Tombkeeper Village protecting Yaya released their aura, and it descended onto Lu Zong. However, Li Kaishan had also retreated and appeared behind Yaya. As Li Kaishan cleaved down with his axe, the axe's light gleamed and traveled forward. He was the chess saint's second disciple and an archmage, so he was extremely strong. The axe's cleave seemed as though it would kill Yaya. The 2 experts from Tombkeeper Village immediately turned around and struck out with their fists. Ferocious beasts appeared and let out earth-shattering howls, but they were still cleaved apart by Li Kaishan's axe. The 2 of them stepped forward at the same time and a wild aura erupted from them, stopping Li Kaishan in his tracks. With Yaya at the center, a huge battle broke out. Ing tore through the air and reached Lu Zong, his brilliant rock blades slashing down. The 2 of them were at similar cultivation levels and a terrifying fight broke out. Lu Zong was extremely strong. He was the most outstanding cultivator of the young generation in Xihua Sacred Mountain and was reputed as the next successor. He was taught by 3 saints and they pinned their hopes on him. As such, everyone could see how high their expectations for Lu Zong were. Lu Zong also had huge ambitions and had even wanted Yifutian to follow his orders and serve him, to make the Barren State's palace lord work under him. However, at that moment, Ing, at the same cultivation level as him, had stopped him and erupted with an astonishing battle ability. This caused Lu Zong to be shocked. Tombkeeper Village actually had such a prodigy that could battle with him in the same cultivation level? Yifutian was still deciphering the matrix and exerted his mastery of matrices to the limit. In the sky, the blood-colored sword became even more demonic and the sword eye gradually opened and was becoming stronger as though sword wills were coming to it from the void. The chess saint naturally felt the aura and he raised his head and looked at it. His expression changed, and he said, Yi Futian, your mastery in the matrices is extraordinary. No matter what happened in the past, I will not dwell over it. If you lend me a helping hand today, I can help you to enter the divine path in the future. Yi Futian heard the chess saint's words and opened his eyes, looking at the chess saint. He said coldly, Scram! Now that the chess saint had already tried to kill him, he still had the gall to open his mouth. The great path has no place for sentiments. In order to break free, the chess saint had sacrificed his own disciples. He could sacrifice everyone's lives in order to break free. If he agreed, what could the chess saint not do to break free and obtain the sword matrix of the void? His promise? What a joke. He was devoid of even kinship and humanity. Under these circumstances, after seeing him decipher the matrix, the chess saint actually had the face to open his mouth and ask him for assistance. As for helping him to enter the divine path, he could enter the divine path himself. He had his own path. Since their paths were different, there was no room for cooperation. That was why he had only one word for the chess saint. Scram! A gleam appeared in the chess saint's eyes alongside killing intent. He was a saint. A younger generation cultivator actually dared to ask him to scram? You're asking for trouble. The chess saint's voice was emotionless. Even though he was trapped, he would not take Yi Futian's insult lying down. In the sky, the great path chessboard shook and a terrifying rule power descended. Next, the chess pieces descended from the sky and assaulted Yi Futian, even breaking through the restraint of the sword wills. Yuan Hong, who was standing beside Yi Futian, let out a deafening roar and emitted a golden light. He held the pole arm of divine destruction in his hand and swung it towards the air. The pole arm clashed with the chess pieces and a roaring sound could be heard. Each chess piece had rule power within it and was extremely powerful. Yuan Hong's body continued to grow as he roared. The 9 heavenly attacks struck out towards the continually falling black chess pieces. The terrifying residual force swept across the air but was drowned out by the sword matrix. Pshhhhh. Soon, Yuan Hong vomited blood as he was injured by the chess pieces. At the same time, the chess saint did not have it good either. When he was distracted when dealing with Yi Futian, the force that he had used to combat the giant sword figure was weakened, causing sword chi to penetrate the body that he had created using his will and making it illusory. However, the chess saint treated it as though nothing had happened and had not felt anything. It was as though he really wanted to kill Yi Futian. Before this, he would not do that. However, his killing intent towards Yi Futian had now escalated. Not just because Yi Futian had humiliated him, but also because Yi Futian's mastery over matrices had threatened his existence. He had dared to make him scram. If Yi Futian really took control of the matrix, what would happen? The setup that he had planned would be for naught. That was why the chess saint wanted to kill Yi Futian by any means possible and let Lu Zong take over the matrix. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his head. If he had not picked Lu Zong because of his identity back then and had selected Yi Futian, what kind of situation would he be in now? However, the chess saint soon dismissed the thought. As a saint, he had a firm mindset and a resolute belief. He believed that he had not made the wrong decision back then. Lu Zong was definitely the most suitable candidate. Even if Yi Futian had proven today that he was stronger than Lu Zong in terms of matrices, the past was the past. Leaving the past aside, what he needed to do now was to find a way to destroy the matrix and kill Yi Futian. Grandfather Ape. Yi Futian saw Yuan Hong injured and had a grim expression. He did not think that the chess saint still had the excess energy to deal with him. It seemed to him, deciphering the matrix meant that he would be mortal with the chess saint. Today, the chess saint would only be able to break free if he was dead. Otherwise, he would have a tragic end. Sword wills continued to circulate wildly in the sword matrix as chess pieces infused with a horrifying might descended from the sky. However, a sword veil appeared around Yi Futian's body. Bang! With a loud sound, cracks appeared in the sword veil. Yi Futian's expression was grim as he said, "Third brother, the next step." It was at these kinds of moments that he could not afford to be frazzled. Time was of the essence. Chess pieces circled above the sword matrix, breaking through the sword will's shroud. The chess saint ignored the attacks towards him and made the chess pieces descend, crushing down on everything. You dare to humiliate a saint. Die. The chess saint declared coldly, as though his words were deciding Yi Futian's sentence. As his voice landed, the black chess pieces all descended in a flurry, and with a thunderous sound, the sword veil was shattered. Hua Jiu, Zhuge Mingyue, Yu Shang, and the rest all looked towards Yi Futian's direction. When they saw the destructive chess pieces, their faces all went pale. At that moment, a blood-colored light appeared above Yi Futian's head. It was a weaker figure, but it was like a blade. When the chess pieces crashed on her body, they shattered into dust, but her face also went pale and spat out mouths of blood. In the sky, the blood-colored sword I sent countless sword wills onto her body, strengthening her. Brother. Yaya stretched out her hand towards Yi Futian and said, "Channel your sword will towards me." Yaya. Yi Futian stretched out his hand and grabbed her tiny hand. The two of them flew into the air, and in an instant, a terrifying whirlpool surrounded them. The entire matrix was gathering with them at the center. Clang. At that moment, the chess saint's spiritual will was finally unable to withstand the damage, and he was sent flying back into the sword matrix where he was trapped in. His expression was grim as his huge body stepped forward, attempting to break free. The giant sword and Yaya were the foundations of the sword matrix, but Yaya seemed to be the absolute crux of the matrix. Yi Futian's gaze moved towards the chess saint, then towards Lu Zong and the rest who were battling. He then closed his eyes again, and the giant sword matrix seemed to be completely activated. The regions that were destroyed by Lu Zong also started to repair themselves, causing Lu Zong and his men to stop battling and retreat. Lu Zong frowned as he could feel that the sword matrix had completely been restored and was no longer a dead matrix. In an instant, in the void beyond the sky, countless sword wills flowed. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. The giant sword matrix rose to life, and everyone could feel a destructive force. The people from the various holy lands did not dare to move. There was a reverent force that was awakening. This could be the real sword matrix of the void, someone said. Many people felt astonished, but also acknowledged that the possibility was very high. At that moment, in the area of the matrix where they were, the real sword matrix of the void was being activated from a dead matrix. Bang, bang, bang. The chess saint struggled fervently, attempting to break free from within. He had also felt the awakening force. It was enough to destroy him, not just trap him within. Once Yi Futian had taken control of the matrix with their current relationship, he would definitely use the matrix to kill him. The chess saint would not allow that to happen. On the blood-colored sword its eye appeared to be tearing apart, and a terrifying gap appeared. An ancient sword was being summoned from the blood-colored sword eye, which integrated with the sword matrix, encircling around Yi Futian and Yaya. Strands of sword will even entered Yaya's body. Li Kaishan, destroy her! The chess saint hollered. When Li Kaishan heard his master's order, he was hesitant. At that moment, the scene in front of him was exceedingly scary. Cracks had appeared in the earth. The blood-colored sword I had opened, and an ancient sword had been summoned while the sword matrix was becoming stronger. In the sky, countless swords appeared. They were sufficient to destroy the entire nether sword mound. The sword matrix of the void. Li Kaishan was dumbfounded. How could this happen? Why was the person who rejuvenated the sword matrix of the void and took control of it Yi Futian? Would everything that he had planned be for naught? Back then, he had chosen Lu Zong and allowed him to decipher the matrix because he was going with the flow. Yi Futian deciphering the matrix was merely an accident. But why had today's situation become like this? Why was the barren state's Yi Futian able to deal with his master's setup, as well as Xihua Sacred Mountain's Lu Zong? However, Li Kaishan already had no other choice. He raised the battle axe in his hand and released his life spirit. Countless rule power erupted and assimilated into his battle axe. He cleaved down at Yaya through the air, penetrating the sword matrix. Yi Futian stretched out both his arms, and in an instant, the sword in the matrix materialized in front of him and Yaya. turning into a sword diagram. The battle axe's cleaving strike was unable to cleave it apart. At the same time, the giant sword in the distance hummed and turned into a ray of light and floated in front of Yi Futian. It was as though the sword was able to sense everything that happened. Yi Futian stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword with both hands. In an instant, waves of sword will emanated from his body. Harming your own kin, die, Yi Futian said coldly as a brilliant light erupted from the sword matrix and countless sword will flew towards Li Kaishan, impaling him. No! Li Kaishan's expression was pale as a sheet and his eyes were filled with horror. The sword light drowned out everything and Li Kaishan's body faded to nothingness. Nothing was left of his corpse. Many people watched the scene with pounding hearts. Li Kaishan had died. Yi Futian had activated the sword matrix and with Yaya's cooperation, he had taken control of the sword matrix. Rumble. A terrifying sound was heard as the chess saint's huge body broke free bit by bit from the sword matrix. As it looked like he was about to break free, a shocking force erupted and he looked coldly at Yi Futian. At the same time, a giant chessboard appeared behind him. It was the Great Path chessboard. Yi Futian and Yaya flew into the air, the sword diagram following alongside them. Soon, a sword diagram capable of blotting out the sun appeared in the air and grew bigger, engulfing the entire area. The sword matrix of the void has appeared, someone commented. Rays of blinding light scattered down, but the sword lights instilled the feeling of death in them. Go! Someone shouted and immediately retreated. Now the entire sword matrix had been moved into the air, allowing them temporary relief from danger. Not just that, all the sword chi in the nether sword mound had assimilated into the matrix in the air, its light shining down on the earth. How could this be? Zhou Zi and the others had extremely grim expressions. The sword matrix of the void being controlled by Yi Futian was definitely not a situation they wanted to see. Although many people from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty had died, they still hoped that Lu Zong would be able to take control of the sword matrix of the void and assist the chess saint in escaping. Go, Zhou Du also said. If they did not leave, there would not be another chance. This sword matrix was strong enough to destroy the entire nether sword mound. Lu Zong also turned around and left. He was incapable of turning the current situation around. Yi Futian, you can sacrifice Tombkeeper Village. Use the sword matrix of the void to assist the chess saint and establish good relations with Xihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Alternatively, you could continue what you are doing. What is your choice? Lu Zong said. At this moment, the chess saint was completely free. The sword matrix beside him had also been devoured by the sword matrix of the void, so he no longer needed to destroy the matrix to break free. The Great Path chessboard appeared behind his body and he stared at Yi Futian. A blade of light shone on him and locked onto him. I choose Saint Killing, Yi Futian said coldly. As his voice landed, a blade of light appeared from the sword matrix of the void in the air. It shot through the air and lit up all the blades of light in the area. Billions of swords seemed to follow along the blade of light's descent, destroying everything in its path. Tombkeeper Village, outside of the nether sword mound. Many in the village looked up and cast their gaze in the direction of the nether sword mound in awe. A huge, seemingly boundless sword diagram appeared in midair, covering the place that was usually gloomy and dark. One look was all it took to make their hearts tremble. This is... The hearts of the villagers of Tombkeeper Village almost leaped out of their chests. Many mighty ones from sacred grounds outside were just as taken aback as those from the village when they saw the frightening sight before them. What is that? Does the nether sword mound actually have a sword matrix of the void? So the nether sword mound has actually been activated? An ancient aura permeated the place. Terrifying might shrouded the entire village, covering a huge swath of area. Look out, someone said. If such terrifying powers were to burst, no one knew what would have happened afterwards. It would have been fine if the direction of the attack was controlled, but if the attack was to lose control and come for them, there was probably no one capable of fending off such attacks. The village chief remained standing quietly at the entrance of the sword mound. His hands shook slightly as he looked at the events unfolding far away. He took a deep breath after closing his eyes. His eyes turned to look rather manic when they opened again. After all these years, the sword matrix of the void is finally activated again. This is all just so perfect. He had incredible luck for being able to find someone capable of beating Xianxia in the 9-state form. Better still, there was someone even more suitable for the task other than Yushang, and that was none other than Yifutian. Yifutian came to his village, completing all that he had expected to accomplish. He looked forward eagerly to the future. At the Nether Sword Mound, the chess saint came to feel the unforgiving, earth-shaking, devastating power. He finally felt fear for the first time. He never felt such fear, even when he had been trapped by the sword matrices back then. But at the moment he felt pure fear. It was a power that was more than enough to destroy him. Everything before his eyes was covered by swords. He shouted in anger and sent the great path chessboard forward. At the same time, he fled by streaking through the space at terrifying speed. However, that intense sword beam and the billions of swords in the air destroyed the chessboard effortlessly. The swords, which were capable of destroying everything in their path, ignored the distance between them and their target. Streaks of boundlessly terrifying sword beams penetrated the chess saint's body, striking him right through his head. The chess saint stopped right there and then. The ones running below turned around and saw that scene that was shining brilliantly. The matrix diagram emanated endless light in the sky. An unparalleled beam of light of the sword gathered at the center of the great path sword diagram, streaking through the space and penetrating the chess saint's huge saintly body. At that moment, the saint's body was lit up by the light of the sword. Incredible terror and despair were seen on his usually composed face. Even a saint would have felt fear. The god of death had paid him a visit. The chess saint, one of the handfuls of saints to be found in his generation, would soon perish right there and then. He had never expected the one to break the matrix would be Yifutian. If he knew all that, there would have been no need to choose Lu Zong to lay out the chess game and have his own students killed. If he knew what would have happened, he would have chosen Yifutian, the man who would have freed him. The chess saint might have even been able to catch a glimpse of the true secrets of the sword matrix of the void. Everything in the world was a game of chess, and he wanted to be the one placing the pieces. But right now, who is the one ended up being the piece indeed? And who is the one to lay out the game? Who is that Xianxia? Why would Yifutian and Xianxia appear at the same time in the Nether Sword Mound? Is all of this just a coincidence? No, it can't be. This is a game, and there must be someone playing the game behind the scenes. I'm not a player. I'm now but a piece on the board. Thoughts poured into the chess saint's mind. Those were his last thoughts. His body gradually turned into light and dissipated under the incredibly bright light of the sword. The only saint of chess of his time, the number 1 master in matrices in all of the 9 states, perished in the Nether Sword Mound, killed by one of the younger generations using the sword matrix of the void. The chess saint had perished. Countless sword will continue to rain from the sword diagram hovering in midair, covered the entire Nether Sword Mound. Swords rained from the sky and stabbed into the ground. The ones fleeing below brought everything they had as their defense to prevent getting caught up in the crossfire. The sword matrix of the void's only target was the chess saint, and whatever was raining down on the others was simply aftershock. Despite the aftershock having only a very small amount of power, it was still frightening for those that had to deal with it. Golden Phoenix Protection, Zhou Du shouted. The people of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty gathered around and activated their ritual implements, bringing their greatest power to bear. A boundlessly huge golden phoenix shadow appeared above their heads, serving as a shield. The people of the other sacred grounds went on to do the same. Some had even brought holy items to defend against incoming attacks. Even so, there were still those who were unable to flee in time, killed by the rain of swords from above. Swords rained down over the vast interior of the Nether Sword Mound. Everyone from Tombkeeper Village was able to see the rain of swords, and they trembled violently within. That light of the sword that cleaved through the heavens, was that the power of the Nether Sword Mound? Who did that sword attack kill? Yifutian remained standing in midair. He felt the power of the Nether Sword Mound dissipating, turning into boundless sword will, which was then turned into a rain of swords, falling down onto the sword mound itself. The light of the sword matrix diagram gradually dimmed. Yaya's body floated down below, and she surprisingly sat at the center of the sword matrix. In the sky behind her, ancient sword will was seen coursing in the eye of the blood-colored sword. A sword matrix was reforged yet again with her at the center. Frightening sword will emanated from within and flowed into Yaya's body. Everything seemed to have quieted down, returning to the prime point. Yifutian turned around and took a look at the sword's eye. His eyes were incredibly sharp as he activated freedom meditation as if he were to see everything there was inside the sword's eye. However, he only sensed a frightening, ancient power within, as if yet another sword matrix lied within the eye. Where is the true nether sword mound? He flashed and went down to a corner. Two figures were seen lying there. The eldest student of the chess saint, Xianxia, and the youngest, Zhou Gongzi. The chess saint eventually sacrificed Xianxia and the others in order to escape, but his action triggered the ultimate sword matrix, devouring the one that had him trapped. As such, Xianxia was not killed right on the spot. When the sword matrix of the void attacked, that corner had been in a blind spot, which spared Xianxia from being hit by the aftershock. In actuality, if the people of the other sacred grounds did not scamper outside in a panic and had instead hid beneath Xianxia, they would have been safer. But then again, there was simply no one who dared to stay around in that kind of situation. They've still got a chance. Phoenix. Yifutian sensed their life force and called. Phoenix came to his side to check on the extent of their injuries. Yang Zhao's injuries were incredibly severe. Worse still, his body had been penetrated all over by the sword will. The actions of the chess saint, which resulted in his wife's death, had practically sent him over the edge psychologically. He was in a bad shape, both body and mind. Zhou Gongzi, on the other hand, was deemed too weak to be worth being used by the chess saint. As such, his condition was better than his eldest brother. He is the one in the worst state, Phoenix said in a low voice. Do whatever you can, Yifutian said. 7 of the 9 students of the chess saint were killed by their teacher. The remaining eldest and youngest were gravely injured. Xianxia was an incredibly renowned figure. He was the city lord of the city lord office of Yujing City, as well as a mighty one ranked on the sage and saint ranking. His powers were, as such, formidable, and he was definitely one of the top figures at the sage plane. He had been unable to hold on for long in the matrix of the chess saint, but he would not have survived if he lesser training and power. But at the moment, he had been used as a sacrifice by his teacher, and his wife was dead. All his other brothers and sisters were gone. It was a harrowing catastrophe that would have dealt a huge blow to anyone. Yeah. Phoenix nodded and took out a pill, feeding it to Xianxia. Strong life signs manifested within her body. Jade green light covered Xianxia and seeped into his body bit by bit. My power of rules of life is rather weak, Phoenix said to Yifutian. Yifutian placed his hands on Yangzhao's body as well. Streaks of green ancient branches glittered as they appeared, covering Yangzhao's body. Yifutian's life spirit, the world tree, had saved him from death once, and he hoped it would work on Xianxia as well. Senior Yang, while your teacher and Li Kaishan might be dead, this perhaps might not be the end of your vengeance, Yifutian said to Xianxia. If Xianxia had no intention to come back to the living, there might be no way to actually bring him back. Xianxiao's arm shuddered. Yifutian felt that and his eyes sparkled. He then continued, because of his status, I was unable to kill him then. I beg your forgiveness. If Xianxia was able to hear Yifutian, he would know who Yifutian was talking about. Who was it who brought Xianxia and the others to break the matrix? Who was it who led the 9 students of the chess saint into the sacrificial matrix? At the moment, both Lu Zong and Zhou Zi, great figures of the major sacred grounds, were completely unscathed. Anyone who had been following the events knew that it had been Lu Zong's ploy all along. He knew what would happen and laid out everything. If he proved incapable of breaking the matrix, he planned to sacrifice the others to help the chess saint escape. Although Yifutian knew what happened, there was simply no way he could have killed Lu Zong in front of all those from the other sacred grounds. unless he was willing to kill everyone else. But if he were to do so, there was no way his party would have survived. If he were to do so, it would not just be them in trouble, but the entire Holy Ji Palace would have probably suffered the wrath of other sacred grounds, bringing about their doom. There were things that no matter how much one wanted to do it, they just could not bring themselves to do it. There would perhaps be answers when they were able to make it outside. Yang Zhao's eyes opened after a while, staring at the sky. His eyes were filled with blood and were incredibly cold. There was no emotion in them, only a thirst for revenge. "Senior," Yifutian called. "You're right. I will live." Yang Zhao's voice sounded very calm, but Yifutian knew what that calmness meant. It was a manifestation of his mind's resolve and nothing else. Yang Xiao wanted to live. He wanted revenge. The chess saint died. Li Kaishan died. But Lu Zong was still alive. His teacher was the one who set them up, and Lu Zong had been an accomplice. It was a blood debt that he was determined to claim. Both Yang Xiao and Zhou Gongzi woke up. Yifutian did not console them and did not know how to go about it. The only thing that could wash away their pain was time. However, he stayed, and Yaya remained seated under the sword eye to train. The huge sword fell behind her. Boundless sword will emanating from the sword eye coursed through her body, seemingly cleansing her. Yifutian came behind the huge sword and took to the air. He put his hand on the sword and closed his eyes, beginning to sense one sword matrix after another. The sword was capable of shamanic arts. "Wuchen Suke, this place is very suitable for you swordsmen to train in. Get a good feel of the place. That big sword will help you further your progress in the art of the sword." Yifutian then added, "Other than that, this space is one of rules. Everyone will benefit from training through sensing the powers all over the place. As speculated by everyone from the sacred grounds, the place was definitely a sacred place for training. Yaya had entered a mystical state, and there was no need for him to be in a hurry to leave. He wanted to stay behind and see what would happen to Yaya. He had some speculations about things himself, and he thought his speculations to be correct. But from the looks of things at the moment, he was not completely right about things. He might have actually been wrong. Things were more complicated than he had anticipated. The words the village chief said to him remained seeming to be half-truths. Everyone present nodded. After experiencing the ordeals in the Nine-State Forum and everything in the Nether Sword Mound, everyone had developed a deep comprehension of things. Even those who had not broken into the Sage Plane were only a step away from doing so. What a cultivator experienced during battle, as well as in life and death situations, served to further their comprehension in a lot of things. That was why pilgrimages were an essential part of every cultivator's training. Yifutian turned to look at the direction outside the sword mound. The chess saint's death seemed to have marked the end to their ordeal. But has everything about this truly ended? No, it can't be this easy. Why are the people of the other sacred grounds here? None of the ones from the other sacred grounds got what they came for. They suffered grave losses instead. Some from the various sacred grounds remained behind after exiting the sword mound while others left, returning to whence they came. The Tombkeeper village's peace seemed to have been restored. However, such peace seemed to be the calm before a storm more than anything else. Mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty came to Tombkeeper Village a month later. Furthermore, the entourage this time was far larger than the last. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had mobilized an elite Golden Phoenix army and had the village surrounded. At the same time, elegant phoenix carriages descended above Xihua Sacred Mountain of Huatian City of the eastern state. Some mighty ones of the Xihua Sacred Mountain attempted to stop them, but they were unable to help but make way, seeing who was on the vehicle, letting the carriage into the mountain. Saint Xihua and the Rain Saint were playing chess within the mountain. The carriage was seen descending from above, and the Zhou Sacred King stepped out. His eyes were sharp and his bearing stern and magnificent. He glanced at Saint Xihua with cold eyes and said, "I take it that you knew what Lu Zong did before the fact, Saint Xihua." The Rain Saint stood up and yielded his seat to the Sacred King. Saint Xihua said to the Zhou Sacred King, "Have a seat, Sacred King." The sacred king's eyes shone with golden flashes as he glared at Saint Xihua before taking the seat across him. Sacred king, sacrifices are inevitable to accomplish great things. The chess saint was trapped in the matrix, and he was the one who knew the nether sword mound best. Rescuing the chess saint would have made him owe his life to us. Furthermore, the chess saint had promised certain things as well. That, coupled with the nether sword mound that he would have gotten, would have made the sky saint and the glass saint irrelevant in the eastern state. Saint Xihua added further, I take it that you intend to restore the great Zhou sacred dynasty to its former glory, no? You have deceived me, Saint. Are you saying that you do not have any personal agendas with this matter? The sacred king said coldly. I promised, here in the sacred mountain, back then that Lu Zong would become your son-in-law. With you of the great Zhou sacred dynasty working with me, we would build a stronger eastern state. Other than not having told you about the sacrifices that might have incurred, what else do you think I would not tell you? Saint Xihua then added, It was a pity that the operation ended in failure. I'm sure you know what happened in the nether sword mound. The place is truly a sacred ground for training, and there is the sword matrix of the void in it. Lu Zong's plans would have succeeded, but it was ruined when things were going well. The great Zhou sacred king's expression turned sharp. He knew that Yi Futian had activated the sword matrix of the void, killing the chess saint inside the sword mound, almost killing everyone from the 9 states in it as well. The people of the Barren State had first showed their mettle in the 9-state forum, and then they went on to take control of the nether sword mound. It was truly an ironic turn of events. The Barren State, which was almost forgotten, accomplished what the ones from the Eastern State set out to accomplish but failed. The sacred king did not speak, but the cold emanating from his body said everything. I know that you want to keep this under wraps and that the Golden Phoenix army consisted of the royalty of the sacred dynasty. But we from the Xihua sacred mountain suffered losses as well, and they too were formidable and important people. But then again, Lu Zong knew what he was doing nonetheless. Saint Xihua continued, If you think that you're getting the short end of the deal in this, how about you take care of this from here on out? Sacred King? The sacred king glanced at Saint Xihua and said, All right. He took to the sky and returned to his carriage as soon as he finished. He then left without delay. Saint Xihua smiled as he watched the sacred king leave. The sacred king is still the sacred king I know. He never really changed at all. The sacred king seems to like to throw his weight around. The rain saint at the side said, It's normal. We didn't tell him everything, after all, so it's only natural for him to find it hard to trust me. Saint Xihua said, You'd really have the sacred king take care of things from here on out? The rain saint asked. I keep having the feeling that the chief of that Tombkeeper village is not someone to be trifled with. Saint Xihua said, Have both of the sword saints serving beneath the sword saint of the void died? The rain saint's eyes sparkled. Saint Xihua then added, We'll see. From the way the sacred king goes about things, the village won't be able to hide whatever secrets they have from him. More and more people came to Tombkeeper village. The sword matrix of the void reemerged in the world, and many major sacred grounds sent people to the remote place, which also happened to lie at the borders of 4 different states. The village had never seen such a huge crowd. Many were worried. Things really turned out to be as the village chief said. Tombkeeper village was truly at its life or death moment. Several months passed since the chess saint perished, and many from sacred grounds of all 9 states were exasperated. The saint had died a truly unceremonious death. At the moment, the entrance to the nether sword mound had been taken over by people from various sacred grounds, yet none dared to venture into the sword mound itself. What happened several months ago became common knowledge. Almost everyone died within. The sword matrix of the void had been activated, and the survivors were only able to make it out within the brief window when the matrix dissipated, after appearing for a brief moment. However, many were still almost killed by the aftershock of the terrifying matrix. A brilliant, dazzling phoenix carriage descended from the sky on that day. One figure after another took to the skies. All of them wore glittering golden phoenix robes and greeted the one who came from the sky. All hail the sacred king. Solemn voices were heard above Tombkeeper village. which made the people of the village tremble. A saint had descended upon the tombkeeper village. The sacred king walked out from the carriage and scanned the ground below. Many from other sacred grounds cupped their hands and greeted, "Greetings, sacred king." It was common for people of sacred grounds to greet a saint, even if said saint was not of their own. The sacred king nodded and shrouded the village with his will. He then turned his eyes in a particular direction. He took one step forward and disappeared in a beam of golden light from where he was standing. The carriage moved towards the direction the beam disappeared, following the sacred king. Many stood outside the compound where the village chief lived. A beam flashed and the sacred king descended, appearing above where the old village chief was. The sacred king cast his gaze at the chief. "I did not expect to be graced with your presence, sacred king," the old chief said as he looked at the sacred king, but his tone lacked respect despite his words. The eyes of the sacred king glittered with golden, sharp flashes, seeming about to penetrate everything. An extremely terrifying power fell onto the old chief, who frowned but showed little changes in his expression otherwise. He stared at the sacred king and asked, "What would you mean by this, sacred king?" "You are indeed something," the sacred king said coldly. He dropped from the sky and came to stand before the old chief and asked, "Who's that brat? And what's with that sword? If you want to know, you'd only need to venture inside the nether sword mound." "I've never been inside, so I'd never know," the chief said plainly. "I've heard that there were two formidable servants of the sword serving the sword saint of the void all those years ago, and both of them were saints themselves. Where would they be now?" The sacred king continued to ask, "Would they be right before me, or would they be within the sword mound?" The old chief stared at the sacred king with sharp eyes. "That's really the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty indeed. A holier-than-thou lord of a sacred dynasty, ruling vast territories and demanding worship from all living beings. Do you think everything will be fine if you say nothing and they keep themselves inside?" The sacred king added coldly, "There were many from the great Zhou sacred dynasty who died in the nether sword mound. But what does that have to do with Tombkeeper Village?" the village chief asked. "It has something to do with that brat and that sword as well," the sacred king answered coldly. He then turned around to look at those who came from the great Zhou sacred dynasty and said coldly, "You've all been here for many days. What have you all done?" "My king, we've looked through everyone in the village. Many are formidable people, but the village chief remains an unknown. No one knew anything about his training. The parents of that brat are common people, knowing little of cultivation." Someone from the side bowed and said, "Are they taken?" the sacred king asked. "It can be done any time," the one at the side bowed and answered. "Could you have them come out on their own?" the sacred king asked the old chief coldly. The magnificent great Zhou sacred king would threaten the younger generations of others with the lives of common folk then? The old chief glared at the sacred king coldly. "Threaten?" The sacred king glared at the old chief with extremely sharp eyes and added, "I, the great Zhou sacred king, will need to resort to threats with you people? Kill them." A cold shout reverberated throughout the surroundings with incredible killing intent, horrifying all of the villagers and making their hearts jump. "Indeed, sacred king." S reply came from afar, and shrieks were heard from elsewhere. The village chief's expression turned extremely cold as he glared at the figure before him. The people from various sacred grounds trembled. The sovereign of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was indeed a brutal, overbearing one. "I'll ask you one more time, are they coming out or not?" The great Zhou sacred king glared at the old chief and asked. Two dead bodies lay covered in blood outside a small house somewhere in Tombkeeper Village. At the same time, one figure after another flashed. They were all dressed plainly but burst with incredibly powerful auras at the same time, surrounding the mighty ones who had just killed the two. At the same time, hundreds of people burst with powerful auras. One figure after another took to the air with intimidating force. However, none from the great Zhou sacred dynasty were fettered. The Golden Phoenix army took to the sky, and golden lights burst in their surroundings. One shadow of phoenixes after another burst with brilliant light as they stood off against the villagers. A mere village would not have been able to stand up against the invincible army of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, no matter how powerful those villagers were. The intruders held back and dared not move against the villagers as the sacred king was not there yet. However, with the sacred king of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty himself appearing in the village and giving orders, there was simply no one among the intruders who dared defy him. The mighty ones from the various sacred grounds watched the incident within Tombkeeper village unfold with troubled looks. The village was indeed formidable for daring to stand against the Great Zhou sacred dynasty in such a manner. Do these villagers have any idea how powerful the Great Zhou sacred dynasty is? The sacred dynasty had a long, deep history and had once ruled all over the eastern state. They were a force reigning supreme all over the eastern state, and they would not be so easily intimidated. Furthermore, there were also mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain there. They seemed to have formed an alliance with the Golden Phoenix army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, surrounding the mighty ones from the village. Of course, more people were more concerned with how things with the village chief would unfold. Tombkeeper village was formidable, and coupled with the sword matrix of the void that killed the chess saint from before, there was no one from all over the 9 states who did not know that the village had secrets. The village probably had someone with formidable powers, and he might be someone who served the sword saint of the void all those years ago. At the moment in that compound, the village chief and the Great Zhou sacred king were glaring at each other. Peculiar winds appeared around them, sweeping up the leaves on the ground. While mighty ones from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty had infiltrated the village and monitored the movements of the villagers, they did not do anything that was really over the edge. However, the sacred king himself had ordered his men to kill people as soon as he came. He was forcing Yifutian, Yaya, and the others to come out immediately. You know that I'm a saint then, yet you behave so insolently nonetheless. The village chief's expression was incredibly cold. A saintly aura emanated from his body and shrouded all of Tombkeeper village in an instant. Everyone was able to feel the saint will at that very moment. The people from the sacred dynasty all looked on with sharp expressions. They had already guessed so. The village chief of Tombkeeper village, hidden at the borders of 4 states, was truly a saint. But then again, there was nothing to be feared as their sacred king was with them. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty feared no one and no force in all of the vast lands of the eastern state. Such confidence stemmed from their bearing as royalties of the sacred dynasty. The people from all over the 9 states were somewhat shaken, but they remained largely unfettered. The sacred king was completely unfazed. His eyes remained sharp as he glared at the one before him metamorphosing. The bearing of the village chief was thoroughly transformed. The plain, unassuming, and even somewhat ragged image from before had completely disappeared, now replaced with boundless might and sharpness. His robe billowed in the wind, and boundless sword will was seen in his eyes, lashing out at the Great Zhou sacred king. You might be a saint, but so what? The sacred king's tone remained unflinching and overbearing. An all-encompassing might swept all over their surroundings and overpowered the entire village. He said coldly, "A mere sword servant of the sword saint of the void from back then dares to defy me. If they are to remain cooped up inside the nether sword mound, I will have no qualms about slaughtering the entire village. By the way, have you readied a grave for yourself?" The more powerful one's training became, the greater the difference between each plane became. Even small differences within the same level became very apparent. As such, the power differences between saints were extremely huge. It was for that reason that Xihua Sacred Mountain silently allowed Lu Zong to help the chess saint get out of his predicament, having no fear of the chess saint turning back on his word later. That was because the chess saint did not have what it would take to stand against Xihua Sacred Mountain. Due to such reasons, it was impossible for the Great Zhou Sacred King to fear a mere sword servant, even if the sword servant was one who had once served the sword saint of the void. He was a sacred king while his opponent was but a sword servant. You're right indeed. I'm a saint, so what? The chess saint was a saint, and where is he now? The chief said coldly. The Great Zhou Sacred King smirked as he glanced at his opponent. Is he trying to threaten me? While I do not know what secrets lie between Tombkeeper village and the sword mound of the saint, I'm able to speculate from past events, that even if the Sword Saint of the Void was to be reborn, he wouldn't have been able to continuously activate the sword matrix of the Void. No? Just how much power had accumulated in the Nether Sword Mound that Yi Futian was able to use the sword matrix of the Void in such a manner? The Great Zhou Sacred King then said coldly, "So you were there at the 9-State Forum to search for one worthy of succeeding the sword matrix of the Void? Or did you have something else in mind? You want to know?" The chief glared at the Sacred King and asked, "I must know." The Sacred King answered in an overbearing tone. He wanted more than just knowing. He wanted to take the ones inside the sword mound. "They're already out. You'll have your answer soon enough," the chief said while glaring at the Sacred King. The eyes of the Sacred King sparkled as his will traveled through the space, heading straight for the entrance of the sword mound. A group of people was indeed seen making their way out of there, heading elsewhere. The group of people was none other than Yi Futian and his party. Yaya was there as well. They seemed to catch wind of what was happening outside and were traveling somewhere with extreme speed. That somewhere was none other than the place where the murder of the 2 villagers happened. Yi Futian and his people appeared outside the small house soon enough, seeing the dead bodies lying in a pool of blood. "Dad, Mom." While Yaya already knew something bad had happened, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning after seeing the dead bodies. Her mind turned blank, and she walked up to them in a dazed manner before kneeling down, tears streaking down from her eyes uncontrollably. Yi Futian also walked up, feeling dazed, and looked at the dead bodies with a dumbfounded look on his face. He had spent the end of last year ushering in the new year and had a great time with them. Yet, at that moment, both of them were reduced to cold, dead bodies lying on the ground. Blood filled Yi Futian's eyes as he clenched his fists, exuding murderous intent all over. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang knew little of cultivation, and they were common villagers of Tombkeeper Village. Why do this to them? Yi Futian looked up and cast a cold glance at the Golden Phoenix army in the air above him and asked coldly, "Who did this?" "I did." A voice was heard, and 2 figures were seen descending from above at the same time. They were none other than the Sacred King and the village chief. The Sacred King glanced at Yi Futian and Yaya. According to Zhou Du and the others, it was they who activated the sword matrix of the Void. Yi Futian and Yaya were both keys to the situation at hand, as well as the sword. Yi Futian was in charge of the matrix and activated it. The sword summoned boundless sword will while Yaya served as the core of the matrix like a spiritual body. Yi Futian looked up at the Sacred King and asked, "Why? You're questioning me?" The Sacred King glanced at Yi Futian coldly. His eyes were filled with incredible might. Yi Futian looked at the Sacred King, who was clad in an overbearing might, emanating an aura of supreme rulers all over him, intimidating all who looked at him. During the 9-State Forum, be it the saints or the mighty ones from all sacred grounds, all of them sat politely on their seats. This caused many to have the misconception that the top-class figures of all 9 states were peaceful beings. However, what happened at that very moment seemed to be telling him that the 9-State Forum was but a ceremony held jointly by all 9 states. The 9 states themselves were actually cruel. The chess saint was willing to kill his students just so to set himself free. The Sacred King had no qualms about massacring innocents to reach his goals. Those the top figures in their most real state. Just like the chess saint said, the great path has no place for sentiment. The Sacred King, a ruler of a sacred dynasty, had little regard for life and did not care about the lives of 2 common folks. You killed the chess saint in the Nether Sword Mound and cared nothing for the people from other sacred grounds, while you had your way with breaking the matrices. That caused many from the sacred grounds to lose their lives. No? The Sacred King asked coldly. Everyone who ventured into the Nether Sword Mound was from sacred grounds. They put their lives on the line to do so, and everyone did what they had to do to break the matrices. We, from the barren state, were the same. It was only natural that I could not have simply sat around and done nothing while the chess saint wanted my life. Yi Futian answered coldly and then asked, "What does any of this have to do with you, Sacred King? The Eastern State had several saints, and you behaved as if nothing happened after killing a saint yourself. Those from the sacred grounds who perished were all people of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. What do you think? The sacred king answered coldly. The chess saint was a saint of the eastern state. You, as the palace lord of the holy Ji palace of the barren state, dared to use the matrix to kill a saint of the eastern state. You were being utterly insolent. Some mighty ones from Xihua sacred mountain said. Yi Futian found Lu Zong and the rest were among the crowd from Xihua sacred mountain. You unleashed the sword matrix of the void and ended up killing many yourself. Some mighty ones from the hall of holy light said, trying to intimidate Yi Futian. Yi Futian scanned the crowd before him and smirked all of a sudden, feeling the irony of it all. The holy Ji palace of the barren state is part of the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia, just like you all are. So you're telling me that the chess saint wants my life, the life of a palace lord, and yet I'm not allowed to retaliate? Furthermore, are you all saying that I, as the palace lord of the holy Ji palace, venturing into the nether sword mound, had to ensure the safety of the people of other sacred grounds to do so? Yi Futian glanced at the crowd again and said, you people could really say anything to put all the blame on me. The chess saint said that cultivation along the great path means taking from others. It seems that every one of you believes that with every fiber of your being, but you all differ from the chess saint by being more pretentious than he was. He knew without a doubt what those people wanted to take. Take him. The sacred king no longer bothered talking to Yi Futian and gave his order coldly. Mighty ones from the Golden Phoenix army stepped forward as soon as he finished. One figure after another stepped forward beside Yi Futian. Zhuge Qingfeng, Yuan Zhan, and the others came before Yi Futian. As fellow members of the sacred grounds of the 9 states, I don't think you have the right to take the palace lord of the holy Ji palace of the barren state. Sacred king. The village chief, who had been standing at the side, said, the barren state has no saint. Can the holy Ji palace even be called a sacred ground? The sacred king said coldly, I will call upon Emperor Xia personally. As for you, I'll deal with you later. The village chief glanced at the sacred king and said, the people of sacred grounds of all 9 states ventured into the ruins left behind by the sword saint of the void. None of you were capable of breaking the matrices back then, so it was only a given that none of you had the right to inherit the ruins. I followed the sacred order given to me by the sword saint of the void, that the one capable of breaking the matrix would be given the right to inherit the sword matrix of the void. We of Tombkeeper Village will follow the successor of the matrix. From this moment forth, the holy Ji palace of the barren state will have a saint among them. Tombkeeper Village is part of the holy Ji palace. As the village chief finished speaking, it suddenly grew quiet. Tombkeeper Village had joined the holy Ji palace of the barren state. Yi Futian, who had become an apostle of the sword saint of the void, inherited the first sword matrix of the 9 states, the nether sword matrix. Just as everyone had guessed, the old village chief had departed from the barren state to select an heir. Now all the cultivators of the Saint Plane who belonged to the sword saint of the void followed Yi Futian. From this point onwards, the barren state had saints. The holy Ji palace of the barren state was a holy land, and therefore eligible to attract cultivators from across the lands. The barren state would become the first holy land in history whose palace lord was not of the Saint Plane yet ruled over saints in his dominion. In all of the 9 states, those in charge of the holy lands were cultivators of the Saint Plane. After all, this was the world of cultivators. The village chief's words affirmed Yi Futian's inheritance and also sanctified the barren state. Other holy places would no longer have any reason to mess with Yi Futian. As the palace lord, he and other parties of the Holy Land had come together to breach the matrix. He had been successful and inherited the nether sword matrix. What more could the others say? Yi Futian did not feel anything out of the ordinary and was not surprised that the village chief was a saint. The day before the decision was made, the village chief had talked to him. He wanted to know everything before he decided whether or not to enter the restricted area, and while the village chief had not told him everything, he told him about the Saint Plane. He had promised that as long Yi Futian participated in the rescue and breached the matrix within the nether sword mound, the barren state would have saints and benefit from his protection. So Yi Futian made the executive decision to participate in the rescue. Just like sage Wanxiang's divinatory symbols had foretold, the odds were unfavorable. But there was a chance of misfortune. The odds were unfavorable not only because of the dangers inside the restricted area but also because of the pressure from other holy lands after they came out of the Matrix. Yi Futian had already considered this. He dared not decide the fate of those around him with such ease. If not for the words of village chief, it would still be difficult for Yi Futian to make a decision. There was nothing wrong with what Zhou Zi had said before. Without saints, the barren state would never have the right to speak and therefore would never gain any respect. Yi Futian had not just participated in the rescue to influence it, but also to fight for the future of barren state. And he had done so. Although Yi Futian was almost killed by the chess saint, he had survived by using one of his 9 lives and dispatched his opponent. But he had not expected the great Zhou sacred king to be so despotic and cold-blooded, murdering Yaya's parents, who were no more than ordinary citizens. I, Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, announce that Tombkeeper Village is henceforth under the jurisdiction of the Holy Ji Palace. The village chief of Tombkeeper Village is now an elder of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian coldly announced, while staring at the great Zhou sacred king with indifference. From now on, the Holy Ji Palace of Barren State would no longer be the only holy land without saints. The Barren State and the great Zhou sacred dynasty were now of equal status. This is the border of the Eastern State. Tombkeeper Village is on the land of the Eastern State, great Zhou sacred king said, his eyes fixed on Yi Futian. All of the 9 states are the orthodoxy of Emperor Xia, even the Eastern State and the Barren State. Yi Futian continued to watch great Zhou sacred king. Tombkeeper Village will be relocated to the Barren State. You expect this matter to be so easily settled just because you say Tombkeeper Village will join the Barren State? Zhouya remarked icily. Yi Futian cast an indifferent look at Zhouya and said, when I, the Palace Lord, speak with the great Zhou sacred king, there is no place for you to comment. Zhou Ya's expression stiffened and he regarded Yi Futian with a steely glare. When he had challenged Yi Futian, he'd simply been dismissed due to his inferior rank. Now, Yi Futian once again arrogantly referred to himself as a palace lord. Did he really believe that just because the barren state now had saints, his position would be equal to theirs? Or that he could further compare himself to the great Zhou sacred king? At that moment another figure walked to Yi Futian's side, and all eyes turned to the new arrival. It was Xianxia, the strong sage cultivator of sage and saint ranking. A disciple does not speak of his master's faults. However, my master, the chess saint, lost his humanity and sacrificed the lives of my wife and brothers to save himself. My wife and younger brothers, as well as other cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Dynasty, died because of him. He was not fit to be a saint, and his death meant nothing. What Palace Lord Yi did was righteous. I believe that even if Palace Lord Yi had not taken action, Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred King would have put an end to the chess saint. If the Great Zhou Sacred King would like to pursue the person responsible, it should be the chess saint. Xianxia continued, from today on I, Xianxia, wish to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace at the Barren State. If Emperor Xia does not understand, I will follow Palace Lord Yi to testify about what happened. Everyone who entered the Nether Sword Mound from the 9 states also witnessed what happened with their own eyes. Yang Zhao's voice was stern and emotionless, and as he spoke he cast a cold glance at Lu Zong, who stood amongst the crowd. Yang Xiao did not blame anyone except the chess saint, and it was clear to all who watched that if Great Zhou Sacred King wished to use the chess saint's death as an excuse to detain Yi Futian, it was unlikely to work. Yang Xiao would also join the Holy Ji Palace. Many watched in awe. After this, the power of the Barren State would increase greatly with the addition of saints, the powerful disciples of Tombkeeper Village, and cultivators such as Yang Xiao from the Sage and Saint ranking. No one from the Barren State nor Tombkeeper Village wished harm upon anyone from the Great Zhou Dynasty. The deaths of those from the Great Zhou Dynasty were caused by Chess Saint. If Great Zhou Sacred King wants to trace culpability in the matter, perhaps speaking to Lu Zong of the Xihua Sacred Mountain would be a good start. He was the one who advised we help rescue the Chess Saint, Yi Futian remarked without care. He then looked at those from the other holy lands. All of you are from the holy lands of the 9 states, and many of you are highly regarded elders. Have I made any false statements? The onlooker's eyes flickered. When Yifutian activated the Nether Sword Matrix, he hadn't just possessed the power to kill the chess saint. Yifutian could have killed everyone around him in the process. People of Xihua Sacred Mountain and people of the Great Zhou dynasty had all been possible targets. But Yifutian had not attacked them. He must have known that if he did that it would have been an excuse for all the Holy Lands to oppose him. Palace Lord Yi spoke the truth. I can testify. Someone from Jixia Holy Palace in Qi State said. Yifutian looked at the speaker and saw that it was Zhuge Yi, the cultivator who participated in 9 States Forum last year as the second runner-up. It is true. Seeing that Zhuge Yi had spoken, other strong cultivators of the Jixia Holy Palace also agreed. The deaths of the people of the Great Zhou dynasty really weren't on account of Palace Lord Ye's action. Emperor Xia should send someone to investigate the matter. At this point, those from the Xia clan also spoke up. The people of Xia clan have spoken, many secretly thought. In the 9 states, the Xia clan held a special place. Since they had spoken on the topic now, it was likely that the Great Zhou Sacred King would have no more excuses to deal with Yifutian. That sword and that girl caused most of the deaths during the battle. Great Zhou Sacred King still refused to relent. Yifutian looked indifferently toward the others, closed his eyes and moved his mind. In an instant, a magnificent sword will was transmitted through the void of the faraway distance. Many people looked towards the sword will and their hearts trembled fiercely. This is the spirit of the divine sword. Soon an enormous sword had traversed the void, hurtling towards the earth with unbelievable speed. It fell straight down, causing many to quickly move out of its way before the sword landed directly in front of Yifutian. Saint Elder. Yifutian looked at the old village chief next to him. The old village chief levitated with both hands on the giant sword, and in an instant, there was a terrible holy authority that circled around his body. Invisible sword will instantly swept across heaven and the earth, and a sword diagram appeared to abruptly cover this vast space. If you want to know all of it, I will tell you. This sword was formed by my brother, and he was in charge of the sword matrix in the Nether Sword Mound. Yaya is the sword spirit nurtured out of the Nether Sword Matrix. They appeared together and along with Yifutian were able to activate the Nether Sword. The people of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty trespassed into the restricted area, and now blame the sword? What a joke. The voice of the village chief could be heard clearly by everyone, and suddenly everything seemed to be clear. So this was how it was. The Sword Saint of the Void placed the Nether Sword Matrix here, seeking an heir, with Tombkeeper Village tasked to guard it. Yifutian was the successor. So, is the Sacred King satisfied now? Yifutian said while looking at the Great Zhou Sacred King. The eyes of Great Zhou Sacred King glanced coldly at him. He then turned his eyes to the village chief again. When the village chief held the sword, it felt stronger. The sword was morphed by another sword slave, and both of them had been followers of the Sword Saint of the Void. Now that they were one again, the atmosphere became increasingly intense. With a frigid snort, Great Zhou Sacred King abruptly turned and said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished and turned to leave, the people of the Great Zhou dynasty all looked icily to Yifutian, ready to vacate. Unexpectedly, all of this had been just to make Yifutian look better. "Did I say that you could leave?" Yifutian suddenly spoke, causing everyone to freeze. The eyes of everyone from the 9 states widened in shock. Today, Great Zhou Sacred King had been domineering and unrelenting in his pursuit of a reason to do away with Yifutian and his party, attempting to forcibly seize everything that Yifutian had gained. But everything that had happened afterward made it impossible for him to find an excuse to do so. Furthermore, he undoubtedly felt the authority and pressure that were released when the village chief held the divine sword, yielding in the face of an unwinnable fight. But now Yifutian dared to try to detain them? Great Zhou Sacred King slowly turned his eyes, and they suddenly burst with incomparably sharp lights. A dreadful pressure of the divine path descended upon Yifutian, heavy enough to suffocate. "Who do you think you are talking to?" Great Zhou Sacred King spoke with a cold voice, and the people of the Great Zhou dynasty stared at Yi Futian as well. Was he asking for trouble? Although the world of cultivation believes that the fist rules everything, in the end, we still have to be reasonable. Yi Futian looked at Zhou Sacred King, and then his gaze returned to Yaya and the two corpses on the ground. Did the Sacred King forget to give an account for the deaths of these two? Everyone looked at Yi Futian. Could this man want Great Zhou Sacred King to give him an answer? The look of many present reflected surprise. He was right that in the world of cultivators, the fist was greater than anything else, including reason. What kind of figure was Great Zhou Sacred King that he needed to give an account for ordering the execution of two civilians? What kind of account do you want? Great Zhou Sacred King stared tightly and emotionlessly at Yi Futian. It's a pity that I can't kill the Great Zhou Sacred King, and am not qualified to ask the Sacred King to repay this with blood. Yi Futian calmly stated, and the hearts of many trembled. Yi Futian dared to say that he wanted to kill the Great Zhou Sacred King. This was madness like none other. On the other hand, everyone also knew that Great Zhou Sacred King would like to have Yi Futian's life if he could. But the killers will have to leave their lives here, Yi Futian slowly said, and a flash crossed the eyes of the two cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty, their eyes sharp with concern. They had carried out the execution, and now Yi Futian wanted their lives in return? How dare you? Great Zhou Sacred King questioned, eyes fixed on Yi Futian, to execute the people of the Great Zhou dynasty in front of him? Saint Elder, if I died at the hands of the Sacred King, would you end the lives of all who are present from the Great Zhou dynasty? Yi Futian asked. Yes. The village chief responded indifferently. Very well. Yi Futian nodded calmly. People of all the holy lands of the 9 states shall bear witness today. Those who kill shall in turn be killed. Execute. As his voice fell, incomparably radiant streams of light rained down from within the sword diagram, too fast to react to. 2 loud crunches were heard, and in the direction of the Great Zhou dynasty, the bodies of the 2 strong cultivators were torn to pieces. Too fast. With the help of the sword diagram, cultivators of St. Plain could kill with just 1 strike. The sword diagram breathing blew out a terrible radiance that enveloped everyone within. Tombkeeper village was extremely quiet at the moment. Executed. Yi Futian directly ordered the execution of the people of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Murderers must pay with their lives. And in front of Great Zhou Sacred King. If he had died on this day, he had authorized the village chief to smite everyone except the Great Zhou Sacred King. No one had known that he would be so reckless. Based on his strength and his status as the Sacred King of a sacred dynasty, the Great Zhou Sacred King had ordered the killing of 2 civilians as easily as stepping on ants. Who dared to disagree? But on this day, the ruthless Great Zhou Sacred King met his match with this youngest lord of a holy land within the 9 states. A young man who dared to challenge the authority of saints. Countless people looked at the young man who stood tall and proud. This palace lord, who was once polite and courteous at the 9 States Forum, was the youngest ever palace lord in the history of Holy Ji Palace. Some could even say that he was the youngest leader of all the holy lands of 9 states. At the 9 States Forum, everyone saw his unparalleled talent, but today everyone saw his mettle. The demeanor of the saintly way. Some from the holy lands of the 9 states secretly admired. The scene in front of them allowed many to see that the quality belonging to the saints was exhibited by the young Yi Futian. In the future, he would be a great commanding figure. They all understood that Yi Futian was betting with his own life. If the Great Zhou Sacred King wanted to kill him, even the village chief could not stop it. Everyone's gaze fell on Great Zhou Sacred King, whose eyes seemed to want to swallow Yi Futian whole. His abysmal gaze concentrated on Yi Futian with the mighty authority of the saints to exercise pressure, to render Yi Futian's body stiff to the point of impossibility to move. Yet, he still stared at the other's eyes without relenting. Now that barren state also possessed saints, they shared the same status as lords of holy lands. So if the Great Zhou Sacred King had the audacity to kill him, why couldn't he? Murderers would have to pay with their lives. Now that barren state had saints, It could no longer be belittled by other holy lands of the 9 states. The execution of these two today was not only to get justice for Yaya but also to let everyone from the 9 states to see his determination. The barren state could not be provoked. The two stared at each other for a long time, and the expanse was silent. The great Zhou sacred king was keen and imperious from a young age, and it had served him well. But today he met his match in a young man who was not only similar to his younger self but perhaps even more ruthless. With an era between them, the two faced off against one another. Very well. Great Zhou sacred king finally spat out the words. Staring at Yi Futian, he said, I didn't expect that barren state had finally produced a decent palace lord, but unfortunately this one will be short-lived. Get the hell back to barren state, and prepare for the sacred war. The great Zhou sacred king looked at Yi Futian. He said this lightly, as if he was commenting on a trivial matter, but everyone's heart was beating wildly. Sacred war. The land of 9 states had not participated in a sacred war for many years. Today, the great Zhou sacred king told Yi Futian to prepare for sacred war. This will be your decision today, what you brought to barren state. Pray that you don't regret it. As the great Zhou sacred king finished, he turned and walked toward the expanse. Above the firmament, there bloomed an incredibly radiant and dazzling glory. The phoenix sang, and the carriage of phoenix appeared from the void. Great Zhou sacred king stepped into it and was departed. The people of the great Zhou sacred dynasty gave Yi Futian an icy look, especially Zhou Ye and Zhou Zi. It was frosty. For the first time, someone dared to cross the sacred king in this fashion. The barren state Yi Futian must prepare to repent. The people of the Golden Phoenix army could not be easily killed by Yi Futian. Shush! The people of 9 states' holy lands took a deep breath. After all these years, would a sacred war break out in the land of the 9 states? Moreover, it was between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the barren state, which had no saints for many years. Today, many seem to have witnessed the rise of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state Holy Land. Or would today be the beginning of the end for the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state, leading to its eventual demise? Sacred war, as the name implied, was the battle of saints. In the 9 states, whichever land that possessed saints could be called a holy land. Therefore, the battle of saints was equivalent to the battle of holy lands. For the 9 states, a sacred war meant war between holy lands. Great Zhou scared king was about to launch a sacred war. A sacred war would definitely catch the attention of Emperor Xia. However, given the situation today, people of all holy lands in the 9 states felt that this was only natural. Yi Futian used his position at Holy Ji Palace in the barren state to challenge the great Zhou sacred king, and issued a command to execute those of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. It was not possible for the great Zhou sacred king to retaliate by killing Yi Futian right then and there, because after all, Yi Futian was a palace lord, and also there were his people to be taken into consideration. But would the great Zhou sacred king just let the matter slide? To allow Yi Futian to order the execution of his own people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and he just turned around and leave? Was it possible? If so, what would the world think of the great Zhou sacred king? The sacred king's own heart could not even allow it. He had ended up on the losing end in the confrontation with a young one. Therefore, the sacred war was inevitable. The Holy Ji Palace in the barren state had just started showing signs of promise, and now with the sacred war looming, it had a great possibility to be eradicated. Quickly, the people of the great Zhou sacred dynasty dispersed, and Yi Futian surveyed the people of Xihua sacred mountain. Lu Zong observed all this with tranquility. That day in the Nether Sword Mound, despite his exhortations, Yi Futian insisted on killing Chess Saint, thus creating the situation today. What would become of this exceptional and unrivaled young man? No one knew, and only time would tell. Perhaps he would not see Yi Futian grow into his own and become his opponent. So it would be a pity indeed. Let's go. The people of the great Zhou sacred dynasty had already left, and the great Zhou sacred king would launch the sacred war. There was no need for the people of Xihua sacred mountain to linger here. Moreover, there was still the sword saint of the void. Once news of Tombkeeper Village's recent allegiance spread, shock filled the eastern state and continued to spread throughout the entirety of the 9 states. Palace Lord Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State had activated the Nether Sword Matrix within the Nether Sword Mound and slaughtered the Chess Saint. In doing so, he had gained the inheritance of the Sword Saint of the Void. From then on, Tombkeeper Village would be subordinate to the Barren State. The village chief of Tombkeeper Village was a saint and entered the Holy Ji Palace as a holy elder, so that the Barren State could now possess saints. Yi Futian, the young leader of Barren State, left the Barren State, and in a year's time had left his name in the memories of the 9 states while also recruiting saints for the Barren State. It was no wonder that the previous palace lord had not hesitated to sacrifice himself and protect Yi Futian in that battle, so that he could inherit the position of palace lord. There was further news that shocked 9 state. Yi Futian had openly insulted the great Zhou sacred king, and had executed the king's deputies in front of him for the sake of 2 commoners. For this, Great Zhou Sacred King would launch the Sacred War. According to some, after Great Zhou Sacred King returned, he sent an envoy to the Xia state, where the people of Emperor Xia dwelled. To start a real sacred war between 2 holy lands, he would need to inform Emperor Xia. After all, Emperor Xia was the ruler of the 9 states, and all holy lands within the 9 state were under his dominion. Now that the Barren State had saints and caused such great turmoil, it was no longer the Barren State of before. Even the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty could not have its army directly advance on the Holy Ji Palace and eradicate it. Despite that fact, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had begun to organize its army. An invisible storm was brewing. The 9 states had not had a sacred war for many years. Just how devastating could this one be? After everyone had left Tombkeeper Village, there were some who tried to enter the Nether Sword Mound but discovered that the matrix of the Nether Sword Mound had altered to such a degree of extreme danger that they were unable to enter. Tombkeeper Village's migration to the Barren State seemed to indicate that the Nether Sword Mound had now lost its significance. Under such circumstances, people naturally left it alone, as there was no incentive for them to risk their lives. Qi State and Jixia Holy Palace had gotten wind of the upcoming war. The battles at the 9-state forum has already shocked them. Jixia Holy Palace had produced a once-in-a-century genius, Zhuge Yi, who was naturally endowed with the 5 elements of the saint body. But even so, Zhuge Yi was ranked behind 2 people from the 9-state forum, one of whom had already been confirmed as a spirit body. Yu Shang was this person, and it was no wonder that at the age of 15 he was already so ingenious that he could even conquer spiritual bodies, which indicated the immensity of his power. At this time, in a manor not far from Jixia Holy Palace, a young man in white sat quietly drinking tea, surrounded by some friends who were also discussing this matter. Yi Futian and Yu Shang from the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State are truly rare geniuses, hard to find in 100 years, and well known in the 9 state at such a young age. Perhaps, when Yi Futian inherited the title of Palace Lord, there were many who were waiting to see him make a mistake. But in just 2 years' time, the Barren State has absorbed saints and cultivators of the sage ranking. If it were not for Yi Futian's notorious challenge against the great Zhou Sacred King, the rise of the Barren State would be unstoppable. Indeed, Zhouye was known to be the heir to the Sacred King of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and challenged Yi Futian after the 9-state forum. Yi Futian leveraged his position as a palace lord in their exchanges with great arrogance. But in the end, Zhouye was at a disadvantage and had nothing to fight back with. If he was not of the sage plane and had had to participate in the 9-state forum, then he probably would have had to fight Yu Shang. Between the two, it's hard to tell who's more exceptional. Many people praised and acknowledged that the reputation of Yi Futian and Yu Shang were now beginning to spread to every corner of the 9 states. Brother Bai, it was said that you came from the Barren State and traveled in the 9 states. Did you know Yi Futian and Yu Shang? Someone looked at the youth in white and asked. This young man was extraordinary in his stature, sitting quietly with refinement and gentility. I know them. The young man nodded. Oh. Everyone showed some interest and asked, what does Brother Bai think of their talents? The 9-state forum has already proved that they are rare finds in the 9 states. The youth appeared calm, but his heart palpitated. In just 2 short years, had he already grown to this degree? It seemed that the decision made by the palace lord and the master before their deaths was the correct one. He thought that once upon a time, He was hailed as the first genius of Barren State, the future saint of Barren State, and the succeeding palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. That's right. Everyone smiled. On the side of the youth, a beautiful woman leaned over and poured tea for him. This woman was extremely attractive and known for her looks in the area. She smiled lightly. You are equally talented. In time, people in the 9 states will also know your name. Yes. Brother Bai is the most talented person that we have ever seen. The person next to him smiled and continued. What are your plans? Will you continue to stay in the 9 states? The young man shook his head gently and said, I plan to cultivate at Xianxia Holy Palace. Having traveled throughout the land of the 9 state and reflected on all matters in the world, his perception was different from before. Back in the day, he was the chosen one and the focus of all in the barren state. His every move was scrutinized because he was being trained as a saint, and there was no room for any mistakes. On his end, he worked hard to fulfill the hopes of the elders and to be the heir of the Holy Land. He had perfected himself so that he was worthy of the people's love. But just as he had said, there was no one perfect in the world. Looking at the world from different angles, there would be discoveries of different landscapes, so he left to experience the world in ways that might appear to be ordinary and insignificant. Now that he had comprehended certain things, Bai decided he ought to pursue other routes, such as cultivating with those who were the best in their field. We will congratulate Brother Bai in advance. Everyone laughed. If an ordinary person had mentioned his intention to go to Xianxia Holy Palace to cultivate, he might be ridiculed. But since he was the one who breached the subject first, given his talent, there naturally would be no problem for him to enter Xianxia Holy Palace. I want to go with you, the beautiful girl next to him said softly, and everyone who saw this smiled and then said their goodbyes. The young man felt the woman's gaze. His eyes focused somewhere far away, and his thoughts seemed to have been pulled back into the past, to a time when he once had feelings for a woman. A radiant woman whose temperament was different from his, and who dared to challenge existing rules. I knew a woman who had captured my heart. We were betrothed when we were young, but she reneged. I didn't hold it against her. Later, our elders once again arranged a wedding for us. But on the day of the wedding, the man she loved showed up, and they both came to me, holding hands. The young man recalled the past and smiled. The woman stared at him with languor. Have you still not let it go? I have already let it go, but in my heart, there can be no more romantic feelings, the young man said to the woman. It doesn't matter. I can always keep you company. The woman smiled gently. I will hold you back, said the youth. I don't mind. The woman shook her head. The young man could only smile with resignation. Summer State Xia clan. The prosperous Xia clan had been praised by many as the strongest force in the 9 states. Its familial branches meandered through countless regions, standing like the imperial palace within Summer State City. The Xia clan itself was like a castle. No one dared to offend this ancient and venerable family. All holy lands of the 9 state had always maintained respect towards the Xia clan, because the Xia clan had the surname of Xia. However, above the sprawling complex of the Xia residence, there was a procession of shadows coming from the air with a carriage amongst them. Many figures rose up, intending to intercept the procession, but the person in front of the carriage took out a token, and everyone immediately backed away to stand respectfully on either side. The carriage kept going forward, heading toward the location of the Xia residence. Right then, at the Xia residence, a line of figures levitated toward the sky in a mighty procession. The man leading exuded an air of superiority, suggesting the status of the Saint Plain. This was the family head of the Xia clan, who led everyone to stand quietly, waiting for the arrival of the carriage. Soon, the carriage landed in front of them, and everyone looked at the figure inside the carriage. No one knew who the supervising inspector making their appearance was. Emperor Xia had established the 9 state guards in the land of Summer State to monitor the 9 state. But even if the commander of the 9 state guards himself came before Saint Xia, he was the head of the Xia clan and would not need to pay his respects. So he just stood there quietly, watching. At this point, a figure came out of the carriage and stepped forward. It looked to be a very handsome young man, around 20 or so, dressed in men's clothing, but with skin was so radiant and lovely that it surpassed the luster of a woman's. He certainly appeared more beautiful than any woman. If he were a woman dressed in a woman's clothing, she would have been an exceptional beauty. A woman disguised in men's clothing. Xianxia was uncommon, and as a cultivator of the Saint Plain, this kind of disguise could not escape his eyes. Of all the supervising inspectors, there did not seem to be such a person. Who was she? What will be the business for the inspector's visit? Xianxia asked, but the woman did not bother to speak. Instead, she took out a token and showed it to him. When Xianxia saw the token, his heart jumped violently, and his mind raced quickly. He soon guessed the identity of the person. "Kneel," Xianxia commanded to everyone behind him, and then started bowing to greet the guest. Everyone from Xia clan who witnessed this scene was extremely shocked inside. What could command such obeisance from even their master? What was the meaning of that token? One after the other, they all knelt on one knee and bowed to the young man. "No need as you were," the young man said. "Great Zhou Sacred King has sent words regarding his intention to start a sacred war. So let the witness explain in detail what happened between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace." "Yes." Xianxia nodded and turned back to look at one person, the cultivator from Xia clan who had gone through the 9-state forum and the Nether Sword Mound. He went forward and explained the entire ordeal. After listening, the youth maintained a tranquil demeanor with no outward signs of turmoil, but a decision was made. Send words to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State to announce the rules of the sacred war. The youth commanded the people behind him. Yes. Someone nodded, and suddenly, a party of cultivators levitated and departed. The youth returned to the carriage without another word, and the group left in the mighty formation just as they had come. Xianxia looked at the departing figure, and there was trouble in his heart. Emperor Xia had let her come to the land of 9-state as a precursor. What kind of storm would this entail? Barren State, Holy Ji Palace. From the expanse, a mighty procession came in, and behind them the cultivators of 1,000 holy islands followed. The palace lord of Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, had returned. Moreover, they have already learned that at 9-state forum, the Barren State had achieved brilliant records and placed first in all of the 9 states. Yushang took the first place in 9-state forum. The Barren State had also performed brilliantly as well, making the top 100 and the top 50. When those who went to 9-state forum had brought back the news to the Barren State, it caused a great commotion. Those who had questioned Yi Futian before abandoned their old prejudices against him. That kind of achievement was a first in the 9 states, and Yushang was sure to have a saintly existence in the future. The choice of the old palace lord had been correct. Yi Futian could indeed lead Holy Ji Palace to a new height. The palace lord is back. At this time, inside the Holy Ji Palace, voices were heard, and many figures suddenly levitated in the air. Some young disciples showed fervent enthusiasm and worship on their faces. These were youths who were of the same age, but when they were still cultivating at the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had already led the people of Holy Ji Palace to compete with all the geniuses of the 9 states. "Greetings to the palace lord," said many people. Yi Futian looked at the ground below and nodded slightly at the crowd. Sage Wanxiang and others who were on his side, upon witnessing this scene, also felt a great sense of comfort. Now, Yi Futian's reputation in the Holy Ji Palace had reached a new height. There were no longer those voices of doubt when he first took over the Holy Ji Palace. Who are those people? Many noticed the people from Tombkeeper village, a great troop that followed behind Yi Futian. An old man was standing almost by Yi Futian's side. Even Sage Wanxiang and Zhuge Qingfeng were standing behind him. One's stance and position often indicated their status. At this time, there were a few more figures coming out of the air. It was Sage Dozhan, Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, and a few others who smiled and walked toward this direction. The mighty cultivators formed a welcoming party, like welcoming the triumphant return of heroes. However, Yi Futian, at this moment, did not have the joy of triumph. On the contrary, his mood was rather somber. The trip to the eastern state was extremely rewarding, but at the same time, They would be facing an unprecedented strong enemy, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Master, Uncle Master, Yi Futian called out, summon everyone in the Holy Ji Palace. I have an announcement to make. Sage Dozhan and Sword Demon had a strange look on their faces and seemed to have felt the strangeness in Yi Futian's voice. They looked at Sage Wanxiang and Zhuge Qingfeng and understood that something grave may have happened. Okay. Several of them nodded immediately and began to summon all the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace, and even brought together the island master of the 1,000 Holy Islands. It did not take long. On the impressive steps of the Holy Sage Pavilion at the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian and the others stood quietly, staring at the gathering crowd, and everyone at the palace was coming at an extremely fast speed. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people coming, and Yi Futian took a step forward and gestured to everyone. Immediately, they quieted down. A year ago, I took our people from the barren state to the eastern state to broaden our experiences, and some things happened of which you must have heard about. At the 9-State Forum, our barren state disciples achieved extremely brilliant results, no less brilliant than any other state in the 9 states. As Yi Futian spoke, everyone saw the determination in his eyes, and they slightly balled their fists. Their achievements at 9-State Forum this time had really turned them into believers. The barren state had not been in contact with the 9 states for many years. Because there were no saints, many of them had felt inferior and did not feel they were equals. When Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State arrived, with how dazzling Qinzhong was, even the Holy Ji Palace seemed somewhat less impressive in front of Jisheng Cliffs. Thus, many principalities had chosen to attach themselves to Jisheng Cliffs. However, Yi Futian's appearance changed everything and proved some other things. Of course, I'm gathering you here today not to boast about the achievements of the barren state disciples in the 9-State Forum, but to announce a few things. Yi Futian continued and looked at the village chief. The old village chief took a step forward and suddenly, countless people were looking at him, trying to guess his identity. The village chief of Tombkeeper Village in the eastern state is of the Saint Plain. Now, he will lead Tombkeeper Village into the Holy Ji Palace and be conferred as a holy elder, Yi Futian said with a calm voice. But just this sentence had shaken to their core. Saint. This old man was the cultivator of Saint Plain in the legends. Moreover, he was to be part of the Holy Ji Palace? Even Sword Demon, Sage Dozhan, and others trembled in their hearts. Although they felt he was extraordinary, they did not expect that he was of the Saint Plain. Palace Lord Saint Plain? Someone asked with trembling voice. Yi Futian looked at the village chief and, in an instant, his temperament changed suddenly. A holy power swept out, and the world seemed to be under the pressure of this great power. The entire Holy Ji Palace, in every corner, could feel this holy power. It's a real saint. Many had a fervent look on their faces. Yi Futian brought a cultivator of the Saint Plain to the barren state. You can greet the elder now, Yi Futian said, and everyone responded by bowing and calling out, Greetings to Holy Elder. For many years, the dream of the barren state, with the efforts of several generations, was to have a saint. But today, a cultivator of the Saint Plain had actually appeared in front of them as a holy elder. One could only imagine how this had impacted everyone. Even Sword Demon and Sage Dozhan stepped out to pay their respects. Greetings, Holy Elder, they said. Even top sages had to pay respect to saints. Sainthood was not only a plain but also a status symbol. In addition, the Holy Ji Palace will create the Nether Palace, and the Holy Elder will also serve as the Palace Lord of the Nether Palace. And the people of Tombkeeper Village will become disciples of the Nether Palace. Yi Futian continued. Tombkeeper Village had descended from Sword Saint of the Void, hence the name. Everyone took a deep breath. Not only was he conferred as elder, but a special palace had been set up for him. Obviously, the Palace Lord was serious. This saint was really going to cultivate here. How did the Palace Lord achieve this? Senior Yang. At this time, Yi Futian looked at another, and Yang Xiao stepped out. Many showed a look of curiosity. Who might this be? The Palace Lord had addressed him as Senior. Yang Xiao, the City Lord of Yujing City in the Eastern State, also a Sage Plain cultivator of the Sage and Saint ranking of the 9 states, has led some of his people from Yujing City to come here and enter our palace to cultivate. Therefore, the Holy Ji Palace will create the Matrix Palace, with Senior Xianxia serving as the Palace Lord of Matrix Palace, with the study of matrices as the main subject. Afterward, anyone talented in the way of matrices will enter this palace to cultivate. Everyone's hearts trembled again. The strongest in the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states, with levels existing below the saint plane, was enough to be at the forefront of the barren sky rank. The strength of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state had greatly increased, and it was comparable to some of the holy lands in the 9 states. This is the good news. Next, there is bad news to announce. Yifutian continued to speak to the excited crowd, and suddenly, everyone focused on him. Sword Demon, Sage Dojan, and the others flashed a look of concern on their faces. Yifutian had returned with saints, yet he was still very solemn. It must have been terrible news. Our Holy Ji Palace, in the very near future, could be at war with the great Zhou sacred dynasty in the Holy Land of the Eastern State. Therefore, everyone must be mentally prepared, as this battle will be a matter of life or death. Even the survival of Holy Ji Palace depends on it. This is not a threat. As Yifutian spoke, the excitement that was felt by the people turned into a sinking feeling. Yifutian paused for a moment and did not continue until everyone had time to digest what he had to say. This war concerns life or death, and I don't want to force anyone, so I will give everyone some time to think things over. Before the start of the war, you may choose to leave, but from then on, you will no longer be a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace and won't be affected by this war. However, once this war is announced, you must strictly obey the order. If you leave the palace, you will be considered a deserter. Your cultivation will be forfeited. Extreme times required extreme measures. This sacred war would also be a baptism by fire for the Holy Ji Palace. This was the same thought as when he was choosing who to bring to the Holy Temple to cultivate. When the sacred war began, only those who were willing to move in tandem with the palace would be kept around, and those who lacked determination would be sifted out. There was no sense in forcing these people to stay. It would be counterproductive. Today, I just wanted to give you a choice regarding this news. You are dismissed, Yifutian said, then turned to leave, leaving behind countless shocked cultivators. These few words from Yifutian caused a strong impact in their hearts, a feeling that could not be expressed. The palace had finally been sanctified, but the Holy Ji Palace would be at war with the Holy Land of the Eastern State. Sage Dojan and Sword Demon followed behind Yifutian, and Sword Demon asked, "Is it really so serious?" "Yes," Yifutian nodded. "All matters here at the palace, including Holy Elder and Palace Lord Yang, will require your attention, and I'm handing them over to you. I have been exhausted these days and I want to rest. If you have any questions, you can consult Master Uncle Wanxiang. All that's left to do now is to wait." "No problem," Sage Dojan nodded. "We will take care of things from here. Go do what you need to do." "Much indebted." Yifutian smiled and left with Jeyu and the others. Yifutian and Yushang returned to their residence and saw a group standing quietly, waiting. Xianxia walked to Yushang's side and stood on her toes to adjust his shirt for him. Then she smiled and looked at Yifutian. "Did our Yushang give you a long face?" "Yes. But look, who are we talking about?" Yifutian responded with a smile. In the palace, only those who were close to him did not treat him as the palace lord. "Tired?" Nandu Wanin regarded Yifutian gently. "I'm all right, Masteress." Yifutian nodded with a smile. When he agreed to become the palace lord, he was destined to face all these issues. Hua Fenglu whispered. Of course, he understood that Yifutian had considered things carefully before agreeing to serve as the palace lord. This was not just about power, but truly a chore. Given that barren state had no saints, he shouldered missions and responsibilities. The master is right. Now that I have chosen this road, I can only move forward. Yifutian nodded, and looked at Lulan Shui next to him and said, "You've worked hard." Lulan Shui was looking after Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin. She shook her head gently. "Brother Futian." Just then a voice was heard, and Yifutian turned and saw Longlinger and Mu Jiqiu coming toward him. Everyone in the palace knew that these two were good friends of Yifutian, so the guards would not have stopped them from entering. Yifutian looked at Long Linger and thought that time went by so fast. This girl was now 20, and had become more graceful than ever. Looking at her reminded Yifutian of Yaya. When he first got to know Linger, she was the same age as Yaya. However, she was a little more fortunate than Yaya. Even though her older uncle was gone, she had parents who treated her like a princess, and Yaya was the more pitiful one in comparison. When his thoughts turned to this, his hatred for the great Zhou sacred king intensified. He rubbed Long Linger's head. Long Linger habitually gave him a look of annoyance but did not make a big deal, letting him messing up her hair. "Did you cultivate well?" Yifutian asked. "Yes, Brother Futian, I am pretty good now," Long Linger said a little proudly. "Go ahead and be boastful." Yifutian smiled. "Linger, go home and do not come to the palace for the time being." "No," Long Linger shook her head and looked at Yifutian. "Brother Futian, you are the palace lord. You can't give me preferential treatment." "You little girl." Yifutian tapped on her head. This girl was way too shrewd, even for him. "Jiqiu, when can you get on the low rank?" Yifutian looked at Mu Jiqiu and asked with a smile. Mu Jiqiu was caught off guard and then smiled with a little bitterness. She had fought with Yifutian once, but now, looking at everything that Yifutian had done, she could only look from the sidelines. He had advanced too quickly. "Don't make fun of me," Mu Jiqiu replied. "Your natural talent is very strong, so sooner or later, it will happen." Yifutian smiled, but Mu Jiqiu did not say much. "Lulan, have dinner prepared. I haven't had a good meal for a long time." Yifutian smiled. Lulan Shui nodded, and the group enjoyed a peaceful dinner. But in the world outside, because of what Yifutian had said, everything was chaos. Everything that Yifutian had done spread toward in the barren state. After a few days, the shockwave reached the barren state. Yifutian had slaughtered a saint. Even though it was done with the help of the Matrix, it was still a slaughtering of a saint, a legendary figure. And the young leader of the palace in the barren state had done so to a legendary figure that the barren state needed to look up to. The sovereign family of Zhongzhou City, Tingxua House, the Zhuge family of the Northern Territory, Alchemy City in the south of the barren state, and many other countless top forces were rocked by the news. This time, the barren state would face an unprecedented storm. Yifutian and his people cultivated quietly. He was waiting for a message. A month later, finally, there was a procession of majestic figures appearing above the Holy Ji Palace, and they came directly above the Holy Sage Pavilion. Yifutian took many of his people and levitated to meet those who were above. "Where is Yifutian?" someone in the expanse asked. "Who wants to know?" Yifutian asked. 9 states supervising inspector. The person headed the group in the expanse replied. Yifutian's eyes lit up. They finally came. "What business does the supervising inspector have with us?" Yifutian asked. Great Zhou Sacred King sent a message to Emperor Xia, saying that he desired to initiate sacred war. He said that if Palace Lord Yi is willing to go to Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to repent on his knees and send the Divine Sword and Yaya into the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the sacred war can be avoided. Does Palace Lord Yi desire war or peace? The supervising inspector announced. As his voice faded, everyone in the Holy Ji Palace revealed an angry look. "It's outrageous." Several of the palace lords looked incredibly offended after hearing the proposal. Yifutian gazed at the supervising inspector in the expanse, a spirited look on his face. He replied, "War. Very well." The supervising inspector nodded. From this moment forward, between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace, the sacred war has been permitted according to the regulations of sacred war. Cultivators of the Saint Plane can only battle equals and are not permitted to kill anyone below the Saint Plane. Cultivators of the Sage Plane are not permitted to kill anyone below the Sage Plane. Families of cultivators who are outside of both domains are exempt from the war. 9 states guards will monitor this sacred war. "Do you remember it all?" the supervising inspector asked. "Yes." Yifutian nodded. "Farewell." The supervising inspector nodded, and then the group left. Here was the declaration that the sacred war had now started. From this moment forward, Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace, following the rules, could kill anyone from the other side, unlimited by time, place, and means. It was easy to understand why such rules were put in place. If saints could slaughter anyone below the saint plane, then both sides may exhaust all of their people except for cultivators of the saint plane. Countless people from the Holy Ji Palace raised their head and looked at the figure disappearing into the air. The 9 states supervising inspector was a term that was unfamiliar to the majority of them. The Baron State had very little interaction with the 9 states and was nearly forgotten in the past. It was only until Yi Futian stepped out of the Baron State that they entered the vision of the 9 states again. However, they also understood that the 9 states supervising inspector was the subordinate of Emperor Xia, the ruler of the 9 states. Battles between holy lands needed the approval of Emperor Xia, and for him to set the rules before it could begin. Emperor Xia had approved the battle between the 2 holy lands, but to prevent those of higher cultivation indiscriminately killing those of lower cultivation level, he had set this rule to prevent harm from coming to the loved ones of those in battle. This was a tacit agreement in the cultivation world. Yi Futian stood in the air above the sage palace, looking at the disappearing figure with a serious expression. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was once the ruler of the eastern state and had a strong heritage of ruling over boundless regions. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was different from the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace was more devoted to imparting knowledge and skills, while the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was an imperial faction, so it would naturally have stricter control over regions under its dominion. For example, even though Yi Futian was the palace lord, he was unable to command the Baron State's elite factions to battle for him. However, the Great Zhou Sacred King could. With a single command, he could assemble a huge army from all the factions in the regions under his control. Coupled with the fact that the Baron State had been weakened for many years, even though their performance in the 9-state forum was brilliant, their overall strength was definitely inferior to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, no matter which cultivation level they considered. The start of the Sacred War was a matter of life and death for the Baron State. Moreover, once the Sacred War started, any methods could be used, assassinations and interceptions for example. This also meant that from the moment the supervising inspector had announced the start of the Sacred War, the people from the palace could be attacked at any moment. Yi Futian looked at the ground and said in a clear voice, "From now on, the Holy Ji Palace will enter a state of battle. All disciples cultivating in the palace are to be on alert, and no one will leave without orders." As his voice sounded, everyone felt the tension in the air. In this period of time, about 1/3 of the disciples in the Holy Ji Palace had left. After all, to many people, they had only come to the palace to cultivate and did not have too much emotional attachment to it. Since Yi Futian had given them a choice, they would naturally leave. Among those who left, the majority were under the sage plane. Their wills were not firm and had only come to the palace in pursuit of higher cultivation level and were unwilling to fight for the palace to the death. Apart from that, the palace will now have Sage Hall disciples. As the name suggests, they will be the core of the palace. In this sacred war, those who have achieved feats will be promoted to Sage Hall disciples and can enter the Sage Hall to cultivate, Yi Futian continued. Seeing the serious expressions on the faces of the disciples below, he had an astute expression as he delivered the rest of his speech. "When I brought the palace's disciples to participate in the 9-state forum, we suffered the cold shoulder from many holy lands. However, the palace's disciples had the most outstanding performance in the 9-state forum. As such, although this sacred war may be a crisis, it is also an opportunity. If the Holy Ji Palace can stand tall after the sacred war, from then on, nobody can stop the palace's uprising in the 9 states. All the disciples that participate in this sacred war will shake the 9 states alongside me in the future." Many people felt their blood boil as they heard Yi Futian's words. Yi Futian had already done what they had thought to be impossible in the past. The group that followed Yi Futian, namely Yushang, Yi Wuchen, Su Ke, and the rest had shone brightly in the 9-state forum. They also hoped that they would one day be able to head out towards the 9 states. Relay the news to the various factions. Yi Futian looked towards the people beside him and said. Sage Dozhan and the rest nodded. They knew Yi Futian's intentions. Although he did not say it, he was asking for assistance from the rest of the Barren States factions. Relying on the Holy Ji Palace's strength alone was insufficient to stop the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. There were too few experts in the palace. However, this was a matter of life and death. Yi Futian could not force the other factions in the Barren State to participate, so he could only let them choose. Even if they were unwilling to participate in the war, Yi Futian would not hold a grudge against them. Holy Elder, Palace Lord Yang. Let us formulate a few battle matrices for group battles. Yi Futian looked at the village chief and Xianxia. In a battle between armies, battle matrices would be very important as it could increase one party's strength drastically. Okay. The two of them nodded. In a sacred war, battle matrices were essential. Moreover, they needed other matrices to adapt to different circumstances. Okay. Let's all make preparations for battle, Yi Futian said, and the crowd started to disperse. The Holy Ji Palace started to become busy. Yi Futian looked into the air. At that moment, he felt as though he could understand why Lu Chan was so radical back then. The Barren State was weak, so if it could not rise up, it would face destruction in the face of these kinds of situations. At the same time, the supervising inspector descended upon the Holy Ji Palace. Another supervising inspector also descended upon the capital of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, where countless factions had gathered. The Great Zhou Sacred King had an overbearing personality. With his character, he would not give Yi Futian the luxury of time. He evidently had no plans to fight a drawn-out fight against the Holy Ji Palace, but instead, he had planned to lead his army towards the Barren State and take down the Holy Ji Palace in one fell swoop. Yi Futian would pay for his actions. All the holy lands in the 9 states were paying close attention to the sacred war. After the news had spread, some factions in the 9 states had already started making their way towards the Battle Sage Palace. They knew that the first battle in the sacred war would take place in the Barren State. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army would directly descend from the air. For someone of the Great Zhou Sacred King's stature, Yi Futian had not given him any face when he had killed his underling in front of him that day. So he would definitely not allow Yi Futian to live. No matter how outstanding Yi Futian was or how likely he was to enter the divine path, once he was killed, all of that would no longer matter. It was rumored that he had entered the Sage Plane not long ago and was still at the lowest level of the Sage Plane. Under these circumstances, Yi Futian would pose no threat in the Sage Plane's battles and would even need the protection of others. Xihua Sacred Mountain and Jisheng Cliffs were the first to reach the Barren State. At that moment, in a restaurant in the Barren State's Zhongzhou city, a group of experts from Jisheng Cliffs had arrived. Kong Yao had come personally and was drinking wine in the restaurant. Everything that had happened in the 9-state forum and in the Nether Sword Mound had made Jisheng Cliffs feel threatened by the Barren State's existence. However, before they had the chance to do anything, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had already initiated the Sacred War. This had saved the Jisheng Cliffs much effort. Now, they only needed to watch the unfolding war in silence. There had been no sacred war in the 9 states for a long time. Hopefully, this sacred war would not be disappointing. At the same time, the Barren States factions had also received the news. Alchemy City's City Lord Office, Armorer Pavilion. Yuqi was personally creating a ritual implement. As he was topless, the muscles on his body were scorched by the flames. Not just him, but many elite experts from the City Lord office were creating ritual implements with him. At that moment, a middle-aged figure walked in and said, "Father, why are you doing this? Just leave this to the Uncle Masters. In Armory, if I claim to be second in the Barren State, nobody will dare to claim to be first. If we want to create elite sage ritual implements as soon as possible, I will definitely need to do it personally," Yuqi said. The middle-aged person he was replying to was his eldest son, Yumu. "Father, you have decided to participate in this time's sacred war?" Yumu asked. "Your younger sister and that asshole Shui Yi are still in the palace. How can I sit around?" Yuqi glared at him and replied. He then stopped the actions on his hand and ordered, "You all will finish the final step of creating the ritual implement." As he said that, he turned around and left, casually putting on a shirt that was drenched in his sweat and walking out of the Armorer Pavilion. "Order some men to gather all the best ritual implements in Alchemy City," Yuqi said to Yumu. A glint appeared in Yumu's eyes, and he asked, "It seems like Father is preparing to muster all our forces. What if we lose the sacred war?" With Alchemy City's current position, even if the Holy Ji Palace and all the other factions in the Barren State are replaced, Alchemy City will continue to stand tall, Yuqi said with confidence. Because they specialized in armory, there would be no faction that would not welcome strong armorers with open arms. However, it is also our limiter. After cultivating for a long period of time, we start to lack the passion that youngsters have. Look at many of the older people in the Barren State. They don't even dare to participate in the sacred war. Aren't they just waiting to die? Look at Yi Futian. He brought the Barren State out and obtained first in the 9-state forum. Do you understand what that means? Yuqi looked at Yumu and asked. Yi Futian is indeed an extraordinary genius. If given enough time, he will definitely be able to enter the divine path, Yumu replied. Someone who dares to stand proudly in front of saints and kill the great Zhou sacred king's descendants in front of him will definitely enter the divine path. Not just him, Yushang, even Yi Wuchen and the others will also have a chance. Yuqi continued coolly. When things reach an extreme, they can only continue in the opposite direction. The Barren State has had no saints for many years. Now we have ushered in an explosive era. This will be a huge era. If we are able to overcome these obstacles, the Barren State's future will be limitless. Yi Futian was sent up to the position of Palace Lord by the entire Barren State. Then, let us escort him this time. Yuqi continued. Also, go and inform the citizens of Alchemy City to gather their families' elites from each plane. Father, Yumu was stunned. He was preparing to make all the families and factions of Alchemy City participate in the sacred war? What if they do not agree? Yumu asked. After all, the opponent was after the Holy Ji Palace. It was a sacred war. Even I, the city lord, will participate. If they want to stay out of it, I'll kill them first, Yuqi said nonchalantly. Send people to the Fire Emperor Palace and Goddess Pavilion as well. I do not have control over the other regions of the Barren State, but in the southwest region, I have the final say. Okay. Yumu nodded as he replied. It seemed like his father was serious this time. At the same time, in the Barren State's eastern region, the Divine Sky City's top 3 schools had already been unified and were under Chen Yuan's control. When news of the Sacred War reached them, Chen Yuan had also gathered the experts from the top 3 schools and the Divine Sky City's forces. He gathered the experts from each plane and prepared to head towards the palace to participate in the war. The current leader of the Barren State was the son from his starry school. In the Holy Ji Palace, everyone was preparing their best for the upcoming battle. At that moment, in Yi Fuqian's quarters in the Sage Palace, the Sword Demon and Sage Daozong were there, looking towards the front. Yi Fuqian stood there and, in front of him, there were flocks of avian demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had one similarity, and that was their speed. Among them were wind rocks, gale eagles, and golden-winged condors. Even the weakest of these demonic beasts were at the pinnacle of the noble plane. There were even a few of them who had entered the sage plane and were mounts that had been trained by the palace's experts. However, at that moment, all of the demonic beasts were being engulfed by a terrifying aura. Yi Futian's eyes appeared to have become a terrifying storm, endlessly deep and demonic. His gaze shot directly into the beasts' eyes, into their brains, where he imprinted his spiritual will on them. All the beasts shivered uncontrollably. Long after, they finally regained their composure, lining up in a row and bowing to Yi Futian. Go! Yi Futian gave an order, and the beasts flew into the air, flying towards different directions once they were in the sky. At that moment, many fields of view appeared in Yi Futian's head. Through the eyes of the demonic beasts, he could see everything that they could. The Sword Demon and Sage Daozong looked at each other. They did not expect Yi Futian to have the ability to control demonic beasts. There seemed to be nothing this fellow did not know. This way, the demonic beasts could replace cultivators in providing reconnaissance for them and keep watch over the great Zhou sacred dynasty's movements. Uncle Masters. Yi Futian looked at Sage Daozong and the Sword Demon and asked, Do the two of you feel that we should adopt a full defensive strategy or send experts to assault the Great Zhou sacred dynasty in this sacred war? They had already received news that the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was assembling its army and preparing to head towards the barren state. This sacred war was initiated by the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, so they would take the initiative to attack. However, to Yi Futian, he would have the advantage of staying in the palace. Battling in the barren state would be battling on their home ground. As the weaker party in the war, the Holy Ji Palace, evidently, could not send out their full force to attack the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. So they only had two options now. Just like Yi Futian had said, they could either focus on defense or send experts to launch a sneak attack on the Great Zhou sacred dynasty while defending. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty was once the ruler of the eastern state and has a strong foundation. Since they have initiated the sacred war, they will be prepared. How could they easily let us launch an attack on their headquarters? Sage Daozong continued, if we only send out a portion of our forces to launch an attack on the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, it might be pointless. If we send out a huge army, the palace's defenses will be weak and unable to withstand the Great Zhou sacred dynasty's invasion. So, I do not suggest a sneak attack. I think so too. The sword demon nodded lightly. Sage Daozong's analysis was valid. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty had traveled far to conquer the barren state, so they would definitely leave people to stand guard. This meant that the Great Zhou sacred dynasty would not bring its full strength. They had the home ground advantage, so they needed to utilize it fully. If they split their forces to launch a sneak attack, that would be tantamount to giving up their advantageous position and taking unnecessary risks. I understand. Yi Futian nodded and replied, Palace Lord Yang and I have thought of some battle matrices, but there is still a lack of experts in the Holy Ji Palace. In the Sacred War, battle matrices with little power were useless. Only higher-level matrices would work, but they needed many experts to activate. The palace indeed lacks elite experts. That will be a huge disparity between us and the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. If they clash during the war, we might. The sword demon's tone was pessimistic. After all, the Great Zhou sacred dynasty's foundation was evident for all to see. The army that they had assembled this time would definitely be filled with experts. At that moment, the sword demon and Sage Daozong raised their heads and looked into the distance. A strong aura emanated from the direction they were looking at, and Yi Futian also looked towards there. Soon, a group of figures flew rapidly towards them, the palace's disciples leading the way. Reporting to the palace lord, City Lord Yu has led a group of people to participate in the sacred war, a voice said from the air. Yi Futian then replied, City Lord Yu, please. Palace Lord Yi. Yu Qi's voice sounded, and he brought a group of people towards Yi Futian's direction. Apart from him, Yi Futian also saw the Fire Emperor Palace's Yan Jun, the Goddess Pavilion's unparalleled goddess, Chu Ji, and the few family heads from the alchemy conference that Yi Futian had met in the past. Uncle, Yi Futian called out to him. Yu Qi was his brother Shui Ye's father-in-law, so it was only appropriate for him to address him as Uncle. Yan Jun, Palace Lord Chu, elders. Yi Futian then turned to the others and saluted them. They had all come to provide assistance to the palace, so he would naturally not put on the air of a palace lord. He bowed to them as one from a younger generation would. Palace Lord Yi. They returned the salute, and a glint flashed across Chu Ji's eyes. This little fellow had unwittingly brought the barren state to such a position that even saints were willing to enter the palace. Futian, I have brought Alchemy City's experts. I have also brought the ritual implements that my Alchemy City has stored over the years. Do take stock of them. Yu Qi also smiled and changed his tone. When he came, addressing him as Palace Lord Yi was etiquette, but since he was already here, he did not need to regard Yi Futian as an outsider. A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes as he saw Yu Mu step forward and pass 2 storage rings to him and say, one of them contains elite Sage Plane ritual implements, while the other contains weaker ritual implements, but they are all for Sage Plane cultivators. Nodding his head, Yi Futian's spiritual energy entered the rings as he took a look. An exciting glow appeared in his eyes. As expected of Alchemy City, the 2 storage rings were the equivalent of a treasure vault. Uncle, Do not pretend to be a stranger. Yifutian did not express his thanks. He did not need to. Yuqi leading the Southwest's experts to participate in the war was equivalent to giving his life for the palace. This was a favor far more valuable than the previous battle in the palace. I haven't been fighting much these few years. Now that I have the opportunity to fight against the experts from the other states, it's a good thing. Yuqi smiled and said, "Do you want to spar with me first to warm up?" A voice sounded. They all looked into the air and saw two groups of experts flying towards them. The person who had spoken was Xianxia House's Su Shang. On the Barren Sky ranking, Yuqi was ranked 8th while Su Shang was 9th. "Fighting you is boring," Yuqi said coolly. Su Shang's specialization was slaughter, and Su Ke had inherited that. "This is a rare opportunity. In the Sacred War, we will be able to see what level we are at now." A person smiled and said, "It was the sovereign family's Huang Shi." Huang Zhuge stood behind him. The sovereign family and Xianxia House both resided in Zhongzhou City, and the two of them had led their experts to assist the palace. "Long time no see, seniors. You still look as stylish as before." Yifutian smiled and said, "What style can we have when compared to you? Standing out in the 9-state forum, killing a saint in the Nether Sword Mound, that is a saint. You could brag about it for a lifetime." Su Shang replied. Yifutian had killed a saint. This fellow could really bear to do it. How decisive. "Do you have confidence in this sacred war?" Huang Shi looked at Yifutian and asked. "Not much." Yifutian shook his head and did not attempt to hide it. "I guess so," Huang Shi said. "But senior still came." Yifutian smiled and replied. "Just like Yuqi said in his letter, you are the leading figure selected by the Barren States will. Now, the Barren States factions prosper together with the palace. How can we survive if the palace is gone?" Huang Shi said. "In the Sacred War, once the palace was eliminated, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would definitely enter the Barren State as the winning party and rule over the entire Barren State. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was an imperial faction. By then, the various factions in the Barren State would only be able to bow down and take orders from them." Yifutian was a little ashamed. He was indeed the palace lord selected by the Barren State's common will. Now, the responsibility on his shoulders seemed to have become even larger. This was a war they could not afford to lose. "Don't push it on me. You came because you wanted to, not because of a letter," Yuqi retorted. What he said was the truth. With Huang Shi and Su Shang's status, if they were unwilling to come, a letter would definitely be insufficient to persuade them. Yifutian felt his heart warm. He turned around to the people behind him and said, "Prepare a banquet. With the Sacred War ahead of us, let us do away with these formalities." Yuqi said. It was not important whether they had a banquet or not. "It's fine. I can discuss the matter of the Sacred War with Uncle and the seniors over a banquet as well," Yifutian replied. "Okay." Yuqi nodded. Thereafter, the palace started to set up a banquet. Soon it was prepared. The influential figures in the Holy Ji Palace all arrived, and the village chief also attended. Many people saluted him as he entered. "Chief Chun has arrived." During the banquet, a voice sounded from outside. Yifutian said in a loud voice, "Please enter." Soon, Chun Yuan and Mu Chuan entered. Alongside them were the Blazing Sun School's Chief Yang Ding and the Starry Moon School's Chief Gong Kuei. The family heads of the Divine Sky City were also there. The West Mountain Dragon clan's Long Linger and her father Long Ao, as well as Gu Yunqi's father, had also arrived. Yifutian stood up to welcome them. After that, Zhuge Qingfeng led the Zhuge family's experts in. However, there were not many people from the Zhuge family this time, even less than the sovereign family's experts. When Zhuge Qingfeng had gone to gather experts, there had been objections from within the family. Certain factions within the family were unwilling to participate in the Sacred War and fight for Yifutian. Previously, while I was discussing with my two uncle masters, I had commented that the palace did not have enough experts. Now that seniors have arrived, we can set up some formidable battle matrices. Yifutian said to the rest, "My initial plan was to set up a few battle matrices, and I will need seniors and your men to help in setting up these battle matrices. Different cultivators can contribute in different ways. Just go ahead. Give us the order if you need us to do anything. In this sacred war you are the commander, Wuxia replied. The sacred war was a war between holy lands, so it naturally needed someone to have absolute control. As the palace lord, Yifudian had assembled the strength of the entire barren state, so it was only fit for him to be in control. At this time they needed to be of one mind and ignore personal benefit, otherwise many people would die. The rest of them all nodded. Yifudian did not need to be modest and started assigning roles. The village chief watched everything silently. The scene before his eyes made him surprised. He had not expected that Yifudian, who was only in the Sage Plain, had such rallying power in the barren state. The Great Phoenix Hall stood proudly at the Great Zhou sacred dynasty of the eastern state. The sacred king was draped in a golden phoenix robe above the very high steps outside the Great Phoenix Hall. His black hair draped over his shoulders as he kept his hands behind his back. A clear aura of pride exuded from his person. Many mighty ones stood at the steps beneath him, which had images of phoenixes carved on them. They were all top-class sages coming from all corners of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. There were many square matrices beneath the steps, looking as if they were armies standing by awaiting orders. Their surroundings were unnervingly quiet. Everyone's eyes were on the sacred king, waiting for his orders. "How many major forces are not here yet?" the sacred king asked. "My king, the Black Thunder Clan and the Flying Snow Sword Clan are not here yet. There were several other nobles who needed to gather their men, so they are late. However, everything is underway," someone reported. "Tell them they are to show within a month no matter what. They don't need to be here if they aren't able to do so," the sacred king said plainly. As speculated by the people of the Holy Ji Palace, while the Holy Ji Palace was merely a sacred ground for training, the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was a sovereignty, which meant that they held absolute rulership. The sacred king was the absolute king of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. No one dared to defy him. "Yes, my king." Someone took the order. "I have another matter to report. There is news from the barren state that many forces gathered and are heading to the Holy Ji Palace to serve as reinforcements. Should we interfere?" Someone else reported. "No need for that," the sacred king said plainly. "If they intend to cause a storm, then we'll simply crush them all." "Yes, my king." None were surprised. When Jisheng Cliffs had imposed themselves in the barren state, they had tried means of gathering forces of the barren state to achieve their goals. However, the sacred king was, after all, a king. His bearing dictated that he should not have to resort to tricks like those executed by Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs. Anyone who dared stand in his way was to be crushed. The sacred king's wrath called forth a bloodbath that would stain the lands of the barren state. There are more sages than nobles coming from all of the forces this time. However, I need more than an army of sages. I need an army of nobles as well, the sacred king said plainly. Everyone was startled. Their king had indeed intended to raise the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state, from the sages to every last one of the nobles. Nobles were to serve as reserves in this case. If even the nobles were all dead, the barren state would turn worthless and powerless, and there would be no way for them to rise again. "Yes, my king." All of the sacred king's people had their orders. However, the forces participating in this assault had their own agendas. As they were fighting a sacred war, massive casualties among their own were inevitable, even if they were able to raise the entire barren state. As such, they left as many of their future generations behind as possible. However, the sacred king disagreed. He had them brought their nobles to bear on their enemies as well. Everything was deemed to be the fault of Yifudian, the idiot. He might have been a rare genius, but a genius who had yet to blossom was nothing. What he did, which infuriated the sacred king, was akin to digging his own grave. "We will gather here again, a month from now, to attack the barren state," the sacred king said and then left. All hail the sacred king. Everyone present bowed to pay their respects. They only dispersed after the sacred king was no longer seen. The sacred king came to one of the bedchambers, which had been lavishly decorated and was named the Lapis Lazuli Palace. It was the bedchamber of Si, a favorite concubine of the sacred king. With the exception of some servant girls, no one else was allowed to step foot in there. Many who were close to the sacred king didn't even know who Xi actually was. They only speculated that she was a beauty like none other, whose unparalleled charm mesmerized the sacred king. At the moment, a woman wearing lavish clothes was seen in the lapis lazuli palace. Her clothing shone like lapis lazuli yet seemed to be as thin as a cicada's wings. The vague style of clothing made the woman's perfect figure look all the more alluring. Sacred king. The woman walked forward. Her slender legs and skin that showed between the fabric looked incredibly seductive. Even her eyes seemed to be capable of sucking people's souls away. However, the sacred king simply stood quietly as he looked at her. If anyone from the outside were able to see her, they would have thought her looks to somewhat resemble the glass saint, the #1 beauty in the eastern state. Furthermore, the way her hair was done and the accessories she wore on them were near identical to those worn by the glass saint. However, she lacked the graceful, regal air of the glass saint, and was overflowing with seductive charm capable of poisoning the hearts of men. Regardless of how striking the resemblance between her and the glass saint was, and how pretty she was still not the glass saint. She was little more than a replacement. The woman leaned onto the sacred king. Her fragrant scent and fiery body were more than capable of making a man's blood boil. However, the sacred king was calm and composed still. He looked at her eyes and took her by the hips, walking towards the bed. When the barren state was no more and he had gotten his hands on the sword matrix of the void, making him the man to master the #1 matrix in all of the 9 states, he would set out to complete a wish that he had been unable to act upon a long time ago. He might have had the world in his hands, but there was one lingering obsession in his mind, which had stalled his training for a considerable amount of time. That obsession was none other than to make the glass saint, the number beauty of the eastern state, his. Yifutian was high above a training ground in the Holy Ji Palace, looking at the people trained below. The Sword Demon and Su Shang had taken some of the mighty ones from the Sword Palace and several top-notch swordsmen from Tingxue House to train there. Other than that, there was also a swordsman from Tombkeeper Village, who was at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane. They were training to use a sword matrix. The village chief and Xianxia were present to guide training. There were 9 of them, with the weakest being at a lower archmage level. There were 3 who were at an upper archmage level, 4 at a middle archmage level, and 2 at the lower archmage level. They all took their corners and formed a matrix. There was a huge sword in the middle. That was the divine sword. A sword diagram appeared in their surroundings, and there was a true sword-type ritual implement in every corner in the diagram ringing about. All of those swords were top-notch sage ritual implements, and all of them were given by Yu Qi. The sword diagram grew increasingly bright as they went about activating the matrix. Beams of light from the swords shot into the heavens. Sword aura gathered in a frenzy around them, looking incredibly dazzling. The sword matrix originated from 9 sword diagrams. They were being trained by 9 swordsmen, and with the help of the divine sword and many top-notch sage ritual implements used, the matrix would definitely bring frightening power to bear. There was no use fretting about the numbers of mighty ones in the sacred war, as they were already at a disadvantage. As such, the only way for them to level the playing field was by amplifying each individual's power, bringing out the greatest potential in every single fighter on their side. Yang Xiao flashed and came to Yifutian's side, saying, "They're all top-class cultivators and have an unparalleled capacity for comprehension. They should be able to master changes of the sword matrix soon enough. Let's go see how the others are doing." "Thank you for your effort," Yifutian said. The ones who were most versed in the art of matrices were Yang Xiao, him, and the village chief. The chess saint had been the one who was most versed in the art of matrices in all of the 9 states, and Yang Xiao had been his eldest student. His background, coupled with his impressive abilities in the art of matrices, had given them an edge over the great Zhou sacred dynasty in terms of use of matrices. Wars were to be fought using what was most advantageous to one side and bringing that advantage to greatest use. As such, Yifutian tasked Yang Xiao mainly with teaching the art of matrices to the sages. Zhou Gongzi, on the other hand, was made to guide the nobles. Both took to the air and Yifutian said, The people of Xihua Sacred Mountain have arrived in the barren state. They are at Zhongzhou City. Lu Zong is there as well. Yeah. Yang Xiao nodded quietly as if Lu Zong was but the name of a stranger. The barren state is now faced with a sacred war, and we've gotten our hands full with that alone. We cannot afford to fight Lu Zong now, Yi Futian elaborated honestly. He knew well why Yang Xiao had come to train in the barren state. Yang Xiao knew that. He hated Lu Zong immensely, and only by joining hands with Yi Futian would he get his chance at revenge in the future. There's no need for more words. I know well enough, Yang Xiao replied. The incident did not only involve Lu Zong. Xihua Sacred Mountain had given its consent to Lu Zong to do what he did as well. There was only one thing Yang Xiao needed to do at the moment, and that was to have the barren state win the sacred war, and with that, to have the Holy Ji Palace be renowned throughout the 9 states, so much so that it would surpass both the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Xihua Sacred Mountain in status. He would then have his chance of taking revenge. Currently, vengeance was the last thing in Yang Zhao's mind. Futian. A voice was heard. Yi Futian turned around and saw a girl was coming his way. Phoenix, Yi Futian called. My teacher is here, Phoenix said. Yi Futian was stunned for a bit, before smiling and said, Thank you, Phoenix. With the undying old man around, casualties in the barren state would be reduced somewhat. So long as an injured one did not end up dying immediately on the battlefield, the undying old man's expertise in related rules would be enough to save them. Such abilities were of utmost importance in the sacred war. What's with the formalities? Phoenix replied. You have a point. We're family, after all. Yi Futian smiled and said, Come with us to see how my teacher and the others are doing with their training. We'll go meet your teacher after that. Sure. Phoenix nodded and they came to a training ground. Sage Dozhan, Sage Jingang, Yuan Hong, and others who were of exceptional physical prowess all were seen training there. There were even more people to be found in that training ground. There were 36 of them, and they were all training in the art of martial arts matrix. The matrix was known as the Heavenly Battle Matrix, a matrix capable of melding the force of 36 people into a single entity, which was transformed into an immensely powerful heavenly battle aura. The burst of power was controlled by 3 core members. Its power was unmatched and it was capable of both offense and defense. Almost all of the top-class members of the Battle Sage Palace and the Golden Great Apes were found there. There were also several mighty ones from Tombkeeper Village who excelled in physical arts, joining the ones to form the Heavenly Battle Matrix. Sage Dozhan and Yuan Hong were among the ones who were capable of shaking the heavens and the earth when they battled. With the Heavenly Battle Matrix being formed by 36 very powerful mighty ones, Yi Futian came to look forward to the power that the Matrix was capable of bringing to bear on their enemies. They visited Sage Daozong next. Yi Futian and Phoenix left after checking them out for a while. Yang Xiao remained there to guide them in their training in matrices. Yi Futian returned to the Holy Sage Pavilion. Sage Wanxiang was seen greeting the undying old man elder. Yi Futian went up and greeted the old man with a smile. He owed a huge favor to the undying old man. When Hua Jieyu was in a coma, it was the undying old man who attended to her. The undying old man looked at Yi Futian, then smiled and said, It seems that I've made the right decision to have Phoenix come to the Holy Ji Palace to train all those years ago. Her talents are exceptional, and her training would only be held back if she continued to train with me. Puts me at great ease to have her roam the 9 states with you. Now, I'm just hoping that we can get through this ordeal. It was apparent that he knew about the 9-state forum. I grow increasingly confident with all of you coming from all corners of the barren state, seniors. The Holy Ji Palace will definitely prevail against the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Yi Futian said. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty called all forces within their territory. We cannot afford to be careless. A voice was heard from afar. Yi Futian looked in their direction. He saw a group of people coming to him, and he smiled in response. Now that even you are here, Palace Lord Yun, my confidence grows even more. Yi Futian smiled and said, The one who showed was none other than the Lord of the Ice Temple, who brought mighty ones from their temple with her. Yun Shuixing was there with them as well. Time passed, and all of the 9 states were observing the sacred war happening at this time. The war would most probably result in the utter destruction of the Holy Ji Palace, and that holy land of the Barren State would forfeit. However, if the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State was somehow able to repel the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, the rise of the Barren State would then be deemed unstoppable. That very sacred war would have probably ended up taking the history of the 9 states to a new level. It would have served as a turning point with an incredibly significant meaning to it. As such, everyone from all over the states was watching the war unfold in silence. All holy lands had dispatched powerful ones to Zhongzhou City. But then again, it was also a given that some forces from the Barren State paid more attention to the outcome of the sacred war than others. That sacred war would have a direct influence on how the future of the Barren State was to be shaped. For instance, the Shimin clan and the Lightning Court of Zhongzhou City, Mortal World of the eastern regions, Taishan Mountain of the northern regions, and many others. None of them had participated in the sacred war. They had not been a part of that scuffle back then, after all, and they knew that from a certain perspective, the reason why Yi Futian was able to become a leader of the Barren State was that he had the backings of many top-notch forces. Those forces consisted of Alchemy City, Tingxue House, the Sovereign Family, and others. All of those forces had a very close and friendly relationship with Yi Futian, and all of them shared his glory. However, the Shimin clan had little relations with Yi Futian. They saw no need to be a part of a battle that hung the lives of its participants on a thread. They saw no need to risk their lives for Yi Futian. Regardless of how exceptional Yi Futian was and the heights of his achievements in the 9-state forum, it had nothing to do with them. But then again, while they were unwilling to participate in that war, they had nonetheless paid close attention to it, as it was a war that would determine the future of the Barren State. At the moment, there was a group of people discussing some matters in the compound of the Shimin clan in Zhongzhou City. I heard rumors from outside that the Great Zhou sacred dynasty has amassed an army of tens of thousands, and that they are heading for the Barren State. I'm afraid that the Holy Ji Palace is done for in this sacred war. What do you think? The chief of the Shimin clan asked. Hanjiang trained in the Holy Ji Palace before. Ask him. Someone looked at Shimin Hanjiang on the side. He had chosen to leave the Holy Ji Palace before. Shimin Hanjiang, one who had once been the champion of the lower rank for a brief period of time, had not only failed to become the pride of the Holy Ji Palace, he had also clashed with Yi Futian before as well. It was only natural that he was unwilling to fight for Yi Futian. 31 cultivators have left the Holy Ji Palace, unwilling to be a part of the war. I'm afraid that even Yi Futian himself is not sure about how to win this war, Shimin Hanjiang said. Everyone present nodded in agreement. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty ruled over vast lands. Every single force found within the sacred realm was under the sacred dynasty's rule. There would definitely be some among these forces that are more powerful than the top-notch forces in the Barren State. There is no way the Holy Ji Palace would come out on top in this one. Shouldn't we do something for ourselves then? Someone asked. They meant drafting out contingency plans for themselves. If the Holy Ji Palace was to be destroyed, it was anyone's guess what future would await the Barren State. Would the Great Zhou sacred dynasty set their sights on us next? Let's just sit around and watch how everything unfolds. We've no say in the matter and our choices are limited. If we were to get ourselves involved in anything and we ended up on the losing side, things would be very precarious for us all. The chief of the Shimin clan said plainly. Furthermore, even if the Great Zhou sacred dynasty were to take the Holy Ji Palace apart, we would still be the top force in Zhongzhou City. We'd just submit to the sacred dynasty and we would do just fine. Everyone nodded without saying much. The Shimin clan was not the only one that had thought about the problem. Every single force that stayed out of the war was thinking about the same problem. Report! Someone shouted loudly, heading towards them at great speed. The Shimin clan chief then asked, "What's the matter? Sir, there is news saying that the Great Zhou sacred dynasty's army has arrived at Zhongzhou City." The one who came to deliver the news said. Everyone in the Shimin clan looked sharp immediately. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty was at their doorstep. The Shimin clan was not the only one who had caught wind of the news. Every single top-notch force within the city knew about it as well. Furthermore, the The news was spreading like wildfire to all corners of the city. Every single restaurant and inn within the city was raving. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army had arrived at Zhongzhou City. The Sacred War was just around the corner. There was a very renowned restaurant not that far away from the Holy Ji Palace. If the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were to head for the Holy Ji Palace, their army would definitely pass by that restaurant. There were many people in that restaurant, and Lu Zong of Xihua Sacred Mountain was among them. Furthermore, the ones of Xihua Sacred Mountain happened to come across the ones from Jisheng Cliffs. People from both sides were found in that same restaurant. They knew of the Sacred Dynasty's army's arrival as well. The army would pass by the restaurant soon enough. The vast, tens of thousands-strong army of the Sacred Dynasty was commanded by none other than the Sacred King himself. The Sacred King had led the expedition and waged the war personally. "They're here!" Someone on the topmost floor of the restaurant yelled in awe. "The army is here!" Shocked voices were heard everywhere. A figure after another took to the skies. Countless came outside and looked up. An earth-shaking scene was seen. Golden lights scattered about the sky. Golden colors streaked the air wherever the lights passed. The army came in 3 layers. The bottommost layer had the greatest amount of people. Squadrons rode on the backs of huge monsters and took to the air. That army consisted of nobles, yet their steeds were that of sages. Nobles traveled too slowly by themselves. The middle layer consisted of an army of sages. Their overbearing might was felt all over the place. The topmost layer consisted of the royal army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It was none other than the Golden Phoenix army renowned all over the eastern state. Great phoenixes were seen all over the skies. The generals of the Golden Phoenix army were all the most powerful figures, at the pinnacle of Sage Plain, and they rode on phoenixes as they came. There was a golden phoenix with a crown at the very center of the Golden Phoenix army. The phoenix radiated might like bolts of lightning. Its eyes gleamed with sharpness as if it was the king of all birds and the leader of the phoenixes. An indescribably luxurious carriage was seen on its back. Members of the royal family were seen on both sides of the carriage. Zhouya, Zhouyu, Zhouzi, and the others were all there. The Sacred King had many concubines, and through them, he came to have many children. The one who sat on the carriage was none other than the Sacred King himself. He carried himself as if he stood on top of all living beings. The scene was so extravagant that they were hardly anyone capable of bringing about such an entourage in all of the 9 states, let alone the ones from the barren state. The Sacred King was the supreme ruler of the Sacred Dynasty instead of being just the head of a renowned clan. None from the barren state had seen anything like that. When the army approached and passed by above their heads, a powerful aura swept the place around them. The imposing bearing was one that even those far away were able to clearly sense it. The Holy Ji Palace is done for. Such thoughts welled up in the minds of many. The scene was all too shocking for them. The grand army zipped past them in mere moments, leaving behind many awestruck people. The people of Xihua Sacred Mountain and Jisheng Cliffs watched silently. Lu Zong grinned and said, "The Sacred King is indeed a supreme ruler. What imposing air indeed. Let's go and have a better look." His group all took to the air and followed the army, getting ready to see the battle up close. They were not the only ones to do so. Many mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs and elsewhere all followed the army. As such, the rear of the army looked incredibly dazzling. The ones who were tailing the army came to have enough numbers to form something like a tidal wave, which ironically looked even grander than the army they were following. However, those people were a scattered bunch instead of moving in a perfectly neat order like the army of the Sacred Dynasty. At that moment, everyone in the Holy Ji Palace was still being busy training. Yi Futian was training the Holy Sage Pavilion as well. He looked up far away in the sky and took to the air, coming right above the Holy Sage Pavilion. Many below turned to look at him. Yi Futian went higher and higher. He then stood in the air and gave a clear order. "Gather the students of the Holy Ji Palace immediately and prepare for war." Many were stunned hearing his words. They all knew what he meant. One figure after another streaked through the air in mere moments. The lords of all palaces and pavilions had given their orders, telling their students to gather. One figure after another took to the skies shortly after, forming a tidal wave gushing at the Holy Sage Pavilion. All mighty ones from many top-notch forces, as well as the Holy Ji Palace itself, gathered quickly. Their eyes were all set on Yi Futian in the air. The tens of thousands-strong army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty has arrived at Zhongzhou City. They're now heading towards the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian said. While everyone had guessed that was the case, they still shuddered. Their enemy was finally upon them. Many students, while sages and nobles, felt rather anxious. That was a sacred war that they had never anticipated facing. Yi Futian's eyes scanned below with an incredible sharpness as he said, "Today's battle will determine the fate of the Holy Ji Palace, and in extension, the fates of all of you, as well as all in the barren state. We all from the barren state have been shunned by all of the other states for many years. When Jisheng Cliffs arrived back then, they came throwing their weight around and thought lowly of the Holy Ji Palace. I felt such discrimination even more strongly after I ventured outside of the barren state. As such, this battle at the Holy Ji Palace is one destiny. We shall defeat the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the barren state shall never be looked down on ever again. Of course, I'm not speaking out of blind faith and baseless confidence. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty is a holy land in the eastern state. Their prowess is indeed unparalleled. What I can promise you all is that if we were to end up being defeated in this battle, I shall live if the Holy Ji Palace stays intact, and I shall die if the Holy Ji Palace is no more," Yi Futian continued. Many shuddered at his words. It was indeed a last stand with their backs against the wall. If they were unable to repel the enemy, then they would die trying. But then again, I still hope that all of you come out alive from this battle with me. It's of course important to kill your enemies on the battlefield, but surviving is just as important. No matter how dire things become, please keep a strong resolve and live on. Yi Futian then added, "We shall have hope so long as we're still alive." Yi Futian's voice resounded in the silent space. Many even came to think that despite being in his 20s, Yi Futian had indeed come to bear a lot on his shoulders. The sacred war would be upon them soon, and yet he was able to stay composed. It was a feat that many sages who had far higher training found difficult. Yi Futian looked up far away and grinned. He then said, "That battle outside the Holy Ji Palace all those years ago had the entire barren state thinking that I was done for. But I lived, and I even became the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. No one thought the barren state would have achieved much in the 9-state forum, yet we bagged the most brilliant of results. Our student became a champion of the event. The saint inside the nether sword mound of Eastern State wanted to kill me, yet I activated the sword matrix of the void and cut down the chess saint. Nothing in this world is impossible. We all go through all manners of hardships in our lives, and one day, when you look back, you'll find that all the suffering you've been through has all become stepping stones on your path to achieve greater strength." Yi Futian's voice reverberated in the minds of all within earshot, as if his voice itself possessed some kind of mystical power. Countless looked at that handsome figure. At the moment, Yi Futian looked incredibly dashing and exceptional. It was as if he had been born for such grand scenes. Onward, to battle! Yi Futian stepped out as soon as he gave the order. All of the students of the Holy Ji Palace stepped outside and came to the entrance of the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone took their positions and was looking far away. The 1,000 holy islands looked as they always did, archipelagos consisting of islands hanging midair, making them look like somewhere in the heavens. Soon, that heaven-like place would become the battlefield of the sacred war, and the place might end up being taken over by the invaders from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. That sacred war was fought for the Holy Ji Palace and, in extension, for the barren state. The air was dead silent and the mood was incredibly solemn. However, what was seen in the eyes of everyone present was indomitable resolve and nothing else. The upcoming war would serve as a test of sorts. Dazzling golden lights shimmered far away, turning the sky golden. The eyes of the people of the barren state never looked sharper. The army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was finally upon them. Stifling might was sensed coming from far away. It was so powerful that even though the source of that might was extremely far from where the students of the Holy Ji Palace stood, they were still able to sense how terrifying it was. Dazzling shadows of golden phoenixes spread their wings high above the sky. The Golden Phoenix Army, clad in golden phoenix robes, looked just as brilliant. The phoenix carriage was high up in the sky, looking down like a god. The great Zhou Sacred King. Many clenched their fists. They were about to go up against the Sacred King of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the king who had absolute say within the Sacred Dynasty. The army came increasingly close. The army from the Sacred Dynasty scanned all of the mighty ones standing before the Holy Ji Palace as well with cold expressions. There was nothing but bone-chillingly cold murderous intent seen in their eyes. Halt! A leader of the Golden Phoenix Army, standing next to the carriage that carried the Sacred King, signaled. The army halted immediately. Both sides were very far away from each other, but it was nonetheless a distance that any powerful cultivators were able to cross within mere moments. A young mighty one who was dressed in elegant, lavish garb of high-ranking officers of the Golden Phoenix Army walked out. He held a halberd with Golden Phoenix symbol on it and pointed it at the army of the barren state and shouted coldly, "The Sacred King is before you. All of you from the barren state shall bow down." His voice was loud and bright, reverberating throughout the air. He was throwing the might of the great Zhou Sacred King about, using it to diminish the morale of the opposing army. I have heard that the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was once the supreme force that ruled all of the eastern state. A voice was heard from the barren state side. The one who spoke was none other than Gu Donglu. The ones from the Sacred Dynasty showed prideful looks at those words. The Golden Phoenix Army had swept all over the eastern state like a tidal wave. It had once been the holy army of the eastern state. It's a pity that today the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was reduced to something that bullies villagers, a force that asks for Emperor Xia's permission just to wage war against the barren state, the state that endured hard times for a while now. You all take such actions with pride instead of shame. How pathetic indeed. Gu Donglu continued, I'm afraid that in the near future, the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty will be less than what it is today. At that moment, the Sacred King was seen walking out of the carriage, standing in the air like a god, looking down on everyone below him. He took a look at Gu Donglu and did not bother with him. His temperament was such that he would never be angered by Gu Donglu's words alone. Furthermore, he deemed all who were against him to be people who were about to die soon anyway. He took a look at the one beside Yifutian. It was none other than the old village chief. He then said, Zhoumian, my king, the supreme general of the Golden Phoenix Army, Zhoumian, bowed. You will be in charge of this battle, the Sacred King said, and then looked at the village chief. Let's have a game of chess elsewhere. Sure. The village chief nodded. The rules of the Sacred War were dictated by Emperor Xia, and those rules were ones that even someone like the Sacred King dared not disobey. Even though he was the supreme ruler of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Emperor Xia was the ruler of all 9 states, and the status of the Sacred King paled in comparison. If he were to get on Emperor Xia's bad side, there would be nowhere for him to run to in all of the 9 states. The rules set by Emperor Xia were a decree from the heavens, and no one was deemed qualified enough to defy them. As such, the Great Zhou Sacred King was actually allowed to take on one opponent, the old village chief. But then again, the Sacred King had no intentions of fighting the village chief outright. He wanted to see the Holy Ji Palace being raised by his army before that. The Sacred King took to the sky and came high above. He waved, and golden clouds gathered around him in the air. He sat on the clouds and a chessboard appeared before him. The village chief came to sit across the Sacred King, as if he cared for no one. Many looked up. Those who came to witness the battle shuddered at that scene far away. Those 2 saints were about to play a game of chess with the ground below at stake, while their forces fought on the battlefield below. Yifutian took a look above, before turning his eyes forward again. Zhoumian, the supreme general of the Golden Phoenix Army, was the younger brother of the Sacred King. He was a figure who ranked 16th on the Sage and Saint ranking, which meant that he was indeed among the top figures. The sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking consisted of the mightiest 81 sages to be found in all of the 9 states. Due to the power difference between those who ranked at the very top being very small, thus they were all top-notch figures. While Kong Yao of the Jisheng Cliffs ranked 9th and Zhou Mian 16th, the truth was that Zhou Mian was not all that much weaker than Kong Yao. Other than that, there were 3 other mighty ones from the sage ranking amidst the great army gathered by the great Zhou sacred dynasty. All 4 sages ranked on the sage ranking were at the pinnacle of the sage plane. Other than that, lords and heads of supreme clans and sects within the borders of the great Zhou sacred dynasty were all people at the pinnacle of sage plane. There was no way they were weaker than those who ranked on the barren sky ranking. In fact, they were, in general, more powerful. Furthermore, the invading army had a far larger number than the defending one. There was little left to the imagination regarding the outcome, judging just from the lineup of both sides. Zhou Mian stepped forward. His air was incredibly sharp, and his eyes glittered with golden light as he looked at the ones at the Holy Ji Palace and said, "Nobles take the lower ground while sages take the higher ground. Get to your positions." Yi Futian looked at the other side and called, "Yu Shang." "Yes," Yu Sheng shouted. "Come here," Yi Futian said. Yu Shang stepped out and cast his glance to the other side. The people of the great Zhou sacred dynasty glared at him with sharp eyes. So he is the champion of the 9-state forum. Yu Shang of the Barren State, first level of Sage Plane, hereby issues a challenge to Zhou Ye, Prince of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Would you take the challenge? Yu Shang roared as he made his challenge before everyone. His brimming voice reverberated in the air. It was a commonly seen sight in wars. Issuing challenges before one's own served to boost morale. Yu Shang was the champion of the 9-state forum and he had broken into the Sage Plane. If Zhou Ye were to take the challenge, there was no doubt that he would lose. But if he were to shirk from the challenge, that would mean that the prince of the sacred dynasty was running from a fight before his own people, and that would have been an incredible insult. Furthermore, that was the sacred war and not the 9-state forum. If they were to fight, they would go for the killing blows. Zhou Ye's face was ashen. He was lauded as the successor of the sacred king and his talents were extremely exceptional as well. However, the battle between him and not confident of being able to beat Yu Shang, the champion of the 9-state forum. "Will you fight or not?" Yu Shang shouted. Seeing how the one he challenged remained silent, Zhou Ye continued to clench his fists with an ashen face. "Who are you to challenge the prince of the sacred dynasty?" A mighty one from the Golden Phoenix army stepped out. He was a genius and an upper-level sage. He glared at Yu Shang and said, "I'm Zhou Yao of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. I'm a sage and I will fight you." He simply said that he was a sage and did not bother to mention anything about his level. Yu Shang was new to Sage Plane, which would make him a lower-level sage. Boom! Devilish wings shimmered as they manifested. Yu Shang channeled power to his legs and stepped out. The air trembled as he leaped forward like a devil. Dazzling wings of a golden phoenix appeared behind Zhou Yao. The Golden Phoenix army consisted of members of the royal bloodline, making them extremely powerful. 2 figures shot at each other head-on at breakneck speeds. A golden phoenix halberd appeared in Zhou Yao's hand and golden lights emanated in the air. The shadow of the golden phoenix blocked out the sky as the halberd went straight for Yu Shang. A golden flash streaked through the air, looking extremely terrifying. An axe appeared in Yu Shang's hand all of a sudden. Holy Will coursed about, and Yu Shang brought it above his head and then brought it down, wasting no time with flashy moves. A crisp, clear sound was heard, like an axe being brought down on wood. The golden phoenix halberd was split in the middle by the axe. The flash of the axe was seen coming down, and then the body before it was split into 2 right there and then. The devilish wings flapped, and Yu Shang turned around in an arc, heading back towards the barren state side. It took only one move with the axe to cut down his enemy. A holy item. Cold expressions were seen in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. The move was dealt by none other than Yu Shang, the champion of the 9-state forum. The mighty ones at the side of the Holy Ji Palace watched with burning eyes and boiling blood. That was Yu Shang, ending his opponent with one move with his axe. "Noble army, stand forward and fight," Zhou Mian said coldly. They had a superior number of mighty ones on their side, and thus had no need to play games of challenges with Yi Futian. This is the sacred war. Fair duels have no place in this. Wars had always been brutal and cold-blooded. There was only one goal for anyone who fought in wars: to kill their enemies. The great army of the nobles of the sacred dynasty moved forward as soon as Zhou Mian was done speaking. Their ordered formations brought about terrifying aura. Every single top-notch force formed into a square formation. Those outside of the formations scattered throughout the air. Everyone took different positions depending on whether they majored in martial arts or sorcery. Dazzling life spirits of all kinds shimmered in the air within mere moments, making the scene blindingly brilliant. The rules of the sacred war stated that sages were not allowed to fight nobles. The Holy Ji Palace's side had no choice but to field their nobles, as the Great Zhou sacred dynasty had brought their nobles into the war. The people from the Holy Ji Palace stared at the oncoming Great Zhou sacred dynasty army. The sword demon and sage Wanxiang stepped forward and commanded, "Noble plane cultivators, set up the matrix." As their voices landed, all the noble plane experts stepped forward and stepped into an array. However, the palace's noble plane army was not as large as the Great Zhou sacred dynasties. They only had 4 large arrays located in the front, back, left and right. In the matrix at the front were cultivators who specialized in martial arts, as well as sorcerers. The martial arts cultivators stood at the front while the sorcerers stood at the back. The person at the front of the matrix was the golden ape Yuanzhan. The experts from the Ice Temple and Sovereign family were at the back. They had already taken out their bows. Yuanzhan's burly body stood at the forefront, larger than any human being and surrounded by an imposing aura. He was topless, revealing his golden body that was rushing with power. At the matrix on the left, Xianxia was there. After the visit to the eastern state, many of them had deep insights and many of them broke through to the sage plane. Now, the only 3 people who had not entered the sage plane were Yuanzhan, Xianxia and Zui Chenqiu. Moreover, if it had not been for the sacred war, they would be in seclusion, attempting to break through to the sage plane. Especially for Xianxia and Zui Chenqiu, the noble plane's battle needed them. Since that was so, they would naturally do it. Xiaoxia's matrix had the most experts. Apart from Xiaoxia, there was another famous person from the palace, the low-rank expert Lian Yuqing. Initially, when Yi Futian started to rise up in the palace, he was among those that tried to trample him. Yi Futian's existence was also the reason that Lian Yuqing had yet to break through to the sage plane. However, as Yi Futian's achievements increased, he finally accepted that he was not of the same level as Yi Futian. He had tried to let go of some of his obsessions, but it was not that easy for him and his mindset was unable to achieve inner peace. Before the sacred war, Yi Futian had looked for him for a chat and asked him if he wanted to prove himself. Lian Yuqing naturally wanted to prove himself, so he did not leave and agreed to fight in the sacred war. Yi Futian had imparted the Guqin pieces that he had learnt in the Guqin Valley to him, and given him the soul Guqin that Lu Guangxing had once used to him. His mission would be to support Xianxia in unleashing his strongest battle ability. This time, Lian Yuqing did not question if Yi Futian was looking down on him. Xianxia was one of the top few in the 9-state forum, which was something that he could not have done. So, he did not have any other purpose this time. He only wanted to use Lu Guangxing's Guqin to prove himself. The 9-fingered Guqin demon and Guqin Valley were once his biggest ambitions in the palace. Since Yi Futian had let go of everything that happened in the past, he could as well. At the matrix on the right, the main fighter was Zui Chenqiu. All the Sword Palace's swordsmen were there, coupled with the support of sorcerers. The matrix at the back was the same. It was a mixed lineup with swordsmen, martial artists, and sorcerers. All the swordsmen from the Tingxue sword were here. The 2 armies got closer and everyone released their aura, not daring to hold back. This was not a man-to-man battle, but a war. No matter how strong their personal ability was, faced with a battle of such scale, they could be killed with the smallest careless move. Who would dare to lose their focus? Summon lightning. At that moment, a voice sounded from within the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. At the forefront, a group of figures summoned the power of lightning at a rapid speed. In an instant, countless thunderbolts had gathered and a terrifying scene appeared in the area. Boundless lightning gathered in the area and let out an alarming amount of destructive force. The lightning flew rapidly and expanded to the entire area, descending upon the barren state's people, causing the sky to resemble an apocalypse. Terrifying dark lightning birds appeared in the sky. With a deafening screech of lightning, the dark lightning birds rushed down towards the four matrices. The giant lightning birds' bodies could shroud an entire army as it dived down. This was the Black Thunder Clan's lightning summoning matrix. It could merge the power of lightning from the heavens and fire a thunderbolt spell that could destroy everything. Its power was beyond measure. While they were firing the attack, the Barren State's army had also made their moves. Yuan Zhan and the others had created a formidable matrix. The golden glow lit up the skies and Yuan Zhan opened his 7-star acupoints. With a fierce roar, the surrounding expert's aura had all gathered onto his body. His body became even more burly as he stood tall like a battle god. The golden veil shone and Yuan Zhan held the pole arm of divine destruction in his hand as he swung it towards the thunderbolt in the air. Yi Futian had lent his pole arm of divine destruction to Yuan Zhan temporarily. In this battle, Yuan Zhan's impact was crucial. The giant divine birds disappeared under the pole arm of divine destruction's attack. However, there were still rays of lightning striking downwards and crashing onto the light screen, causing many people to vomit blood. The power of the combined spell was evident for all to see. Attack! In the air, the sword demon said with a powerful voice. He and Sage Wanxiang were the commanders of the noble plane battle. They were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. As such, the strategy they had planned was to assemble their experts into 4 major camps and rush into enemies' encampment, breaking the ranks of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. As long as the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army was scattered, they would have a fighting chance. This battle was meant to be a decisive one from the start. They had resolved to do so. The 4 camps from the barren state sped up at the same time as an unbearable frost aura permeated the air, freezing the entire area. The experts from the Ice Temple had cast their spells. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty army's explosive power tore through the freezing force, but what awaited them next were waves of powerful arrows that shot towards them. Humph! Zhou Yu let out a cold sneer. These people were trying to throw their battle matrices into disorder? Golden Phoenix Battle Matrix, Zhou Yu said coldly. As his voice landed, countless people's strength flowed into the skies. A huge golden phoenix appeared in the air with terrifying flame power and defensive power. It expelled the frost and shielded the arrows that were flying towards them. Thump! Thump! Yuan Zhan stepped across the air. The Barren State's army started their charge forward, casting spells at a rapid rate. At the same time, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army also constantly cast spells, sending mountains towards the Barren State's army, attempting to crush them. It was a sight to behold. Crash. At the front, Yuan Zhan's body was extremely resilient. Many experts had transferred their strength onto his body, and the polearm of divine destruction had transformed into a 100-meter-long polearm and had unparalleled strength. The 9 heavenly attacks erupted, and they could only see a rod smashing down from the air. Kill! Zhou Yu let out a furious roar and controlled the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, sending the terrifying Golden Phoenix towards Yuan Zhan. The polearm clashed with the giant phoenix, and the Golden Phoenix was knocked back, while Yuan Zhan also felt as though the polearm of divine destruction had struck on an invincible defense. Send out the demonic beast army. In the air, Zhou Mian said coldly. As his voice landed, wild demonic beasts appeared above the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. They were all demonic beasts in the noble plane and did not use any battle matrices and rushed forward, ramming into everything in their way. The people from the barren state wanted to scatter their formation, but they had the same thoughts as well. Zhou Mian was the commander for the battle, and he could see the Holy Ji Palace's intentions in one look. War was different from the usual sparring. Strategies were required during war, even if they had multiple times of the other party's numbers. Once their army was scattered, they would be massacred by the other party's battle matrix. Left and right battle matrix, charge. The sword demon's tone was solemn as he commanded. The Golden Phoenix Army's experts were all on the same level and should be one of the strongest forces in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. So there was no need for a direct confrontation. Attempting to defeat the Golden Phoenix Army was too difficult, and they would definitely lose in a drawn-out fight. Lien Yuqing's expression was serious. At that moment, he was playing the guqin with both hands and strumming the guqin strings with all his fingers. The experts around him had all released their spiritual energy and assimilated into the guqin melody. Suddenly, many different spiritual energies merged with the guqin and became even stronger, causing Lien Yuqing to be under immense pressure. At that moment, he felt people establishing a connection with him through the guqin melody and achieving resonance. I can do it. Lien Yuqing's gaze became extremely sharp as he thought to himself. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in the melody. The melody was loud and sonorous. It was one of the guqin devil's famous pieces, the High Song. It could merge the spiritual energies of the cultivators in the surroundings, causing them to become one. At that moment, the guqin melody was rushing into Xiaoxi's brain, causing Xiaoxi's spiritual energy to become extraordinarily terrifying. Godly creation of all things. Xiaoxi's gaze was sharp as a giant ancient god appeared in front of him and grew continually. The overwhelming spiritual energy rushed into Xiaoxi's brain and then flowed onto the golden ancient god, causing him to become bigger. It actually grew to 100 zhang, and it seemed as though it could trample the earth beneath its foot. Grow, 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 Xiaoxi continued saying. He had already closed his eyes and was showering in the endless rays. The guqin melody combined more expert spiritual energy with his, causing him to withstand a dreadful burden. However, he continued persevering as he was one of the few elites among the noble plain battle. If Yifutian had known there was going to be a sacred war back then, he would not have let Yushang and the rest break through to the sage plain. Disrupt him, Zhoumian said coldly. The power that Xiaoxi was storing had become far too strong. As Zhoumian's voice landed, a giant golden phoenix wing slashed towards the ancient god's arm with the destructive power of lightning. It engulfed the air above ancient god, and huge ancient mountains landed from the air, crushing towards the ancient god. The ancient god that had been created by the godly creation of all things seemed to have been created out of pure gold. The golden wing was unable to slash through it, and as for the lightning striking their direction, many experts stepped in to defend against it. However, under the destructive lightning, some people were killed. However, the giant ancient god erupted with unparalleled strength, stepped forward, across the air and struck down with both arms. Instantly, its arms transformed into two ancient divine trees, golden vines engulfing the people below. The golden vines were as sharp as razor blades, while at the same time, the ancient god's feet trampled on the golden phoenix. On the right, Zui Qianqiu led the swordsmanship battle matrix into offense headed for the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. Kill! A giant blade hovered in the air and slashed down. The noble plane was in full-blown mode now. Yifutian looked at the battleground in front of him. The palace's disciples had went all out to disrupt the enemy's formation. They were all very clear of the Holy Ji Palace's strengths and weaknesses. If they fought separately, they would be defeated without a doubt. The enemy had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers and experts, while they had the home ground advantage. This was their territory, and the palace's disciples had no way out. All the experts who had gathered here had cultivated in the battle matrix with a firm will. However, it was different for the enemy. Although the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had absolute control over the factions in their territory, the factions under them were unwilling to fight to the death for them. They were only following orders. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's strongest forces was still the Golden Phoenix Army. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army was more scattered and was not as united as them. As such, he believed that the moment they posed a threat to the enemy, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's morale would fall and be unwilling to continue the battle. That was why, from the start of the war, the Sword Demon and Sage Wanxiang had commanded the 4 battle matrices to launch their strongest assault. In this battle, they had no way out. They needed to crush the enemy's morale in one fell swoop. When the Great Zhou sacred dynasty arrived, they had felt that they would definitely crush the Holy Ji Palace and level it to the ground. The first thing they needed to do was to crush that confidence and stir fear in the hearts of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty's factions. Nobody could be fearless in the face of a war and in the face of death. He was the same as well. Yuan Zhan's roar sounded out, and he gathered the power of the battle matrix in his body, and he seemed to have went into a rampage. His body had grown to its limit. When he struck out with the 9 heavenly strikes, the experts behind him all fired their spells to increase his speed, offense and defense alongside gathering the speed of power accumulation. Bang! A deafening sound could be heard as the Golden Phoenix created by the Golden Phoenix battle matrix was shattered under the demon ape's polearm shadow. The rampaging Yuan Zhan was like a god, trampling down from the heavens. All of them followed him and rushed into the heart of the Golden Phoenix army. Adjust the matrix and kill him. Zhou Yu's tone was cold as he said. He had lost all face on the 9-state form, and now, Yuan Zhan dared to show off in front of him. The Golden Phoenix army spread out and surrounded Yuan Zhan and the rest. Golden Phoenixes slashed towards them with their deadly claws, and in an instant, many people were cut and blood started spurting. At the same time, Yuan Zhan swung his polearm, and following multiple explosions, many noble plane cultivators formed the Golden Phoenix army exploded and died in a horrific fashion. Yi Xiaoshir's battle matrix also rushed forward into the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army without hesitation, even at the expense of being trapped. It was do or die. At the back, many 9-man matrices started to move. They started to scatter at a rapid pace with wind spells surrounding their bodies, increasing their speed. In an instant, they moved to different directions like afterimages. With a flash of their blade, blood was drawn. The objective of the matrix at the back was to kill. In the air, Zhou Mian looked at the battlefield with a cold gaze and said, "You dare to surround my Great Zhou's army with a numbers disadvantage. How reckless. Yi Futian, you are looking down on the palace's disciples' lives." His voice was thunderous as it traveled across the air. The people around Yi Futian stared daggers at Zhou Mian. In reality, this type of strategy was extremely strong. Zhou Mian could naturally see that as well, but he was attempting to affect their morale and cause their wills to waver. Once the disciples in the battle matrices wavered and doubted Yi Futian, there would be no doubt about the outcome of the battle. Yi Futian's gaze swept across Zhou Mian. Then he stepped forward and sat cross-legged in the air. A beam of light shone as the Guqin spirit appeared in front of him. Yi Futian looked at the battlefield. Many of the palace's disciples had died in battle. Moreover, this was just the start. There would be more casualties in this war. Retracting his gaze, he looked at the Guqin spirit and started to strum the Guqin strings. The Guqin melody was loud and clear and had an extremely strong penetrating force. As the notes bounced in the area, the Guqin melody permeated the battlefield and sounded in everybody's ears. In this period of time, he had also broken through his cultivation level. During the expedition to the Nether Sword Mound, he had already stepped into the 2nd level of the Sage Plane, and his mastery in the Guqin had increased. The Guqin tune instantly sent the listeners into an illusion. On a bleak battlefield, a general led his troops into a battle where they barely survived. In the illusion, the setting sun was like blood. The soldiers fought for their lives, valiantly killing the enemies. All of them had the same conviction. The tune, Decree of the General, had been taught to Yi Futian by Elder Qin. Now, Yi Futian had improved on it and strengthened the illusion. The Guqin melody had the power to enter one's heart. Yi Futian did not use any Guqin spells and was only using the Guqin melody, so it could not be considered participating in the battle. Even so, his Guqin melody could make others resonate with him. At that moment, the palace's disciples could feel Yi Futian's conviction. It was the same as theirs, unafraid of death. Just like he had previously said, if the palace existed, he would. If the palace collapsed, he would die. At that moment, in the Holy Ji Palace, Hua Fenglu stood in one of the palaces. The Guqin melody sounded from afar into his ears. He knew it was his disciple playing the Guqin. The decree of the general seemed to paint an imposing scene before his eyes. He believed that they would definitely win this battle. Affected by the Guqin melody, the Holy Ji Palace's disciples fought even more valiantly, especially Yuan Zhan. He took the lead and annihilated everyone in his way. There were already over 100 nobles from the Golden Phoenix army who had died under his polearm. His rampaging golden body seemed to be dripping with golden blood under the light. Yuan Zhan's frenzy also infected the others. There was much to fear in the face of death, but there was also courage and determination. With another deafening sound, many experts from the Golden Phoenix army were eliminated by another swing of his polearm, and the battle matrix nearly fell apart. In the air, Zhou Mian and the others had grim expressions. As compared to the Barren State disciples' bravery, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's factions had way worse performance. There were even people who intentionally hid behind the crowd and did not dare to battle. Evidently, they were afraid. Zhou Mian and many other experts looked towards Yi Futian. They had not expected Yi Futian's mastery in the Guqin to be this strong. Even a normal Guqin tune could penetrate the hearts of others and influence them. Uncle, if this continues, the battle matrices will be destroyed. At that moment, a person beside Zhou Mian said in a small voice. His name was Zhou Huang, and he was also an expert on the Sage and Saint ranking. He was the Great Zhou Sacred King's eldest son and was very strong. In this battle, the Great Zhou Sacred King's younger brother Zhou Mian was the commander while he was the vice-commander. We need to interrupt his Guqin tune. Zhou Huang looked at Yi Futian as he thought of methods to assassinate Yi Futian. If they killed Yi Futian, the war would come to an end as the Barren State would have no leader. However, there were tons of experts near Yi Futian. It was not an easy task to assassinate him. Yes, Zhou Mian nodded and said, "Feint an attack on him." Understood. Zhou Huang nodded, then turned around. He motioned with his hand, and immediately, a group of Sage Plane cultivators from the Golden Phoenix army stepped forward and stared at Yi Futian coldly. At the same time, wind rule power flowed around a few of the experts. A Golden Phoenix was created and flew towards Yi Futian at an incredible speed. Behind Yi Futian, Yuan Hong stepped forward. His golden body was gargantuan as he punched the oncoming Golden Phoenix, shattering it. However, the Golden Phoenix army moved towards Yi Futian. Yuan Hong looked at Yi Futian. It seemed the other party wanted to launch an assault. Yi Futian did not stop. He did not even bother looking at them and continued playing the Guqin, his gaze looking at the battlefield below. In the battle of the two armies, the majority of the Barren State's disciples had rushed into the other army and were surrounded. The group of people from the fourth battle matrix were on the outside killing people. Among this group, there were experts from the Tingxue House and Fire Emperor Palace. The strongest person among them was Li Futu. Seeing many people die, Yi Futian felt pain in his heart too. These people were not fighting for themselves, but for him, for the palace, for the Barren State. The Guqin melody changed abruptly. The solemn illusion suddenly vanished as the Guqin melody became resounding, magnificent and ambitious, as though attempting to tower over the skies. Another image appeared in many people's heads. The general who had fought hard led his soldiers who had fought alongside him and stormed the castle, pointing his blade at the emperor. Yi Futian had used his Guqin to paint an image. The Great Zhou Sacred King, who was playing chess, suddenly looked down at Yi Futian. A chilly killing intent flashed across his eyes. Was the blade meant to be pointed at him? In this sacred war, if the palace is not destroyed, I promise all of you that in the future, I will lead everyone who has participated in the war to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and level all their imperial palaces to the ground. Yi Futian's voice sounded throughout the area and echoed in the battlefield. The Guqin melody finally stopped, but the notes seemed to still resound in everybody's heads. What impudence! The Great Zhou Sacred King humphed, and his voice also traveled across and sounded throughout the area. The chess saint also said that as well. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the Great Zhou Sacred King, who was in the air, then continued. After that, he died. The Great Zhou Sacred King lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian. His pair of golden eyes stared at Yi Futian with a terrifying killing intent. If not for Emperor Xia's rules, he would immediately crush Yi Futian under his palm. How dare a person who just entered the Sage Plane speak to him like this? Roar. The roar of a demon ape dragged Yifutian's gaze back to the battlefield. Yuan Zhan's body had been impaled by an extremely sharp golden phoenix spear, but he had also swept out with his polearm, smashing the golden phoenix battle matrix. Zhou Yu's body was struck back and he vomited blood. Yuan Zhan's left hand grabbed the golden flaming spear and pulled it out of his body. Blood flowed from his body, but he paid it no heed and roared, "Kill! Kill, kill, kill!" The shouts echoed throughout the heavens. What courage, what unyielding tenacity. The battle continued to erupt, and people were dying at every moment. There were people who were torn apart by spells or sword chi, left without a complete body. There were people whose body fell to the ground. Looking down from the air, one could see many corpses lying there, painting the entire floor red. The battle matrix has been breached. The experts in the air looked down and exclaimed. The Golden Phoenix battle matrix had been destroyed and the Golden Phoenix army was scattered. However, the other faction's experts continued to rush towards Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, and Zui Qianqiu. Everyone could tell that the three of them were in charge of the matrices, gathering the power of the matrix and using rule power to fire their strongest attacks. Lian Yuqing was also a priority target of the Great Zhou's army. His Guqin melody allowed Yi Shaoshi to expend his spiritual energy without regard, creating the ancient god which rampaged in the crowd, causing numerous deaths. Yifutian looked down from the air. From his location, he could see that the experts from the Barren State's 3 battle matrices were surrounded by a sea of people. They were surrounded by people from all directions who were attempting to surround and kill them. At the same time, they had sent out many people to deal with those on the outside. At that moment, the Great Zhou Sacred King, who was playing chess in the air, looked down emotionlessly at the ground. He appeared to be unfazed by such a tragic battle. As the Great Zhou's king, he had weathered many storms to reach where he was today. He had countless lives under his belt. The war on the divine path alone had caused many elite sage plane cultivators to die. How could he be wavered by the death of noble plane cultivators? Acting on impulse. How heroic of you to kill someone in front of me. The Great Zhou Sacred King looked callously at Yifutian and said, "They all died because of you. As the palace's leader, now the palace is going to be ruined because of you." Yifutian raised his head and looked at the Great Zhou Sacred King, then at the corpses. Did they die because of him? At that moment, he recalled the scene in Tombkeeper Village. Yaya's parents died in front of him because of the Great Zhou Sacred King's orders. They were only ordinary people. Even the scene in front of them right now would not move the Great Zhou Sacred King, not to mention the lives of ordinary people. In his eyes, they were only ants. The Great Zhou Sacred King did not even care about the few people that he killed. The only thing that the king cared about was that someone dared to kill his men in front of him. A younger generation sage plane cultivator had no right to oppose him, even if he was the Barren State's palace lord. At that moment, he thought of many things. He remembered when he took over as the palace lord and the Barren State all came to congratulate him. He remembered stepping foot into the Nether Sword Mound at the risk of his life. The ominous premonition in the prophecy did not only refer to what happened in the Nether Sword Mound, but also the danger lurking outside. At that moment, Gu Donglu walked to Yifutian's side and raised his head to look at the Great Zhou Sacred King. The Great Zhou Sacred King was attempting to shake Yifutian's mental state with just words? He naturally understood that the death of the palace's disciples had a huge impact on Yifutian. After all this started because of him. As we live, there are some beliefs that we have to stand by. If we can stand by indifferently while the people around us are killed with cowardice and forbearance, one day, when the palace's disciples are bullied or killed by the outside world, we will have the same cowardice. If our blood no longer boils, what is the purpose of being the palace lord? What is the purpose of cultivation? What is the purpose of living? Gu Donglu retorted. He had witnessed all of the choices that Yifutian had made. He felt that they were not wrong. If the palace wants to rise up, even if there is no sacred war today, it will definitely happen in the future, Sage Wanxiang added. The Barren State was a region marginalized by the 9 states and was nearly removed from the 9 states. Moreover, it had offended the Jisheng Cliffs. If the barren state wanted to rise up and become strong, there were some things that were unavoidable. Yifutian had only caused all this to happen earlier. Moreover, Yifutian had brought a saint to the barren state and ended the barren state's saintless era. Yifutian continued looking at the great Zhou sacred king and replied, "That day, in the nether sword mound, the chess saint asked me to decide between the sword matrix of the void and tombkeeper village or him. I chose the belief that I have always stood by." Yifutian's expression was determined as he stared into the air and continued, "In your eyes, the lives of the masses are like mere ants. However, in my eyes, Yaya's parents are no different from the great Zhou sacred king. The palace's disciples are the same. Since I have taken on the role of the palace lord, I will do my best to defend the palace. As for the deaths of the palace's disciples, the blood that they have spilled will be honored by the blood of the people from the great Zhou sacred dynasty." As he said that, he looked towards the great Zhou sacred dynasty's army and said in a loud voice, "All those from the great Zhou sacred dynasty who have participated in the war, I will remember you all. Even if these people could not kill him today, in the future the god of death would descend upon them one day. Palace's disciples, hear my order." Yifutian's voice resounded throughout the heavens. Immediately, many experts from the barren state looked solemnly at Yifutian. "Form the heavenly battle matrix," Yifutian said. "Acknowledged." The replies resounded throughout the heavens as well. As their voices landed, the experts stepped forward. The person at the forefront was Yifutian's teacher, Sage Dozhan. He had personally stepped on the battlefield. Apart from Sage Dozhan, Yuan Zhan, and Sage Jingang from the Barren Sky ranking were also there. 36 extremely strong cultivators gathered together, and the martial arts aura on their bodies flowed in the area, creating a resonance. In an instant, a brilliant light was emitted. Sage Dozhan stood at the front of all of them, his Dozhan body in full force. A 100 zhang high figure appeared in the area, standing tall like a war god. Rays of light shot through the war god's body, and instantly, eye-catching rays of light shot out from the 100 zhang figure, and it erupted with unparalleled force. Behind them, there were many other martial arts cultivators who had formed the heavenly battle matrix with 36 people. "The 4 commanders, hear my order. Set up the matrix," Zhou Mian commanded with a clear voice. Immediately, 4 experts stepped out from the crowd. Among the 4 of them, one was an elderly person while the other 3 were middle-aged, but all 4 of them had dignified auras. Apart from the Golden Phoenix army, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty also had 4 extremely strong armies. They were stationed in the 4 directions of the Sacred Dynasty to deter the clans and sections. After all, these matters were too trivial for the Sacred King to bother doing. The 4 commanders were elite figures in the Sage Plane. The elderly commander's name was Niegai, and he had been conferred the title of King Nie. He was also an expert on the Sage ranking. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's 4 experts on the Sage ranking were the Golden Phoenix Army's commander Zhou Mian, the vice commander Zhou Huang, and King Nie. These 3 people were from the sovereignty and served the Sacred Dynasty. The last expert was the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's #1 clan, the Infinite Palace's Palace Lord. The 4 commanders led their army into formation. Zhou Mian looked at the Infinite Palace Lord and asked, "This person excels in his physique. The Infinite Palace Lord's infinite body is unparalleled in the Eastern State. Are you willing to battle him?" "Sure." The Infinite Palace Lord nodded and accepted the request. In an instant, he led the Infinite Palace's experts forward into formation. Zhou Mian then looked at the other factions from the Eastern State and said, "The rest of you are in charge of surrounding the people from the Barren State. Don't let a single person escape." The Sacred King had personally given the order to eliminate the Holy Ji Palace and raze it to the ground. The different factions all acknowledged the command. No matter how strong Yifutian's conviction and determination were, he could not overcome the difference in strength. At least for now, there was still a huge disparity between the Barren State and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The royal army that had come today was not the entirety of their strength. There were still experts staying back to keep guard. Even so, it was not something the Holy Ji Palace could contend against. Sword Matrix, Gather, Yi Futian continued. As his voice landed, the sword demon stopped commanding the noble plane battle and personally stepped into the battlefield alongside Su Shang, forming the matrix with the 9 strongest swordsmen. At the same time, the sword saint stood on the right flank of the army. He held his demonic blade in his hand and a terrifying aura emanated from the blade. Soon, his entire body had almost been demonized and devoured by demonic will. His entire body looked like it was covered by a demonic armor. In an instant, the Barren State's army had been surrounded. The heavenly battle matrix was in the front, the sword matrix on the left, the sword saint on the right, Zhuge Qingfeng and Yu Qi were at the back. The ice temple and Yi Futian were in the same location. The formation had Yi Futian at the center. At that moment, in front of Yi Futian, the heavenly battle matrix had already been formed. The 100 Zhang figure stood tall in the area. With a furious roar from Sage Dozhan, the figure punched out with tens of millions of auroras from its fists, firing across the air towards the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. However, in front of him, another gargantuan figure appeared. The Infinite Palace's experts had gathered together to form the Infinite Matrix. The Infinite Palace Lord stood at the front of the Matrix, revolving his hands. Instantly, countless arms appeared on the giant figure. The countless hands revolved at the same time, like a 1,000-hand Buddha. A giant infinite diagram appeared behind him and floated in the air. When the aurora from the fists landed on the diagram, they were all blocked. Infinite body. Yi Futian looked at the other party and guessed his identity. He had some understanding of the 9-state sage and saint ranking. He knew the names of the experts on the ranking. The person before them should be the 64th ranked on the 9-state sage ranking, Sage Wuliang. Bang! The 100 Zhang body stepped through the air and the ground underneath it trembled. The nobles battling on the ground felt their bodies shaking unstably. Zhou Mian immediately gave the order, "Noble Plain Army, retreat." The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army had its formation scattered. Although they had surrounded the enemy, they did not obtain a huge advantage and the casualties on both sides were high. Now that the Sage Plain battle had begun, the army on the ground would be implicated as well. If they could not obtain a decisive victory, it was better to end the Noble Plains battle. Since Yi Futian was rushing to start the war, they would wait until after the Sage Plain battle to kill off the nobles. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army retreated while fighting. The Barren State's disciples continued to chase them down frantically, but they heard Yi Futian say, "On my order, the Barren State's Noble Plain disciples, retreat." It was not easy to force the enemy to retreat. He did not want any more of the Barren State's disciples to die. After Yi Futian's order, even the rampaging Yuanzhan broke out of his frenzy and retreated while battling. Soon, the two armies had separated and created some distance. They continually retreated and gave up the space on the battlefield. The Heavenly Battle Matrix and the Infinite Battle Matrix appeared at the forefront of the war zone, facing each other. The two immensely gigantic bodies stood between heaven and earth, and their sense of power and authority was suffocating. Someone of the Barren Sky ranking? Sage Wuliang glanced at the other. He also knew something of the Barren State and knew of Sage Dozhan. But just how could the Barren Sky ranking compare to the Sage ranking of the Sage and Saint ranking of the 9 states? Even if his ranking was only 64 on the Sage ranking, his strength was still not something that could be overcome by people of the Barren Sky ranking. The battle form before him, was it the Dozhan body? Then let it be known by all exactly what his battle form was. Sage Wuliang's body was full of glory, and his body became more massive. The Infinite Palace was the premier force of principality within the jurisdiction of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in the Eastern State. Even the royal family of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had to afford them respect. If it was not because the Great Zhou Sacred King had launched this sacred war, it was impossible to get him involved. Infinite, by definition, means endless, limitless. Sage Wuliang stared at his opponent and said, "Within the Infinite Matrix, all the chi of the Infinite Palace's cultivators flowed into his battle form and suddenly, the infinite body expanded madly, soon greatly surpassing the height of the Dozhan body, as if it were a god overlooking a mortal. The rule power that sage Wuliang cultivated and comprehended was the infinite rule. Zhou Mian surveyed the battlefield coldly. Their army of sages from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, compared to the army of nobles, were much stronger because they were the true elite of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Infinite sword. Sage Wuliang surveyed the cultivators of the barren state below from within the battle form. His battle form was comparable to thousands of people. It was truly a horror. One blow from him could cover the entire army of the barren state. This was the horror of these figures who were at the pinnacle of their plane. Therefore, the higher the plane, the greater the difference in power. Once entering the Saint Plane, one stood above all the 9 states. And the sovereign Renhuang, who had established the orthodoxy of the 9 states, was even more legendary. One word from him was equivalent to the will of heaven and its destiny. Even saints dared not disobey. As the voice of sage Wuliang faded, the infinite sword appeared in front of the infinite body. It rotated in front of the body as if to spin out a sword diagram, with swords constantly manifesting, covering both the sky and the entire army of the barren state. All nobles returned to the palace. Yi Futian immediately ordered, and at once, everyone from the noble plane evacuated. The scope of this kind of attack was terrifying. When they looked up at the sky, they couldn't help but tremble. The great heavenly battle matrix, Yi Futian commanded, and suddenly with Sage Dozhan at the center, all 36 great heavenly battle matrices combined into one. A superior battle matrix of 1296 people manifested, still with Sage Dozhan at the center. An even more terrible atmosphere arose. The Dozhan body was also expanding, growing larger and turning into the god of war. The 36 heavenly battle matrices had gathered the strongest cultivators, those who made up the strongest martial forces of the barren state army. Smite! Sage Wuliang's finger pressed down, and suddenly, the infinite sword above the sky was falling down. Each sword now turned gigantic and pierced downwards, as if to destroy everything in the world below. Sage Dozhan let out a scream, and his huge boundless battle form stepped into the void, with its enormous body and 2 fists bursting into the air. In an instant, the battle form turned into some endless shadow with fists of unimaginable speed, punching so quickly that there were only faded shadows of a golden afterimage. For just a brief moment, a huge boundless golden fist above the sky ran through the void, rushing toward the giant swords that were falling down. The swords above the sky suddenly burst and were destroyed, and by its own power, the fist was able to block the endless, gigantic swords. Just then, a brilliant, dazzling ray appeared, and upon the fist of the Dozhan body appeared a dazzling golden glove. When the glove covered its fist, an invisible radiance began to flow, covering the arm and the body of the battle form with all the endless power between heaven and earth. All of it flowed into the glove. An unparalleled battle will appeared, as if it could break open the sky. This was a sacred implement that was passed down from the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. It was used by the Palace Lord Battle Sage of the Battle Sage Palace and had been incorporated into the Fist Will of Battle Sage, the predecessor of Holy Ji Palace. Boom! Sage Dozhan stepped into the void, and rays of light pierced his chest, abdomen, and arms. He drew back his right arm, the enormous, incomparable battle form resembling a tightly wound string that could be set off at the slightest touch. The glove seemed to be alight with the endless, limitless power and battle will integrated into it, with rays of golden brilliance that penetrated the void. At this moment, even Sage Wuliang expressed a grave look, as if he had also felt the terrible power that it held within. He took out the infinite ruler, which suddenly began to increase and augment at a maddening rate. This infinite ruler had exhausted the energy of generations of the infinite palace's ancestors and was a divine implement. The impact of the ruler was capable of crushing anything in the world. Bang! A strained noise came from the earth, and the hearts of many trembled fiercely. The right arm of the Dozhan body stretched forward, with its fist aimed straight out. This time, there was only one punch, but as this punch blasted outward, there was a golden beam of light running through the void between heaven and earth. At the forefront of the beam was the fist, which contained the power of the great path and destroyed everything before it. The infinite ruler was becoming greater and greater, and Sage Wuliang struck downwards with it, aiming directly at the fist. The infinite ruler and the fist collided midair, and a dazzling ray of light exploded. The fist continued to push against the ruler, moving forward and emitting light that painfully stung the eyes of those who beheld it. Boom! With a shockingly loud bang, the fist fragmented, becoming smaller but failing to collapse completely. It changed direction, blasting towards other places in the direction of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty Legion, the seat of a great sector. Watch out! A loud cry came forth, but many did not have time to respond at all before they saw the fist smashing into the crowd and pulverizing anything in its path. The fist's momentum carried it forward, not stopping until it had gone through the bodies of about 100 people. The 100 or so people who were hit were either pulverized into dust or had their bodies pierced through. All were annihilated on the spot. Only a few sages at the very front responded in time to avoid this blow, but their hearts skipped a beat. Such an attack was too powerful, and those from the sage plane would have died just by its touch. Sage Wuliang looked displeased, as his infinite ruler had not smashed the other's attack, causing many people to be killed. The incredibly immense infinite body suddenly moved at this moment. With the infinite ruler in hand, it began walking toward the Dozhan body. He raised the infinite ruler, which grew ever larger, and a tremendous destructive rule power burst from within it. Then the infinite ruler crashed from the sky and slammed into the Barren State army, as if to smash the entire Barren State army under the infinite ruler. The Dozhan body rocketed toward the sky, the boundless body raising both fists and intercepting the crushing infinite ruler without any hesitation. The battle sage gloves collided with the infinite ruler. An indescribable horrific power erupted from the collision of the ruler and the gloves, rushing to impact both the infinite body and the Dozhan body as the power of the great path rule power swept over everyone who was in the battle matrix. Suddenly, many people spat out blood. Many of the strongest cultivators in the heavenly war felt their innards shatter. They died with screams still on their lips. Similarly, many cultivators from the infinite palace were crushed by the power and died. The battle matrix was one, with everyone's power linked to become a greater whole. If the attack was too strong, it would flow into everyone in the battle matrix. Sword matrix, smite. Yi Futian saw what was in front of him and commanded indifferently. Suddenly, above the firmament, the sword demon, Su Shang and the others turned into streams of light before disappearing from where they had stood. With impossible speed, they rushed directly toward the infinite body. The 9 people had integrated into one, turning into a circular sword matrix with one at each of the 8 directions and one operating the matrix in the middle. The person who manned the matrix at the center caused a sword diagram to appear between heaven and the earth, with each position in the sword diagram containing a sword. In the center was the divine sword. At this moment, the person holding the divine sword in the middle and controlling the battle matrix was Su Shang. Intercept him, Zhou Mian commanded emotionlessly. Suddenly, all 4 commanders attacked simultaneously. Some commanders reached into the void, and a horrible force immediately descended from the air to envelop the space. But at this moment, the divine sword within the sword matrix exploded with a great brilliance that penetrated all the rule powers and traveled through the void at a tremendous speed. It did not collide with the infinite body but instead snaked behind it. Su Shang was expert of the slaughter sword way, and his speed was naturally unparalleled. At the moment, he manned the sword matrix, and the sword matrix exuded his expertise. The cultivators of the infinite palace were still gathering the battle matrix, and suddenly, the massive sword will exploded from the sword diagram in the void, plunging downwards. The countenance of Sage Wuliang changed slightly, and he retracted his arms, wanting to direct the infinite ruler backward, but Sage Dozhan did not give him the chance. Both of his legs burst with incomparable brilliance before stepping into the void. The Dozhan body charged towards its opponent, both fists brimming with great force that shook the heaven and earth. Sage Wuliang did not have the time to react and was forced to blast out the infinite ruler once more. At almost the same time, many strong cultivators of the infinite palace were stabbed and killed by the sword, and the power of the infinite body seemed to diminish. When the fists blasted out once again, the infinite body rocked a little, and many cultivators from the infinite palace spat up blood and died. Zhou Huang. Zhou Mian looked cold and indifferent. He spat his words in a cold voice. Zhou Huang, a cultivator of the sage and saint ranking and the eldest son of Great Zhou Sacred King, charged forward, and a golden phoenix army slashed through the void while an immense golden phoenix appeared between heaven and earth. The golden phoenix sword pierced through the expanse to attack, hiding an incomparably savage attack power. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had a real golden phoenix sword, cast by the ancestors of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and formed by infusing the blood of the sacred beasts. When the golden phoenix sword stabbed out, it seemed that there was a real sacred beast of golden phoenixes attacking them. Su Shang attacked with the divine sword in hand, and as the two swords collided, a storm swept out. Su Shang and others retreated instantly, then separated. By their numbers, the Barren State army was at a disadvantage, so their purpose was not a frontal attack, but rather a surprise attack aimed to weaken the force of the opponent. It's death you are seeking. Zhou Mian glanced in the direction of Yi Futian, the sword matrix taking the initiative to attack. There appeared to be an unguarded position on the left of Yi Futian. He immediately ordered, "Take down Yi Futian." Without him pointing it out, the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had also discovered the spot, and strong cultivators were already advancing towards Yi Futian. Pang Mu, commander of the Xuanwu army from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the peak figure of the Sage Plain, was held in high regard within the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Currently, the force attacking Yi Futian and his party was the Xuanwu army led by Pang Mu. Although Pang Mu was extremely powerful, he was not impulsive, so he did not attack alone. Yi Futian was the leader of the Holy Ji Palace, so naturally, there were many powerful cultivators protecting him from an ambush. The Xuanwu matrix gathered and condensed, and a great Xuanwu beast came down towards Yi Futian from the sky. An incredibly heavy force came toward them and, at the same time, an endless iciness seemed to cover the skies with heavy frost. Behind Yi Futian stood many cultivators of the Ice Temple, including the Lord of the Temple, Yun Shang. In her hand, Yun Shang held an ice scepter, which emitted a surprising chill. She lifted the scepter, and suddenly, all the spirit will of the cultivators of the Ice Temple poured into it. At that instant, a frosty storm enveloped the endless battlefield. Even Sage Dozhan and Sage Wuliang, who were deep in battle, felt the chill that swept over them. It was an incoming snowstorm. Ice, eternity. Yun Shang spat. The rate at which space-time flowed in that space seemed to slow down until reaching a near standstill so that everything was encased in freezing ice. Those of the low plains only felt that they had fallen into endless frigidity, but the great Xuanwu beast had also started to move more slowly. In this world of ice, terrible icy thorns sprouted forth and pierced towards the crowd of people within the Xuanwu matrix. Pang Mu felt the extreme chill, but his countenance was indifferent. Even if the flow of time and space had slowed down, it could not affect him at all. Was that instrument a divine implement? Even though he was one of the 4 commanders of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, he did not have a divine implement. The Infinite Palace was the inheritance of the ancestors. The golden phoenix sword of Zhou Huang was a thing of the sacred dynasty. Although he was strong, Zhou Mian and Zhou Huang were 2 sovereigns before him, and Niegai was a superior cultivator of the sage ranking. As such, it would never be his turn to receive a divine implement. But in this war, the Barren State seemed to possess many divine implements. If he could take them, they would be his. Moreover, he cultivated in water abilities, so this scepter would be greatly suited for him. Break! The power of a horrible great path rule was released, and a terrible rule power circulating within the Xuanwu battle matrix. For limbs and a long tail began to move, and the frozen void constantly showed cracks, slowly collapsing little by little. The mighty ice storm still affected this space, and the power of the sorcery that erupted from the divine implement was not so easy to eliminate. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and the immense body of the great Xuanwu beast moved downward, pressing against Yi Futian. At this moment, The space in which Yifutian was located seemed to be independent of the world, so that the ice storm would not attack him. He sat cross-legged while the Guqin spirit appeared in front of him, playing in the void. At the same time, from Hua Jieyu's body behind him, there exploded an incredibly strong force. Her long hair danced wildly and frantically, her eyes were beautiful and bewitching, and within them, there was a tremendous telekinetic storm, barely contained. Her spirit melded into one with Yifutian and further integrated into the sound of Guqin, transforming into thousands of silky threads that began to shroud everyone in the space. Near Yifutian and Hua Jieyu were sorcerers. Even Sage Daozong from the palace was standing next to them, ready to contribute his spiritual energy. Thousands of radiant threads shone and bloomed, releasing from all of the cultivators and finally gathering upon Hua Jieyu as if they were each integrated into that terrible storm of telekinesis. Hua Jieyu's eyes became ever more bewitching, and the storm inside her body ever stronger. This storm of spiritual energy was shared by Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. The battle matrix in which they resided was manned by Yifutian and Hua Jieyu, both of whom belonged to the lower plane. Of course, the Hua Jieyu of the moment was not of her own power but one that relied upon the strength within her body, and thus, from a certain angle, her plane was not low at all. Only Yifutian's plane was low. The sound of the music spread to heaven and the earth, and time and space seemed to have blended into one with the sound of Guqin. All the spiritual chi below the firmament aggregated towards the battle matrix where they were, crossing the power of the rules. With the help of that incomparable spiritual will, Yifutian's melody radiated an incomparably vast landscape. He manifested a thought as if at this moment he was everywhere, omnipotent. This was the feeling brought on by such immense power. Jieyu, Yifutian transmitted his voice. Hua Jieyu whispered softly in reply, and the two synced their thoughts, understanding each other's wishes. Space, freeze. All things were still at this moment, and above Yifutian's head the spiritual chi stopped flowing. The great Xuanwu beast temporarily stopped its oppressive steps. Not only them, but even those in the distance felt the power of space freezing, as if everything was coming to a stop. At the same time, a long whip appeared in the hand of Hua Jieyu, and from it exuded a terrible authority of the great path, as if it could make the soul tremble. It was one of the divine implements that had been passed down in the Holy Ji Palace, the God-beating whip. In this sacred war, its use belonged to Hua Jieyu. She was a divine spiritual sorcerer, and with a divine spiritual sorcerer of the Saint Plane assisting her, the God-beating whip was undoubtedly the most suitable ritual implement for her. As Hua Jieyu raised her head, a terrible rule power erupted, and in that instant, she seemed to feel the spiritual will of the great Xuanwu beast, which was formed by the spiritual will of all the people in that army. It was extremely powerful and indestructible. Hua Jieyu's expression was indifferent, and she simply lashed out the God-beating whip. This lash seemed to have cracked open the void and swept towards the great Xuanwu beast. Although Pang Mu was limited by the power of two-layered rules at the moment, he was still able to clearly perceive everything outside. When Hua Jieyu cracked the whip at the Xuanwu battle matrix, he could feel the tremor of his own soul. Retreat. Pang Mu manifested a thought. As he had guessed, because Yifutian was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, it would be impossible for there to be no defensive power, but he hadn't expected the power here to be this strong. He wanted to retreat, but his speed was suppressed, and it was impossible to withdraw in time. The Xuanwu battle matrix changed. Suddenly a boundless, giant Xuanwu turtle shell covered everyone. The most powerful aspect of the Xuanwu battle matrix was not its attack, but its defense. However, Hua Jieyu was cracking the God-beating whip. Whoosh! A crisp sound trembled between the heaven and earth, slapping onto the spiritual will that was gathered upon the great Xuanwu beast. The shadow of the great Xuanwu beast trembled, and many spiritual wills collapsed and were destroyed. In the battle matrix, many cultivators collapsed and separated from the matrix, falling below. Retreat. Zhou Mian also detected something was very wrong and immediately ordered Pang Mu to evacuate. However, the sound of the music was still as before, and the space where Pang Mu was located was shrouded by invisible rule power, as if it was frozen not only because of the rules released by Yi Futian but also by the rule sorcery released by Yun Shang. The two powers worked together to constrain the Xuanwu battle matrix. And the god-beating whip once again swayed with incredible speed. Whoosh! It was only for a short time, but the whip in Hua Jieyu's hand continued lashing out, and every lash of the whip made the great Xuanwu beast tremble. Cultivators continued to collapse and die because their spiritual will was being destroyed. They could not withstand such direct attacks against their spiritual energy. Nye Gai! Zhou Mian shouted and immediately commanded the other legions to support him. He instinctually realized that the Xuanwu matrix of Pang Mu was trapped by the power of the other party and being abused. Given time, Pang Mu would not be able to last. What kind of music is this? Many people in the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty felt its power. All things were restricted, the space frozen, and the sorcery was integrated into the music. And Yi Futian's wife, Hua Jieyu, a delicate beauty who was not of this world. Why was she so frightening at this moment? The army of sorcerers from the barren state was not there to protect them, but with them as the center and the core of the matrix to explode with terrible power. The Yukio song. Far away from the battlefield, countless people stood in the void to watch the battling legions in the distance. Kong Yao naturally recognized what song this was. In that battle long ago, Yi Futian had also performed the song, but its power was not as strong as it was today. This time, he borrowed the spirit will of the cultivators of the barren state, merging into one, to play the Yukio song, fully allowing his rule power to bloom. Although the power of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was strong, it would not be an easy feat to take the barren state without shedding blood. The Great Zhou Sacred King must have been very angry at the moment. Nye Gai and the other two commanders also led armies to come to the rescue. Seeing their movements, Zhuge Qingfeng and Yu Qi, who were behind Yi Futian, also started to move, stepping into the void, prepared to stop the reinforcements from the other side. If they could destroy and pull apart the army within a short time, it would, no doubt, be the most ideal situation. Zhou Mian still stood upon the high ground and observed the battlefield. When he saw Zhuge Qingfeng and Yu Qi providing support to Yi Futian and intercepting the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, he realized that they wanted to finish off the great army of Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in the shortest amount of time possible. No one expected the battle matrix from Yi Futian to be this powerful. The control system rule sorcery exploded and put the Xuanwu army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in danger. But to try demolishing the Xuanwu army when the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was at an advantage was a little too ambitious. Cultivators of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, hear ye this order. Obliterate Yi Futian and his cohort, Zhou Mian ordered. Suddenly all the top clan principalities within the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty started moving towards Futian. In no time at all, the army pressed forward, the forces of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the sage army of the Holy Ji Palace now engaged in a full-blown war. The onlookers, who came with the armies to watch the battle from afar, felt their hearts beating. They were merely watching from the sidelines, but they were extremely nervous and clenched their fists. The Holy Ji Palace must win, someone whispered. This was the thought of many from the barren state. Although they did not have the ability to participate in the battle, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was ultimately an intruder. As cultivators of the barren state, their natural desire was for the barren state to emerge victorious. Furthermore, Yi Futian was now an iconic figure within the barren state. He had inherited lordship of the Holy Ji Palace while still in the noble plane, and all principalities within the barren state had unified their wills and submitted to him. Rumor had it that when Yi Futian held his wedding in the Eastern Barren Territory and made the announcement that he would take over the position of the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he was congratulated by all the powerful figures of the barren state, who came and witnessed the birth of a legend. But even before that, Yi Futian had not disappointed the people of the barren state. In just 2 years, he led the people of the barren state to venture forth and take first place in the 9-state forum and had given the most dazzling performance there. He had even defeated a saint of legends, whose existence was looked upon by the world, and brought a cultivator of the saint plane to the barren state. All of this was a sign prophesizing the rise of a legend. As long as he was given time, The people of the barren state were willing to believe that on the bleak and impoverished soil of the barren state, there would rise a hero known throughout the 9 states. Perhaps not just one. It was precisely because of this that when the Holy Ji Palace faced this great adversity, and when the Great Zhou sacred dynasty launched a sacred war, prolific figures of the land were willing to come and lend their support in the bloody battle. It was a belief. Now that they witnessed this battle, they were all moved deeply and hoped that the Holy Ji Palace could defeat the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. It will, someone answered. The cultivators led by Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs and the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain, led by Lu Zong, were somewhat dismissive. Indeed, the resilience of the barren state had surprised them, but the Great Zhou sacred dynasty still retained an obvious advantage on the battlefield. With their great army pressing toward Yifutian, even if Yifutian were to demolish the Xuanwu army, he would still be at a disadvantage. What was more, at this time, the Golden Phoenix army led by Zhou Mian had entered the scene. They did not attack Yifutian to support the Xuanwu army, but instead moved in the direction of the heavenly battle matrix. If they wanted to make a move on the Xuanwu army, he would first destroy the tenacious heavenly army. At this moment, above the void, Great Zhou Sacred King and the old village chief were separated from the battlefield, playing chess quietly. Great Zhou Sacred King dropped a chess piece. His style of chess was sharp and domineering, sweeping through the game with extremely strong posture, intent to take the pawn of the old village chief. Although I have never seen it, I am still in awe of the legendary sword Saint of the Void, who was called to be the first person under Emperor Xia. Just exactly what was she like back in those days? Great Zhou Sacred King asked nonchalantly while putting down a chess piece. However, since she has already died, as sword slave, shouldn't you be looking for the strongest successor to the master? There were many saints in the 9 states as it was with the eastern state. You don't need to bother looking afar to select an heir. There are many within the generations of the 9 states for you to choose from and a few others who can prove the divine path. If this is the case, then the chess saint should have been selected. After all, he was the first person in the 9 states matrix. The old village chief lightly put a chess piece to defuse the other's fierce offensive. He quietly said, "Unfortunately, the chess saint did not solve the secret of the sword matrix, but Yifutian did, so this is the reason. It's an old story." Great Zhou Sacred King smiled sarcastically. What can it prove? As one grows older, this is the story one likes. The old village chief smiled. I don't like it. Great Zhou Sacred King slammed down his chess piece and sounded extremely cross. Whether you like it or not has nothing to do with me. The old village chief still looked calm, but both of them exuded traces of sacred authority that were extremely terrifying. Do you think I can't kill you? Great Zhou Sacred King looked up and stared at the other. Naturally, you can't. The old village chief looked up. Never mind if you are stronger than me. Even within the 2 great saint planes of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, if I want to leave, you cannot stop me. A strong spatial volatility permeated upon him. He was different from Great Zhou Sacred King. He did not care about dignity and did not care about winning or losing. All he cared about was that what he wanted to accomplish was being manifested step by step. Old fool, Great Zhou Sacred King admonished. Then witness their total destruction. In the battlefield below, Zhou Mian led the Golden Phoenix army towards an attack in the direction of Sage Dozhan. Sword Demon, who was currently engaged with Zhou Huang, swung out in a fierce blow. He wanted to stop Zhou Mian's attack towards Sage Dozhan. Leave this to us. Don't forget your mission, Sage Dozhan said clearly and loudly. The eyes of Sword Demon, Su Shang, and the others lit up. Sage Dozhan wanted them to leave this battlefield. Before the Sacred War, they had already decided upon the tactics, and in this tactic, Sage Dozhan and his team would be in the most dangerous position. It was possible they'd be sacrificed. The sword matrix, which was condensed by the swordsmen of the 9 Great Peaks, had its own mission. Go! Yuan Hong also shouted, and the countenance of Sword Demon suddenly became extremely determined. When they had reached this plane, their temperament became extremely resolute. Even when they knew that some decisions may lead to terrible conclusions, they would still stay the course. "I'll man the matrix," a voice called out. It was one of the 9 people within the sword matrix, the peak swordsman from Tombkeeper Village, Qin Zhuang. His strength was definitely no less than Sword Demon or Su Shang, and was perhaps even stronger. Very well. Sword Demon and Su Shang knew Qin Zhuang's strength and vacated the main position of the battle matrix for Qin Zhuang. When Qin Zhuang stood in the middle with the divine sword in hand, the entire sword diagram changed and madly evolved. In an instant, a trace of the tremendously powerful space sword way undulated between heaven and earth. Zhou Huang held the golden phoenix sword and struck. A dazzling golden ray penetrated the void, aimed toward the center of the sword matrix. However, just at the moment the sword will was about to descend, a blinding glare burst forth and the sword matrix suddenly disappeared. In another direction, the forces of the major clans besieged the army led by Yi Futian. But in one position there suddenly came an explosion of a terrifying atmosphere. "Watch out!" someone cried out, but there was no time to react. A space sword will had pierced through everything, and where the blade of light had passed through, there was a great brilliance that threw many sages back. This time, the sword matrix that formed by the 9 had only one task: to slaughter and continuously diffuse the strength of the opponent, disintegrating their defense. The Golden Phoenix army led by Zhou Mian and Zhou Huang was the most elite army of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. It was impossible to destroy. If they got into a war of attrition, they would only impede their own progress with an unfavorable outcome. "Set up the matrix to intercept them," someone screamed loudly, but the sword matrix could be seen hurtling through the army. Wherever it passed, a rain of blood splattered, and their shadows could hardly be seen. Even though these clans were some of the most powerful in the eastern state, they lacked strong and comprehensive battle matrices. It was impossible for them to resist the power of the sword matrix formed by the 9-person team. Only in a short while, they had charged into the belly of a clan formation. Qin Zhuang waved with both hands, and just like that, the sword will that surrounded the sword diagram around the sword was sky-high. Within the sword diagram, a divine implement of sage level could be seen vaguely looming and resonating with the divine sword. "Destroy them," Qin Zhuang said. Many sages with divine implements combined with the sword will of the divine sword penetrated this place. Wherever it passed, no one could stop it. "Retreat!" The clan leader of this clan saw this scene and barked out the order loudly. The dead were all his people. Even if the great Zhou sacred dynasty was to win, there would be no benefit to them, and this is why they were reluctant to participate in the sacred war. No one dared to disobey the order of great Zhou sacred king. But now, seeing the people of their clan being slaughtered by the sword matrix, their dismay was not hard to imagine. At the same time, in another position, the sword saint with a demonic blade in hand had also charged into the crowd, not allowing any clan forces to reinforce the Xuanwu army in order to provide an opportunity to engulf one of the opponent's legions. Zhou Mian glanced indifferently at the battlefield, then looked down at the heavenly battle matrix below. This group included Yi Futian's teacher, Sage Dozhan, and Yu Hong, who were both the top figures on the Barren Sky ranking. They would sacrifice the heavenly battle matrix for the sake of destroying the Xuanwu army? Indeed, all means were fair in war, and the Barren State was no exception. If so, then let it be destroyed. "Attack!" Zhou Mian commanded. He and Zhou Huang each led a large battle matrix, along with the infinite body cast by Sage Wuliang. 3 superior camps surrounded the Dozhan body and launched the fiercest attack yet. Sage Dozhan watched the attack coming down from the void, but did not fight back. His body exploded with endless radiance. The 7-star acupoints were fully open, and there was armor from a divine implement upon his body. This was the divine implement that Yu Hong had borrowed from Yu Qi, and this time, it was relegated to be used by Sage Dozhan. The heavenly battle matrix was unparalleled in attack, but their mission this time was not to attack but rather defend and sap away the strength of the opponent. When the 3 major attacks came at the same time, it was a terrible sight to behold. The Dozhan body collapsed and was destroyed. Sage Dozhan spat out a mouthful of blood. The bronzed body under the divine implement seemed to crack, for this time he bore the full brunt of the attack. To concentrate all the power of the heavenly battle matrix upon himself, even with the protection of the divine implement, was still too much to bear. The cultivators in the void gathered again when they saw this scene. Sage Dojan was seeking his own death. "Allow me," Yuan Hong said to Sage Dojan, wanting to replace him and pilot the superior heavenly battle matrix. With Sage Dojan alone, it was very possible that he would perish under the attack. "No need." Sage Dojan looked up at the firmament, his body once again shrouded in dazzling brilliance, and his eyes showing extreme determination. Back when he was the lord of the Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace, and when he was caught in the middle of the battle of life and death between the palace and Yifutian, he chose to follow his own belief and stood by Yifutian. The palace saw it as a kind of betrayal, but because it was not the palace, he wanted all to see that he did not regret his choice. The Holy Ji Palace of today was the palace that he had always hoped for, so he had to be firm in his own beliefs and protect all of them. In the part of the battlefield where Yifutian was, both the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace's armies came rushing out. The Xuanwu army was still being surrounded and hiding in the Xuanwu shell. Each time the god-beating whip landed, it would kill many people in the Xuanwu battle matrix, but the matrix was not destroyed and continued awaiting assistance from outside. Yifutian continued to sit cross-legged, strumming the guqin with both hands. The guqin melody engulfed the area and his spiritual energy also engulfed the vast area. Every scene on the battlefield was engraved into his brain. Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace was in a tough battle for their beliefs. His master was fulfilling his promise. He had led the heavenly battle matrix and fended off the Great Zhou's strongest army. The sword matrix that the sword demon and Sushang had formed, as well as his big brother, had rushed into the interior of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army and were battling without regard for their lives. This was a fight to the death. An even more frenzied spiritual energy rushed into his head, as though merging with his spiritual will. However, he was only a mid-level sage, so such a terrifying spiritual energy was close to the limit he could withstand. His spiritual will seemed as though it would crumble. This was like the time when Hua Jieyu borrowed a saint's spiritual will to battle and fainted right after the battle. Now, he was facing a similar situation. However, he did not have the luxury of considering the consequences at that moment. The unparalleled spiritual energy nearly broke free of his control. He put in all his effort to steady himself and ensure that he was still steadily playing the guqin melody. Wisps of guqin notes gathered together and transformed into a terrifying spiritual storm. Gradually, an omniscient being resembling an ancient god started to form. It was the Sage Hall's teachings, the godly creation of all things. At that moment, it was being summoned from Yifutian's guqin melody. The ancient god that had appeared continued to take form and became large enough to block out the sun. It appeared in the middle of the two armies, and many people who were in battle all raised their heads and looked at it, astonished. A horrifying spiritual will emanated from the ancient god. The giant ancient god had unparalleled rule power flowing around its body. Wisps of purple lightning flashed across the heavens and destructive thunderbolts circulated around the ancient god's 10 fingers. Every strand of lightning was like a god-beating whip. The ancient god stretched out its arm and descended with boundless purple lightning. Thunder whips entangled the Xuanwu matrix and pounded down like the apocalypse, striking the strong spiritual will that had been formed by the battle matrix, causing the giant Xuanwu to tremble. "Jieyu!" Yifutian, who was in the middle of playing the guqin, called out to her. Hua Jieyu's mind was interlinked with his at that moment and she flew into the air, the god-beating whip in her hand unleashing its strongest force towards the Xuanwu battle matrix. It struck the center of the boundless lightning, and it was as though it had activated a terrifying matrix. In an instant, figures were shot out from the Xuanwu battle matrix with screams of agony. The entire battle matrix, with its countless experts, was all sent flying back, and the giant Xuanwu shattered into multiple pieces. The battle matrix had been completely nullified. Pang Mu stood in the area, watching the surrounding people being sent flying. He felt a terrifying force assaulting his spiritual will and his face became pale. He had not expected that he would be in such danger after he had launched the attack on Yifutian. Crash. Pang Mu stepped back, attempting to escape. The Xuanwu life spirit appeared, surrounding him within. At that moment, the only thought in his head was to escape. "Where are you going?" An icy voice sounded out, like the voice of judgment. As the voice landed, Pang Mu raised his head and looked at the ancient god. He saw a pair of intimidating eyes. They were like Yi Futian's, deep and bottomless, causing others to lose themselves within. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual storm rushed into his head and he was overwhelmed by purple lightning. The next thing he felt was a stinging pain in his spiritual energy. Crash! With a blaring sound, the ancient god in the air punched out and it landed on the Xuanwu like a giant meteorite. With a deafening sound, cracks appeared on the Xuanwu's body. Pang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood and his expression was death itself. "I withdraw from this battle," Pang Mu declared. Terrified, he felt that he would definitely die if he continued battling. A gust of wind blew past, and Hua Jieyu's god-beating whip continued lashing down. With another deafening sound, Pang Mu fell into numbness, like he had struck by lightning. His spiritual will was nearly destroyed and he was on his last leg. "Die!" Yi Futian raised his head and looked towards Pang Mu with wintry killing intent in his eyes. He would kill everyone who had come to destroy the palace. Bang! With another heavy strike, Pang Mu's life spirit was shattered along with his body. As the god-beating whip descended yet again, a wretched scream could be heard as Pang Mu's spiritual will was destroyed and his body fell lifelessly to the ground. As they saw this scene, the people who had been severely injured in the Xuanwu battle matrix were all filled with terror. One of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's 4 commanders, the Xuanwu army's commander Pang Mu, had died in battle in the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace. Bang! In the air, the Great Zhou Sacred King slammed one of his chess pieces down heavily on the chessboard. There was an imposing aura around his body. Although Pang Mu was not royalty, he was one of the 4 commanders outside of the Golden Phoenix Army. His position in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was by no means low, but today he had died in battle in the Holy Ji Palace. Moreover, the Sacred War had not turned out like he had imagined. The Barren State's strength and determination had far exceeded his expectations. "What do you think?" The village chief moved his piece and raised his head, looking at the Great Zhou Sacred King. He was surprised as well. The performance of Yi Futian and the experts from the Holy Ji Palace had moved him. "Although one of my armies has been killed, that battle matrix will accompany it," the Great Zhou Sacred King said coldly and played another piece, devouring a portion of the village chief's pieces. What the Great Zhou Sacred King was referring to was naturally the heavenly battle matrix with Sage Dojan at the forefront. The village chief looked down at the heavenly battle matrix. At the same time, Sage Dojan had gathered the force of the battle matrix onto himself and he shone brilliantly. However, Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang, and Sage Wuliang fired attacks from him from 3 different directions again. With a furious roar, Sage Dojan's Dojan body started to form again. The giant figure erupted with tens of thousands of zhang of light and raised its arms, which were filled with boundless energy, and fired fist auroras with the force of the battle saint gauntlets, attempting to shatter the heavens. However, in front of the 3 experts, who all had saint instruments, they all used the force of their saint instruments to break through the fist will, and their attacks landed on the Dojan body. The golden phoenix sword pierced through everything. The infinite ruler crushed the air and the Dojan body crumbled yet again. The terrifying attacks landed heavily on Sage Dojan's burly body, shattering his bones and tearing his meridians apart. The golden phoenix sword will tore through the saint instrument armor and assaulted his body, causing his body to feel like it was being torn to shreds. The saint instrument was stained with blood and Sage Dojan's aura fluctuated shakily. Even his sturdy body seemed to be unable to continue withstanding the attacks. "Brother, let me." Sage Jingang was in turmoil. That sturdy body was giving everything it had to fight for time on that piece of the battlefield. "Pang Mu is dead." At that moment, Zhou Mian turned and looked in another direction. His expression was frigid. The Xuanwu army's commander had died in battle. Yi Futian had actually created a giant figure that rushed into the other armies. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's armies were at a disadvantage at the other area of the battlefield. Sage Dozhan had evidently seen it too. He turned around and looked at that part of the battlefield, and a smile appeared on his face. They had already eliminated a part of the enemies. If that was so, the palace's chances of winning were even higher. Of course, he still had to defend the heavenly battle matrix from destruction. You too, kill him. Zhou Mian looked towards Zhou Huang and Sage Wuliang. He then turned and attempted to lead his army to the other part of the battlefield. Where do you think you're going? Sage Dozhan stepped forward, and the battle matrix moved with him. He walked towards Zhou Mian, and his overbearing fist punched forward yet again. You're courting death, Zhou Mian said angrily. A wing slashed down and nearly tore through space-time, slicing the fist apart. However, Sage Dozhan did not even think of giving up. His fists broke through space-time as well, and countless fists rained down on the other party. The giant wings behind Zhou Mian slashed down rapidly, and their attacks clashed vigorously. Brother, watch out! Sage Jingang shouted as a blinding ray of light shot towards him. Sage Dozhan was warding off Zhou Mian's attacks and had no excess energy to dodge. The Golden Phoenix sword pierced Sage Dozhan's body with terrifying force. Although it was blocked by the Saint instrument, the Golden Phoenix sword was unable to pierce his body, but the sharp sword will still rushed into his body. Sage Dozhan vomited blood continuously and felt as though his organs were about to rip apart. At that moment, he remembered the teachings that he had given Yi Futian and Yushang when he first met them. He had said that the reason why body cultivators were strong was that when others attacked, they could withstand their attacks. However, others cannot withstand a body cultivator's attacks. However, this time was different. Even he was unable to withstand any more attacks. Brother, Sage Jingang's face was pale. Even if they wanted to exchange control of the Matrix now, it was hard to do so. The other party would not give up a chance to kill his brother. If I die, all of you continue, Sage Dozhan said loudly. As his voice landed, it was like his entire body ignited as 7 rays of light shot through his body. Instantly, light passed through his entire body, from his fists, legs, stomach, and even his head, giving off a brilliant glow. The incomplete heavenly manual was the technique that he cultivated in. What did incomplete mean? Actually, there was one technique that he did not teach Yi Futian and Yushang. It was the final technique of the incomplete heavenly manual, the broken heaven technique. It allowed one to exceed the limit of the physical body by exhausting one's potential. In that instant, boundless energy rushed into his body from the heavenly battle matrix with no reservation. The energy rushed ferociously around his body, and the 7 rays of light shone up to the skies. At that moment, Sage Dozhan's frame of mind was clear and flawless. An exceedingly terrifying will enveloped the area. In the vast area, there seemed to be a force that was resonating with it. Formidable storms suddenly started to blow in the skies. The storms ravaged the area like rule power, then headed straight for Sage Dozhan, passing through his body, causing Sage Dozhan's expression to change as he raised his head and looked towards the sky. Were the heavens playing tricks on him too? At that moment, in the sky, the great Zhou sacred king and the village chief's chess pieces fell to the ground. Their gazes were intently focused on Sage Dozhan on the ground. His frame of mind had no flaws, so the Saint disaster had arrived for him to enter the Saint plane? Ha ha ha! Laughter roared throughout the area. Sage Dozhan stared at the sky and said solemnly, I would like to ask the heavens, how many times can I truly follow my heart in this life? Since I have managed to do it, there is nothing to fear about death. Since the heavens had allowed him to experience the divine path before he died, he had no regrets in this life. The sound that came from Sage Dozhan could be heard from the heaven to the earth, full of grief. At this moment, in the heavenly battle matrix, Sage Jingang, Yuan Hong and the others all pushed their own strength to the limit and poured it into the body of Sage Dozhan. If it was what the heart desired, there was no regret in death. Above the sky, an ever more horrifying storm of rule powers had started, almost drowning the space. Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang and the others changed their expressions as they looked up at the changes occurring between heaven and earth. Their hearts shook violently. This was the baptism of the great path, and the catastrophe of the divine path. But how was this possible? In the void, Great Zhou, Sacred King, and the old village chief stopped playing chess, standing up and staring at the changes between heaven and earth. How could there be a divine catastrophe? Although Sage Dozhan was at the peak of the sage plane, there were many in the 9 states who were more outstanding than him. But even they could not rely on themselves to break the constraint of the great path from the outside world. Hence there was grounds to prove sainthood. But Sage Dozhan, by what means was he deserving of this? Great Zhou, Sacred King, did you see? The old village chief said. You launched the sacred war and forced out the divine catastrophe. After this war there will be a cleansing within the barren state. All those who participated in the war will elevate their state of mind, especially those who were in the battle matrix. Great Zhou, Sacred King, regarded the heavenly battle matrix with disdain, but vaguely understood how Sage Dozhan could instigate the divine catastrophe. The battle matrix was of one mind and body, rendering the will of Sage Dozhan extremely strong and resilient. Coupled with him surpassing the limits of the flesh and willing to burn his own life to ignite his potential, he broke the constraint of the great path. Of course, the premise of all this was that Sage Dozhan himself had sublimated his own state of mind with no lack in the ways of the great path, which made evoking the truth of the world possible. The will, the state of mind, and the power were all integrated into one, which broke the limit and led the divine path. So he did it. Almost no one had been able to achieve it in the land of the 9 states. How ironic it was that a sacred war had forced out the divine path. The universe had a sense of humor. So what? The divine catastrophe is here. Death is the only outcome. Great Zhou, Sacred King, said with a cold voice. Even in his prime, Sage Dozhan would not have been able to withstand the power of the divine catastrophe, much less in his current state of serious injury. Besides, he had forcibly surpassed the limits of his flesh and burned his own potential. Under the divine catastrophe he would surely die. At this moment, Great Zhou, Sacred King, actually felt some pity. Even if this was an enemy, he had to admit that he was quite a character. The barren state was truly a magical land. But since it was the enemy, it could only be destroyed. In that battle was Yi Futian. He had observed the situation of Sage Dozhan, and his heart trembled fiercely. He had once asked what the divine path was after the divine catastrophe and the purge of the great path rules. With perfection of mind, the divine path could be proved. The divine path was extremely difficult. It was just that the divine catastrophe had the power to annihilate everything. For the master, his catastrophe was a physical one. Using the physical body to testify the divine path, he cast the sacred body of rules, and thus became sainted. However, the sacred war was at this moment. The master did not hesitate to burn all the power, breaking the limit and instigating the divine catastrophe. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to survive this catastrophe. Seeing the endless cultivators around him, Yi Futian's eyes turned the color of blood. At this moment, he was fighting in the midst of major legions. Whether it was the Holy Ji Palace or the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, many from both sides had perished, but the number of combatants remaining to the opponent was still greater. He knew that the Mater was fighting to give an opportunity to them by stalling the strongest force of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. He waged his own life to fulfill his promise and mission. He had considered the matter already. At this time, traces of the Great Path Rules storm flooded into the body of Sage Dozhan, rocking his body until its flesh seemed ready to tear apart. But at this moment he was not afraid. He never thought about continuing to live, so what was there to fear about dying? Both fists clenched within heavenly battle matrix. An incomparably immense force poured into his body, and Sage Dozhan revealed a smile on his face. He was not alone in this fight. Everyone was fighting with him side by side, and he was proud of such a united palace. His spirit touched all the cultivators, and equally, the will of these cultivators were also touching him. Sounds of terror were heard, and the body of Sage Dozhan continued to increase, expanding toward heaven and earth as if he himself was the battle form. An even more powerful storm came over them, and even the divine implement of an armor could not resist it. In this moment, Sage Dozhan took off the divine implement and threw it to Yu Hong. Take it. His bronze skin was exposed between heaven and earth, baptized by the rules of the Great Path. His body seemed to be cracking open, and yet filled with sacred luster. These were two extremes. Either it would be cast into the body of a saint or it would be broken into pieces. At the moment, Sage Dozhan was enduring the impact of the Great Path that no one could have imagined, but he still stood there like a mountain incomparable. When the way has been known in the morning, there is no need to see the end of the day, Sage Dozhan declared with a clear voice, and as soon as he was done, he took a step with his immense body across the space, headed in the direction of Zhou Mian. Although death was certain, he would experience the power of the Dharma body endowed with the Great Path before that. Zhou Mian and the others did not alter their look much, but their hearts were extremely shocked. Saint Plain was their strongest pursuit when they reached this level of cultivation. However, at this moment, right in front of them, Sage Dozhan was leading the divine path. But under the circumstance, Sage Dozhan was not fighting against the purge of the divine catastrophe, but launching attack toward them. This was a complete abandonment of hope, just to oppose them. That was an opportunity for sanctification. Although everyone understood that there was almost no chance of survival in this situation for Sage Dozhan, the opportunity of the divine path was still within reach. Even if the chance was small, who would not fight for it? Even if that meant giving it all, the goal was to live and to prove sainthood. But Sage Dozhan had no plan to do so. Seeing that massive figure coming down, Zhou Mian gathered in the power of the battle matrix, and a terrifying golden phoenix appeared in the sky. Like a demon god, its giant golden phoenix wings slashed out towards Sage Dozhan. The catastrophe of the divine path fell down, but Sage Dozhan did not pay attention to it. He extended his hands and caught the huge golden phoenix wings that came in for the kill. A loud scream echoed as his arms opened wide to the sides, the immense body of the golden phoenix's body tearing apart with a force that could pass through the sky. Boom! Sage Dozhan stepped into the void, his colossal body landing directly in front of Zhou Mian. His arms retracted, and then punched out, like an ancient god who could penetrate heaven and earth. Zhou Mian looked incredibly irritated. The huge boundless golden phoenix wings closed, and from them emitted the authority of a divine implement. But the fist of Sage Dozhan was also clad in a divine implement. Moreover, his body had already undergone the baptism of the divine path at the moment. Within the attack there was already a trace of saintly authority integrated into the divine implement which rendered it indomitable. Boom! The heaven and the earth seemed to burst open, and the great army behind Zhou Mian was shocked into disintegration. He himself turned into a stream of light and flew in retreat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If there was no protection from the divine implement and the battle matrix, this one punch alone would be enough to shatter his internal organs. He had not become saint, yet was already so powerful? Then when proved in the divine path, what kind of unearthly power would that be? There was a strong desire in Zhou Mian's heart. Sage Dozhan took a step once again, and this time he stepped into the middle of the disintegrating army. Above the firmament, there was a terrible storm of the divine catastrophe, which was without end and limit. Pooh! With a muted sound, Sage Dozhan spat out a mouthful of blood, the endless divine path rules coursing over the surface of his body, the cracks on the bronze body vaguely showing as if to pulverize his body. Come on! Sage Dozhan looked up at the storm of the divine catastrophe that gathered in the sky. He clenched his fists and screamed, and the endless fist will burst from his body, carrying the ruinous catastrophe across the land. Run! Zhou Mian screamed, as the army collapsed. If they wanted to use their own strength now to counter an already transformed Sage Dozhan, death would be the only outcome. Everyone escaped at all locations, but the endless fist will had descended upon them. Bang! 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 Terrible sounds were heard, and in an instant, many cultivators were hit by the fist will. Their bodies were pierced through, dead on the spot. Above the void, Great Zhou Sacred King saw this scene with indifference. Does this count as a saint? Without divine catastrophe, there is no real means to cast the sacred body. so how can it be considered sacred? The old village chief responded indifferently, but detecting the released atmosphere from the great Zhou sacred king, he reminded him, the sacred king must not forget the rules set by the 9 states supervising inspector, and that they will be monitoring the sacred war. Perhaps at this moment they are among the crowds. If the sacred king violates the will of Emperor Xia, what would be the consequences? When great Zhou sacred king heard these words, the look in his eyes were extremely sharp. Who could have imagined that Sage Dozhan would experience divine catastrophe in the sacred war, and that he would attack the cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty regardless of his own life or death? Just then, Zhou Mian came to the army where Zhou Huang was located, and once again integrated into the battle matrix. Golden Phoenix Sword and Golden Phoenix Wings seemed to want to unify together, melding offense and defense in one. Zhou Mian said coldly, under the divine catastrophe, it's already the end for him. Sage Wuliang joined the attack. Sage Wuliang's face changed slightly. He really did not want to continue fighting under these circumstances. Sage Dozhan in this state of madness was entirely too dangerous, attacking with catastrophe of the divine path and completely ignoring his own life or death. If he left, Sage Dozhan would succumb to the catastrophe, so there was no need to fight it out. But for the nobles like Zhou Mian, it was quite different. If they were miserable, Zhou Mian wanted Sage Dozhan to lose his fighting power so as not to directly endanger the victory of the sacred war. In this sacred war, Zhou Mian was the commander-in-chief. If defeated, he would naturally shoulder the responsibility. However, with great Zhou sacred king himself supervising the battle and watch over it all, he dared not refuse. Very well. Sage Wuliang nodded, controlling the infinite body forward, and all 3 strong cultivators stood side by side, watching Sage Dozhan coming toward them. The colossal body of Sage Dozhan stepped forward, above the sky as even stronger storms of rules fell, impacting his body. Blood trailed down from the corner of his mouth, but it seemed like he did not feel it and continued onward toward Zhou Mian. Sage Dozhan at this moment was like a true saint. His sturdy body was like that of a god of war. Sage Dozhan stretched out his arms and clenched his fist. With his body as the center between heaven and earth, the power of the law of the great path rushed into him. His form was incomparably majestic. His bronze skin and his arms and legs were covered by the calamitous light of the great path, and his body was tempered. Was this calamitous light destruction or rebirth? But no matter what it was definitely the most deadly force for Zhou Mian. Zhou Mian entered the battle matrix where Zhou Huang was. The golden phoenix's wings covered the sky. In a flash, countless afterimages appeared. Each golden afterimage was made of golden wings. They were like the most terrible blades in the world, capable of cutting through the void. The endless afterimages overlapped over everything, and they attacked Sage Dozhan. Sage Dozhan seemed to not see them. He screamed, and his huge majestic figure, and he stepped towards the void. He raised his arms towards the void, and the light of the great path flowed over them, blocking the attacking wings and a harsh, sharp sound. Thump! Sage Dozhan stepped out, rubbing his arms against the wings. He was eager for close combat. At this time he only had one conviction: to completely destroy this army so they could not affect the sacred war. Zhou Huang lashed out with his golden phoenix sword, and a bolt of golden electricity pierced through the void. In addition to the sword shadow, a huge golden phoenix appeared. It carried incomparable majesty, and it attacked Sage Dozhan. On the other side, countless sages brandished the infinite ruler, and its shadow covered the sky. As they slammed down, the void was shaken. The golden phoenix sword stabbed into Sage Dozhan's chest, and the infinite ruler slammed into his back. This kind of power was enough to destroy any cultivator under the Saint Plane. No one would dare endure such a terrible attack, but Sage Dozhan managed to bear it with his own strength. The space seemed quiet, and Sage Dozhan seemed to be quieted down as well. A terrible power rushed into his body, and blood spurted out of his mouth. There also seemed to be blood permeating through his bronze muscles. Zhou Mian stared at Sage Dozhan. Would this power be enough to kill him? Also, the power of the divine catastrophe itself caused him great injury. He knew that a body tempered by the divine catastrophe would be absolutely disastrous to him now. Brother. Sage Jingon looked over at Sage Dojan, and his heart was filled with grief and indignation. The chaotic slaughter still continued on the other battlefield. Yifutian played his music with bloodshot eyes. He certainly saw everything that happened to Sage Dojan. "Teacher!" shouted Yifutian. His heart hurt, and infinite power burst out from within him. The world tree spirit made a rustling sound, and a glimmer of light spread out from him. It was the branches and leaves of the world tree. They shrouded the whole area. The endless power rushed into his body, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. The spiritual will power of the cultivators around him turned into thousands of links and rushed madly into his mind. The worldly spiritual chi was completely out of control, and he was breathing rapidly. Futian. Hua Jieyu and Yifutian shared the same mind at the moment, and she faintly realized what Yifutian wanted to do. She could not help but gently shake her head. "You won't be able to bear it." He wanted to turn everyone's spiritual will power into his own power, seal it in his spiritual will, and use this to induce the power of the heavens and the earth to achieve a certain balance between his physical strength and his spiritual will. But Hua Jieyu fully understood the terrible consequences of this. At first she almost didn't snap out of it. If Yifutian just used his music and her power to accumulate matrix power, he could withstand it, but if he borrowed it completely, he would likely be killed by the spiritual will. After all, the power did not belong to him. Godly creation of all things. Yifutian spat. Suddenly the body of an ancient god gathered around him. He and everyone in the matrix were enveloped in this towering body. This ancient god that was born of cohesion seemed to be formed out of all of their wills. Golden blood burned in Yifutian's body. He used the borrowed power to motivate the will of the emperor within him. In an instant, all the power within him seemed to be sucked out. Even the power within his life palace was burning up crazily. The will of the emperor transformed into a formless light screen. The ancient god's body was boundless and vast. At that moment, everyone seemed to truly have been integrated into one. "Are you all willing to fight with me?" Yifutian's voice appeared in everyone's mind. "We are." "Then let's fight." Their will came back to Yifutian. They were all as determined to fight as Lingtian. A burst of warmth flowed through Yifutian's heart. He secretly swore that after that battle he would not disappoint them. The shape of the ancient god's body changed. Wings sprung out of it and unfolded fiercely, turning into an incomparably destructive figure of a golden rock. It flapped its wings, and the gold-winged rock suddenly moved forward. It spread its wings like a monarch in the sky. Everyone was subjected to an unparalleled pressure, friends and foes sharing a common fate. Guard your will. Do not waver. Sage Daozong's will was transmitted to everyone. They all closed their eyes and gave all their power to Yifutian. Everyone gave their life to Yifutian. An extremely sharp wind blew between heaven and earth. The gold-winged rock crossed through the void, and many people attacked it. However, everywhere the golden feathers passed by, an endless stream of blood flew between heaven and earth, and no one could stop it. The crashing sound continued. Along the way, people continuously perished. Many people trembled fiercely as they saw the divine bird that shuttled back and forth in all the blood. Were they crazy? If Dojan was, then Yifutian was too. They did not believe that Yifutian's outburst of power would come without a cost. Even the great Zhou sacred king, who was in the void, was distracted by this. His eyes were drawn away from Dojan as they were attracted by Yifutian. He looked at the huge rock, that incomparable monarch of the sky, as if he could see through it with a glance. What kind of battle matrix was this? The power that erupted in the Holy Ji Palace was beyond his imagination, especially since Dojan had summoned the catastrophe. No one could have imagined this. Yifutian smashed through the crowd towards where Sage Dojan was. At that moment, Sage Dojan was under heavy attack. The golden phoenix sword cut into his mighty body bit by bit. Blood flowed out from the cuts, and Zhou Huang's eyes were full of cold killing intent. Even though he had summoned the divine catastrophe, he would still die. "Bring it on!" Dojan lifted his head and shouted. Suddenly, the calamity of the laws of the Great Path attacked. Zhou Mian and Zhou Huang's expressions changed slightly as a destructive force flowed from the sky and entered Sage Dozhan's body. Crack! Sage Dozhan seemed about to burst. He clenched both fists together and the calamitous light of the Great Path flowed through his arms. He rushed directly for Zhou Huang in front of him. Zhou Huang seemed to have turned into a sacred golden phoenix. He was huge beyond compare, and all the power of a battle matrix was integrated within him. As the double fists fell, the calamitous light pierced through the phoenix body, completely destroying it. The calamity of the Great Path cut through everything, and a devastating destructive force exploded where Zhou Huang was. One of the powerful cultivators of the Sage Plane was hit, and he fell down. Many people were completely crushed. The battle matrix instantly collapsed. Zhou Huang was also thrown far away, and he vomited blood. A destructive force was ravaging his internal organs. Smash! Zhou Mian made a quick decision, and a huge golden phoenix flapped its wings and smashed into Dozhan's head. Sage Dozhan raised one arm to stop the flapping wings. Suddenly blood flew out of his arm as the wings cut through his flesh. He tried as best he could to block the wings with his arm as he drove himself forward with his legs. His left arm slammed out in front of him, as fist will smashed into the void. Zhou Mian closed his wings suddenly to block the blow, but the fist will fell wildly. If the wings were not divine implements, they would probably destroyed immediately. Even so, Zhou Mian was sent flying just like Zhou Huang, or even worse. After all, his battle matrix had been broken, and so he suffered the blow with only his own personal strength. The fist will slammed into him, destroying his body. When Sage Wuliang saw this, his face took on a ghastly expression. But with his incomparable perseverance, his infinite ruler grew until its shadow covered the sky and struck forth. Crack! A terrible crack rang out, and Dozhan's mighty body trembled and faltered as if he could barely hold it up. The calamitous light of the rules of the divine path descended once again. Sage Dozhan felt that he had reached his limit, and he had no more time. A line of light pierced through him, and Sage Dozhan turned around and stepped forward, his fists rushing towards Sage Wuliang. Die! The infinite body was mighty and huge. Sage Wuliang struck out with the infinite ruler and thousands of shadows overlapped. But he only saw Dozhan cry out and his fists continued rushing forward. In but a moment it seemed like there were thousands of fists. Smash! 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 A line of fists smashed into the infinite ruler, and Dozhan seemed like he would never stop attacking. His power ran along the infinite ruler towards the infinite body and the infinite battle matrix. One punch, then another. The infinite ruler smashed down, but it seemed to have no power, and countless punches hit the massive infinite body and pierced through it. The body collapsed and burst. The power of each of these punches eventually fell upon Sage Wuliang and his battle array. Bang! A cultivator's body burst. And then another. The cultivators' bodies collapsed wildly in the battle matrix. Sage Wuliang's body shook without stopping and blood poured continuously from his mouth. The fist will that rumbled towards him seemed to be immersed in the power of the divine catastrophe. Sage Dozhan's movements gradually became slower. Sage Wuliang's body bent and was on the verge of collapse. Finally, the fist will disappeared. Sage Dozhan's arms dropped powerlessly to his side. Another beam of calamitous light descended and his body trembled fiercely. He fell backward like a fallen god of war. But Sage Jingyang's form flashed and he caught Dozhan's huge body and carried it on his shoulder. "Hold on, brother," Sage Jingyang shouted. There was no strength left in Sage Dozhan's eyes. He had exhausted his power. He saw that the rules of the Great Path were still gathering in the void. "Go!" he shouted weakly. "No!" Sage Jingyang shook his head. "That's an order," said Sage Dozhan somewhat weakly. Sage Jingyang still carried him, as he looked up at the rules of the Great Path in the void. The divine catastrophe came together and descended once again. Sage Dozhan closed his eyes. He had done all he could in this battle. He hoped that the barren state could beat back the other side. Crash! A loud sound rang out. The divine catastrophe had not fallen. Sage Dozhan opened his eyes and saw a huge golden-winged rock in the air above his body, blocking the divine path calamity. The huge gold-feathered rock looked down at him and said, "Teacher." He looked through the rock's eyes and seemed to see a more familiar pair of eyes. A faint look of gratitude crossed his face. His accidental disciple would perhaps become the most dazzling character in the 9 states in the future. He anxiously awaited the coming of that day, but he did not know if he'd have the chance to see it. Stay alive. Sage Dozhan closed his eyes after that last utterance. The gold-winged rock still looked at him and whispered, "You too, teacher." The rock's eyes were extremely sharp and expressed strong emotions. Sage Dozhan had overcome the limits of the physical body but had now exhausted the strength because of it. How would he continue to bear the catastrophe? This catastrophe was inadvertently caused when Sage Dozhan was crystallizing the battle matrix and not relying on his own strength, which meant that even in Sage Dozhan's prime, he might not have been able to bear the catastrophe of the Great Path. Above the sky, the horrific light of catastrophe of the Great Path wandered between heaven and earth, as if trying to discern the whereabouts of Sage Dozhan. The rock looked up and watched the horrific light of catastrophe of the Great Path coming in its direction. Its eyes were extremely sharp. Within the rock, Yifutian stood quietly. The rock was an ancient god that he had created by borrowing everyone's spiritual will, controlled by him, just as if it were an incarnation of him. The master fought for the palace, and he did so at the risk of his own destruction. Now that the master had fallen, he would be the one to block the catastrophe. Incomparably brilliant golden glow of light flowed over the large body of the rock and lightly veiled it with the dazzling light of the stars, all of which were superior defense rules power. The violent light of the catastrophe came towards them, and with a loud bang, the light of the stars was broken in an instant, and the body of the rock trembled fiercely. All Yifutian could feel was that his will would collapse and he would be destroyed. But as the will of the emperor was burning, his eyes showed extreme determination. If he fell, the master would undoubtedly die. Boom! Boom! The raging light of catastrophe of the Great Path that had not yet scattered was now madly bombarding the rock. Its body started to show cracks, and the immense body of the ancient demon god seemed on the verge of destruction. Inside, Yifutian's will was interrupted, and his clothes were stained with blood, but he was unshaken in his determination. Battle Matrix Formation. A loud cry came from the heavenly battle matrix that was led by Yuan Hong and other powerful cultivators. They had positioned themselves above the rock and formed the battle matrix. Yuan Hong, now clad in the divine implement armor that was discarded by Sage Dozhan, stood at the highest position. Still, horrible light of catastrophe showered down and penetrated the battle matrix. Yuan Hong's body trembled, but he still stood there. The entire heavenly battle matrix shuddered. In the void, the light of catastrophe of the Great Path was diminishing. Just a few more waves of impact and the catastrophe would pass. Boom! With yet another loud bang, the heavenly battle matrix collapsed. Yuan Hong's body fell from the sky, and the light of catastrophe continued to impact Wang Xiang and hit the body of the rock. Even more cracks now appeared on the rock, making it look as if it was on the verge of destruction. "Allow me." A voice was heard, and another figure could be seen coming forward. It was the royal cultivators led by Huang Shi. They had also formed a battle matrix. An immense sovereign aura exploded and the gigantic battle form of Ren Huang appeared. "Be gone." Huang Shi looked up and glanced at the catastrophe of the Great Path, then took the initiative to attack. A mighty force swept heaven and earth, and legions of an army clad in armor rushed out to strike. It was an extremely strong martial arts rules illusion, but the army of apparitions was lost in the light of catastrophe, and the horrible light blasted on the battle form of Ren Huang, violently rocking the bodies of Huang Shi and the others. "It's almost disappearing." Those who watched the battle from afar seemed to stop breathing. Their hearts beat wildly and their fists clenched tightly, as if it were they who were experiencing the catastrophe. All the people from the barren state, even those who were just watching, were extremely nervous. They must hold the line. In this sacred war, the beliefs exhibited by the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace had a strong impact on them. The Holy Ji Palace must win. If this catastrophe can be overcome, Sage Dozhan will be transformed, and so will the Holy Ji Palace. Someone in the crowd said with a solemn but clear voice. The speaker was an old man, great in age with a very powerful presence. He was also a well-known figure in the Barren State, Sage Deadwood, who was numbered 29th on the Barren Sky ranking. Indeed, in this sacred war, the Holy Ji Palace is unified in its conviction, with the participation of all the principalities in the Barren State, fighting side by side, unconcerned with life or death. This spirit is worthy of those listed on the Barren Sky ranking. We ought to be ashamed. Another walked out, and many people exclaimed, recognizing the person as another cultivator on the Barren Sky ranking. Among those who came to observe the battle, many were the strong cultivators and well-known figures from all sectors of the Barren State. If so, do you dare to fight? Someone spoke. Sage Deadwood turned his sight to the rear and said clearly, many of you are top cultivators from the Barren State, enough to form a super army of sages and nobles. This time, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty led cultivators to invade and instigated the sacred war, intending on destroying the Holy Ji Palace and establishing themselves in the Barren State. Now the battle is heating up with hefty costs. If we participate in the war, we can change the tide. Would anyone be willing to join me in driving the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty out of the Barren State? I wish to battle. Barren State cultivators do not fear battle. Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, get out of the Barren State. Voices were heard in response, and suddenly, everyone was affected by this sentiment. As they stepped forward, a majestic army started to form. The cultivators of Jisheng Cliffs and Xihua Sacred Mountains stood amongst the crowd, and their faces revealed a slight shock. If so, then get on with it. All cultivators stepped forward with awesome momentum, its magnificence pressuring those around it. On the other side, the Great Zhou Sacred King blinked and looked into the distance. He saw the army heading for him, and with an extremely cold look, he said to them icily, "You dare challenge me?" His voice trembled between heaven and earth, like thunder in a clear sky, wanting to break the force of these strong cultivators. He knew that these people were affected by the passion for this war, and joined in the heat of the moment. As long as he could jolt them out of it, it would be enough to stop them. Sure enough, as he finished his sentence, many had stopped in their track, plagued by doubts. After all, this was the sacred king with the legendary existence of the Saint Plain. The cultivation of the great path should be determinate in heart and mind before there is the opportunity for enlightenment, such as in the case of Sage Dozhan. The old village chief surveyed the cultivators and declared, "Cultivation is the cultivation of the heart, regardless of sanctification. If one cannot face the world with honesty, enlightenment is meaningless." Many people who heard the words from the old village chief felt moved in their hearts, and boiling blood coursed through their bodies. This wisdom was also from a saint, and the words of saints were enlightening. Fight! The army continued forward. Great Zhou Sacred King looked extremely upset. The old village chief looked at him and said, "Great Zhou Sacred King, do you see? In this battle, the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty will surely be defeated." Clearly, Great Zhou Sacred King never expected this turn of events in the sacred war. He had guessed that the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would be able to raise the Holy Ji Palace in no time. But at the moment, everything had deviated from how he had imagined. At the moment, the light of the catastrophe of the great path below descended again, with Huang Shi, Yuanzhan, Yi Futian, and the others resisting this last bit of force. Finally, the light of the catastrophe of the great path above the firmament gradually subsided. They had blocked it successfully. The faces of those within the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were extremely disturbed. The divine catastrophe had not annihilated their opponents. The rock looked down at the body of Sage Dozhan, and upon the golden body, there was still a sacred brilliance flowing about. At the moment, he felt that all his spiritual will seemed to have collapsed, but on Yi Futian's face, there was a smile. Afterward, when he looked up, he saw an army coming from the distance and declared loudly, "We are the cultivators of the Barren State, coming to your aid. Smite!" The voice trembled between heaven and earth, and the mighty army of sages was now striking the scattered Golden Phoenix army of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. Yifutian felt warmth in his heart, but when he looked at the people of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, he felt chills all over. "Guard the master," Yifutian commanded. The rock floated in midair, and with a flash of its wings, it dragged on with extremely exhausted spiritual will and headed towards Zhou Huang with a renewed attack. Zhou Huang's state at this time was no better than Yifutian's. He was wounded by Sage Dojan and was seriously injured. If it were not for the battle matrix, he probably would have already died. The Golden Phoenix sword lifted and Zhou Huang's body seemed to be burning as the golden blade of light moved between heaven and earth. Buzz! Golden brilliance shone between heaven and earth, and the space seemed to have come to a standstill. Zhou Huang felt the space-freezing rule's power and looked terrible. He lifted the Golden Phoenix sword with great difficulty, and the power of the rules that could tear all powers tore through the space-freezing rules, and the Golden Phoenix sword stabbed the rock that was descending. Boom! The body of the rock did not hesitate as it dove and continued swooping down, its claws grabbing downward. While the Golden Phoenix sword was still on top of it, terrible rule powers could be felt blocking its way, even though it continued to keep going. Incredible brilliance penetrated the claws of the rock, but at the same time, the other claw tore down and slammed on Zhou Huang's body. Zhou Huang's body shook violently, and it felt like all his internal organs were shattered. "Be gone!" Zhou Mian and Sage Wuliang attacked at the same time. Even though they were also seriously injured, they could not watch Zhou Huang being slaughtered without a good explanation for Great Zhou Sacred King, so they would strike back at all costs. The rock split open its wings and collided with the attack of the two. In an instant, the rock, Zhou Mian, and Sage Wuliang were simultaneously bounced off, and the huge body of the rock seemed to be on the verge of falling. Having suffered from the catastrophic light of the divine path, the concentrated power of the rock had already been greatly impacted, but Yifutian just wanted to continue the velocity of the attack and put down the Great Zhou Sacred King's eldest son. Retreat. In the void, Great Zhou Sacred King had a frosty look in his eyes and ordered the retreat. He knew that the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had lost all advantages and the momentum was now completely reversed. The people of the barren state were ferocious and unafraid of death. Even the onlookers had participated in the sacred war. His eldest, Zhou Huang, almost died at the hands of Yifutian. Zhou Mian and Sage Wuliang were almost at their end. If he did not withdraw now, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would pay a very hefty price. In the other direction, other cultivators of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty started to disengage after hearing the command from Great Zhou Sacred King, fighting as they withdrew. "Let's go." The divine implement wings behind Zhou Mian opened up, taking Zhou Huang and Sage Wuliang, and quickly galloping away in retreat. The body of the rock was once again suspended in the sky, watching the hurriedly retreating Zhou Mian. Its eyes gave out a frosty look. Buzz! Both wings tremored, and in an instant, the endless golden radiance of the wings slashed downward, madly chopping at the Golden Phoenix army and those who did not retreat in time. In a flash, screams after screams were heard, and many had left their lives on the battlefield. Soon, the army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty receded like the tide. After a brief chase by the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace, they returned to Yifutian and gathered at the side of the rock. At this time, the body of the rock disappeared, and the figures of Yifutian and the others appeared. He looked up and stared at Great Zhou Sacred King in the void. His look remained frigid. "This is only the beginning," Great Zhou Sacred King spoke coldly. His eyes swept across the cultivators who were present. "Of course," Yifutian responded. "The day the sacred war ends will be the day the Great Zhou Sacred King dies." "You don't know what you are talking about." The Sacred King huffed and left. Yifutian looked at the figure that gradually faded, and his eyes showed his extreme determination. Afterward, his body fell weakly from the sky. Not just him, but many of the strong cultivators participated in the battle matrix were exhausted and started to fall. Figures flashed and caught Yifutian and the others' bodies before landing on the ground. Sage Jingang also carried Sage Dojan's body and landed on the ground. Everyone looked at Yi Futian and Sage Dozhan. Although they had repelled the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's experts and the Great Zhou Sacred King had given the order to retreat, they could not bring themselves to be happy. The entire floor of corpses were the backbone of the barren state. Sage Dozhan had fought with every ounce of his strength to exchange this victory. All the experts in the barren state had been summoned to repel the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. This victory, although short, was way too difficult to achieve. It had left mountains of corpses and was a tragic victory. The influential figures like the Alchemy City Lord Yu Qi, the Ice Temple Lord Yunshang, and the Zhuge family's Zhuge Qingfeng had all put in their largest efforts to battle with the experts in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. There were no winners in this war. If they continued battling, the results would be even more tragic and more people would die. The same would happen for the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Previously, even the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's eldest prince had nearly died under Yi Futian's hand. Figures flashed as they moved towards Yi Futian and Dozhan. Yi Futian opened his eyes, but he had used up all his strength and drained his spiritual energy completely, so he was extremely fatigued. "Uncle, how is Master?" Yi Futian asked with difficulty. The person who had caught him was Zhuge Qingfeng. "You all have risked everything to shield the remaining divine catastrophe for him. Although he suffered heavy injuries, his life should not be at risk." Zhuge Qingfeng replied. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded lightly and saw the undying old man walking towards him. He said weakly, "Senior, please treat Master first." After saying that, he closed his eyes. It was this final obsession that finally expended the last of his spiritual energy. Now he was really running empty. Many other people were also like Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu and the people in the battle matrices had lent their spiritual energy to Yi Futian. Moreover, there was a divine spiritual will that had appeared and drained their spiritual energy completely. Now they had all collapsed and fallen into a deep sleep. The village chief also landed on the ground. The battle had stirred up his emotions. The barren state's Holy Ji Palace had repelled the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army. This battle was enough to rile up the 9 states. In the distance, the Jisheng Cliff's Kong Yao had a grim expression. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army was actually unable to trample the Holy Ji Palace and was repelled. This conclusion was definitely not what he had wanted to see. Now, the Holy Ji Palace's cohesiveness was becoming stronger, and towards the end of the battle, even those watching the war had participated. If that was so, the Holy Ji Palace's growth in the future would be extraordinary. In the long run, it would be detrimental for the Jisheng Cliffs. Lu Zong was also shocked, but he then laughed it off. Back then, in the Chess Saint Villa, he had already felt that Yi Futian was extraordinary. Afterwards, in the Nether Sword Mound, Yi Futian had activated the Sword Matrix of the Void to kill the Chess Saint and revealed his unprecedented potential. It seemed like he had the potential to become one of his strongest adversaries. The barren state's experts all heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally won. The Holy Ji Palace had repelled the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The barren state not only had a saint, they had also won the sacred war. This battle would likely go down in history. If the barren state rose up among the 9 states, this battle would be recorded in history as the Awakening Battle. This battle had given them courage and character. Thinking back to when they were bullied by the Jisheng Cliffs, who would have thought that the barren state would have dared to go to war with the Sacred Dynasty? The people in the distance started to leave and return to the palace. Long after, the crowd had finally dissipated. News of the Sacred War spread at a horrifying speed throughout Zhongzhou City, then all across the barren state and towards the 9 states. The barren state was in an uproar, and many of the holy lands in the 9 states were also surprised. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The aftermath of the Sacred War still remained. Moreover, the Sacred War that had erupted in the palace was only the first confrontation between the 2 holy lands. Evidently, it was still far from over. In this period of time, the Holy Ji Palace had been keeping guard, not daring to be lax. Many covert guards had been arranged around the periphery of the palace, and there were even demonic beasts patrolling the skies to prevent sneak attacks. If the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army suddenly attacked and they were unprepared, it would be a disaster. At that moment, in the palace, before an ancient mountain, there was a graveyard. There were many tombstones in there, each with a person's name. These were the names of all the people who had died in the sacred war. Even those whose corpses had not been found would still be remembered. At that moment, before the tombstones, Yi Futian was there. He had a wine glass in his hand and he overturned the wine glass, pouring the wine in it onto the earth in front of the tombstones. He did not say anything, turned around and left. His footsteps appeared to be exceptionally heavy. "I'll go and visit Master," Yi Futian said. Beside him, Zhuge Qingfeng and Yuan Hong nodded. Yi Futian had just recovered and could barely move freely. The injuries that he had suffered this time were very severe. Even with the help of the undying old man, he had been in a coma for many days. In the Battle Sage Palace, Yi Futian came to Sage Dozhan's abode. The undying old man and Sage Jingang were also there. As they saw Yi Futian walk over, the undying old man asked, "How are you feeling?" "Much better, thank you, Senior," Yi Futian replied and asked, "How is Master?" "He's in the medicated bath. I'll bring you in to have a look," the undying old man replied and brought Yi Futian into a medicated pool. The water in the pool was steaming hot and a medicinal scent radiated from it. Sage Dozhan was sitting in it naked, leaning against the edge of the medicated bath with his eyes closed. "Has Master been unconscious all this while?" Yi Futian asked. The undying old man shook his head and replied, "He withstood forces beyond what he could withstand during that battle and went past his body's limit, not just on his physical body, but also his spiritual will. Adding on the divine catastrophe, if it had not been for his frame of mind's transformation, he probably could not have made it out alive. After that battle, the damage to his physical body was too serious and he has not completed the baptism of the divine path. Now, what we need to do is to help him recover as best as we can. The divine catastrophe has already descended. Can't he become a saint?" Yi Futian asked. The undying old man shook his head and replied, "You should be very clear. If you all had not helped him to withstand the remainder of the divine catastrophe that day, he would definitely not have made it through with in his state. Although the divine catastrophe is a trial, it is also a blessing. If he wants to become a saint through his physical body, his body needs to experience the blessing of the divine path, allowing his body to become a saint's body. Only then will he be considered a complete saint. Your master's situation is rather complicated. With regards to these, the palace's holy elder should know more than me. You can ask him about it." Yi Futian understood what the undying old man meant. The catastrophe was also the great path's rule power tempering one's body. Since his master had not experienced the entire process of tempering, his body had not completed its metamorphosis and he could not be considered to have entered the saint plane through his physical body. Only his frame of mind had reached the saint plane. "Are there any methods to make up for it?" Yi Futian asked. He understood that his master's condition was rather unique. However, if he could not become a saint after withstanding the divine catastrophe, it would be a pity. "There is, he needs to redo it again," the undying old man replied, then continued, "Of course, the most urgent task at hand is to help him recover from his injuries. With his current body, there is no way he can withstand the divine catastrophe." Yi Futian nodded. He also understood that his master's breakthrough was by coincidence. However, it was also because of his frame of mind's sublimation. As long as there was hope, it was enough. His master would definitely be able to do it. He knew that entering the saint plane through his physical body was his master's entire life pursuit. "I'll have to trouble Senior for this period of time," Yi Futian said, then left. After he returned to the Sage Palace, Yi Futian summoned the palace lords and the leaders of the Baron States factions for a meeting. The Sword Demon, Sage Daozong and Sage Wanxiang were there. Along with them were Huang Shi, Yuqi, Yunshang. Yang Xiao and the elite experts from the Tombkeeper village were also there. "Futian, how do you feel now?" Yuqi asked. They were all concerned about Yi Futian's injuries. "I am quite tough, so I'll be fine," Yi Futian replied. "What are everyone's thoughts about the previous battle?" "There is still a large disparity between the palace and the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. If not for Dojan's outburst, it would still be too dangerous for us to stop the Golden Phoenix army and the 3 experts on the sage ranking. The sword demon said. In the area of the battlefield where we were, our sword matrix, as well as Xianxia, Yu Qi, and the rest were stalled by them. The army led by Niegai was extremely strong. The other elite clans from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty can also hold their own against the Sovereign Family and the Ice Temple. Yi Futian nodded. Back then, he had mixed feelings about that area of the battlefield back then. The Sovereign Family, Ice Temple, and Alchemy City were all the elite factions of the Barren State, but the enemies were similarly the elite factions in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's territory. However, the only difference was that the other party had been ordered to come and their conviction to battle was not strong. As such, when the Great Zhou Sacred King had given the order to retreat, they had been quick to do so. The previous battle is only the start of the Sacred War. As long as the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty is not destroyed, the Sacred War will continue. Now, our strength is still too weak, Yi Futian said. As such, I have decided to open up the Sage Hall. Everyone who has participated in the war will be allowed into the Sage Hall to cultivate, including the cultivators from the Barren State who participate in future battles. What do seniors think? Everyone had glints in their eyes. The Sage Hall had always been the most sacred place in the Holy Ji Palace, containing the most important teachings of the palace. Only the most outstanding people in the era could receive the recognition of the 6 palaces to enter the Sage Hall to cultivate. Now, Yi Futian wanted to completely open up the Sage Hall. I agree, the sword demon replied. In the previous battle, everyone had gone through thick and thin together. The cultivators from the Barren State who had participated in the war afterwards were also courageous individuals, or they would not have participated in the Sacred War. I agree as well. Sage Wanxiang also nodded. At this moment, they should let go of some of the obstinate thoughts they had in their heads. Many people nodded in agreement to Yi Futian's decision. Okay. Yi Futian saw everyone agreeing and nodded, saying, apart from that, send out recruitment orders to the Barren State to invite more experts to join the Holy Ji Palace. His decision to allow those who participated in the Sacred War later on into the Sage Hall to cultivate was also a form of motivation. The current Holy Ji Palace's strength was still insufficient. They needed to expand and unite the entire Barren State as one to confront the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. We will do it right after this, the sword demon replied. He would naturally not object to Yi Futian's opinions. Apart from that, we need to weaken the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. We cannot afford to wait for them to strike again. Yi Futian continued to say, the Barren State will not be pushed around. How does the Palace Lord plan to do that? Someone asked. Progressive elimination. Yi Futian's gaze was sharp. The clans that took part in the war could not permanently stay in the capital of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Could they? The Holy Ji Palace entered a period of cultivation and rectification under some of the top forces of the Barren State. The Sovereign Family, the Ice Temple, the Alchemy City, and many other martial arts cultivators officially moved into the palace to cultivate themselves, and thus they became a part of it. Because of the Sacred War, all the power of the Barren State had gathered together. There were also many cultivators of the Barren Sky ranking. They responded to the call and descended upon the palace. The last Sacred War had let them see the hope of the rise of the Barren State's Holy Land. Yi Futian would likely lead the Holy Ji Palace into a new era. Therefore, they were making this gamble. The Barren State was heavily impacted. Those top forces that did not enter the palace, like the Shiman clan, and the forces of the mortal world appeared quite isolated. Now the Barren State seemed to have entered an era of great unity. No one would have thought that this era of unification would have happened due to the Sacred War. Although the Holy Ji Palace had experienced catastrophe, it seemed to have opened up a new epoch. The palace disciples were all cultivating diligently. They entered the palace to study, to become enlightened, and to practice their battle matrices. Xianxia, the master of the Matrix Palace, was also bustling about busily. Those who he led were even arranging matrices within the palace. In the past, the Holy Ji Palace had lacked top-level matrix masters. In the Holy Land forces of the Eastern State, all of them had mountain guarding matrices. It was extremely frightening. That holy land even had sacred matrices. Even if a saint invaded, he would have a hard time shaking them off. The palace now had the Matrix Palace, so naturally they would keep up with them. Countless people were now talking about the changes within the barren state. At this time, many people at open-air restaurants in Zhongzhou City were drinking and chatting. I heard that after the Sacred War 6 renegade cultivators of above the barren sky ranking entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. I never would have thought that after the war the palace's power would not have declined, but would in fact increase. The wills of the barren state are now united. This war brought out the righteous ardor of the barren state. I hope that one day Yi Futian will be able to lead them all to the great sacred Zhou dynasty's capital. Many people were speaking passionately. At one of the restaurants, 3 figures were sitting quietly. Someone frowned. How can the great sacred Zhou dynasty be so tyrannical? Although they repelled that attack, the barren state can protect itself. But if they want to attack the Zhou dynasty's barren city, there will inevitably be fools who will say they are dreaming. Someone swept over to the person who was speaking and said coldly, "Is His Excellency raising his ambitions here? Don't say so much." The person next to him reminded him and glanced at the person who spoke. The man just snorted and didn't say anything. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew through, and everyone in the restaurant looked up at the void and saw a giant rock spreading its wings. Cast its sharp eyes over the restaurant. The 3 people at the table where the person had just spoken frowned. One of them asked, "Another rock?" They had seen rocks many times, but they didn't know if they were all the same one. But they had never been so close to one. Just as they were frowning, the rock swept its eyes over them. One of them suddenly felt all the hair on their body stand up on end. "Not good," he said in a stern voice. He stood up after saying this, and he felt his whole body go cold. "Withdraw." The other 2 also seemed to realize what was happening. Their figures flashed as they tried to find a way to escape. But at this moment a massive breath descended and a figure came from afar and appeared before them, blocking their way. "Do you seniors have any wise advice?" asked the figure that appeared. The one who had come was Qin Zhuang, the first swordsman of Tombkeeper village. "Die!" Qin Zhuang spat, and his body turned into afterimages. 3 lines of sword chi burst forth, and the afterimages gathered together and formed into Qin Zhuang's figure, which appeared behind the 3 people. Lines of blood appeared on those 3 cultivators' throats and their bodies fell. A sword sealed their lips. At the same time, a similar scene was staged in many places in Zhongzhou. Many people were killed by those who had come out of Holy Ji Palace. Before they died, they realized that after the day the army had retreated, they had been watched by passing demonic beasts. However, they remembered that many of the demonic beasts had just flashed by them as they flew far away. How did they do it? Could it be that those demonic beasts that had inadvertently passed by were all part of a whole? These murdered cultivators were informers that the great Zhou sacred dynasty had left behind in the barren state, who could check up on the movements of the barren state at any time. In the skies above the capital city of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, 1 or 2 demons would whisk by from time to time, and one of them was a sage-level demon. The infinite palace was built in the infinite mountains far away from the holy capital. There were even towns around the mountains, and with the infinite palace as their center they were quite prosperous. The infinite palace was like a reclining dragon in the mountains. It was spectacular and had a great atmosphere. As clansmen of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, the people here held great status within the Zhou lands, even when the sovereign family came to visit. The Lord of the Infinite Palace also appeared on the sage and saint ranking. But now there were a group of people marching straight into the palace. "Who goes there?" The guard outside the palace intercepted the people. The head guards were all at the sage level. He let out a difficult-to-detect gasp as he stared at the line of people before him. None of the dozens of people in this line seemed to have an ordinary temperament. He didn't know if they were cultivators from some place. "Sages," a lazy voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man in gray. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, and although they were full of laughter, they were still cold. "Kill him," came another voice, and suddenly a terrible sword will burst forth. The sage's expression changed as he stepped back. However, he only saw an incomparably destructive golden blade of light that seemed to be faster than light. His eyes widened crazily as it chopped into the space between his eyebrows, but there was no pain. Puff! A sound rang out as a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows, and his body fell. Next to him, a prince's expression changed greatly, and he jumped back as he arrogantly said, "Enemy attack." This sounds pierced through space and went up the stairs towards the palace. In an instant, a line of figures rose into the air. Many of them were people at the sage level. The inside information of the first clan of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty were all revealed. Was someone invading the infinite palace? Everyone in the line of people who had risen into the sky outside the palace let out a strong gasp as they glanced up. "Qin Zhuang, how about you kill someone just as quickly?" said the man in gray from before. "Okay." Qin Zhuang nodded, and the next two people's bodies disappeared, turning into two afterimages. There, from the Holy Ji Palace, in the air was a cultivator who had gone to the barren state to participate in the war. He recognized these people, and his expression suddenly changed. "People from the barren state have invaded." His voice rang through the void. Just as it did, a golden radiance pierced through the void and passed through him. There was still fear in his eyes as his head flew through the air. Qin Zhuang's speciality was spatial swordsmanship. He had the power to control the movement of space, and thus his speed was frightening. He was the first person under the village chief in Tombkeeper village. A golden light sword shot up into the sky. Next to it was a terrible killing sword will. "Impudent!" came a roaring voice. At the peak of the mountain, a mighty body stood high above the palace. It was full of endless majesty. It was the master of the infinite palace, Sage Wuliang. The infinite body broke out directly. His imposing manner was without equal. He lifted his hand and an infinite sword appeared, and thousands more giant swords appeared in front of him. When he pointed forward, the infinite sword suddenly pierced through the void and raced towards Qin Zhuang and Su Shang. Sage Wuliang's expression was magnificent and cold. The people from the barren state dared attack his infinite palace. Truly impudent. Several top figures appeared beside him, all of whom were at the sage level and at the pinnacle of human achievement. The infinite palace, the first clan of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. When Qin Zhuang saw the infinite sword that covered the sky coming, he pointed forward and an incomparably destructive huge golden sword appeared. It exploded against the infinite sword, sending forth a blazing light that tore through the void and crushed the infinite sword. Spatial swordsmanship. Everyone in the infinite palace felt Qin Zhuang's strength. In the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace, there hadn't been a chance to carefully feel out everyone's power. But now the power that burst forth from Qin Zhuang when he was fighting alone shocked them all. "Array," said Sage Wuliang, and countless cultivators in the infinite palace flashed towards him. A similar burst of air erupted from him. It was clear that even someone like Sage Wuliang, who was on the Sage and Saint ranking, did not dare to be careless when facing the cultivators of the barren state. On that day of battle, he had experienced the power and tenacity of the barren state, and had even come back with a serious injury. The swordsman in front of him formed a strong sword matrix. He would not underestimate his enemy. "Yuan Hong, I leave the battle matrix to you," said the sword demon to Yuan Hong on the other side. They had dozens of cultivators to deal with the infinite palace this time. 9 sword path cultivators and 36 martial arts cultivators. "All right," Yuan Hong nodded. He saw 9 light swords rising into the sky. The beautiful picture of a sword suddenly appeared high above, and the 9 cultivators stood upon it. At the same time, countless sage ritual implement swords appeared and blended into it. At that moment, a monstrous sword erupted out of the sky behind the 9 of them and swallowed up the light swords. Qin Zhuang was in the middle, holding the divine sword and wielding the sword matrix. In front of the 9 of them, a huge, devastating space sword appeared. An incomparably brilliant light burst forth, and a huge sword pierced through the void and descended. The people of the infinite palace trembled when they felt the majesty of that sword. They all faintly had a bad premonition about this. A fearsome aura erupted from Sage Wuliang. The giant battle form held the infinite ruler and turned into countless ruler shadows, slapping towards the giant spatial sword that was hanging down from the air. In the sword matrix, Qin Zhuang's expression was sharp. He pointed at the space below with his finger, and in an instant, the giant spatial sword had transcended the distance and passed through the countless ruler shadows and appeared below the battle form, crushing down upon it. "Watch out!" The elite figures beside Sage Wuliang shouted out, but the giant spatial sword was extremely quick. Bang, bang, bang. The giant sword descended from the heavens, landing in the area around Sage Wuliang, creating an explosion of sword rule power. In an instant, many of the experts forming the matrix were torn to shreds and the matrix was destroyed. Evidently, Qin Zhuang and the rest did not wish to see Sage Wuliang activating the power of the infinite matrix. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult to eliminate the infinite palace. This time, the 9 strongest swordsmen and the strongest 36 people to form the heavenly battle matrix had come. They had only one objective: to eliminate the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's #1 clan, the Infinite Palace. Crash. The air vibrated vigorously and the 36-man heavenly battle matrix had been formed. They had few people, so they could form the battle matrix quickly. A giant golden ape stood tall and stepped forward, walking towards where Sage Wuliang was. At that moment, Yuan Hong seemed to have entered a rampaging state. His whole body was filled with a frenzied aura, wearing a saint instrument armor and holding the battle axe of judgment. It was the saint instrument that Yu Shang had obtained from the 9-state forum. He had temporarily lent it to Yuan Hong. One could see their determination from that. In this battle, they had sent 45 people and brought 3 saint instruments and countless elite sage ritual implement swords to form the sword matrix. At that moment, Sage Wuliang's expression was exceedingly grim. He could naturally see that they really wanted him dead. "Infinite law power," Sage Wuliang shouted and merged his body into his infinite body. That was also his life spirit. Instantly, his body became exceptionally large, like a god. The infinite ruler in his hand also grew and slammed towards the air. The heavens roared as though it would be split apart. As an expert on the sage ranking, apart from the infinite rule power, he had also comprehended the shredding rule power. However, Qin Zhuang and the 8 other swordsmen had brought a saint-level sword ritual implement and many other elite sage-level sword ritual implements to forge the sword matrix. There was no reason for them to be afraid of Sage Wuliang. Within the sword diagram, the great path rule power sword plunged down, stabbing into the area around Sage Wuliang, isolating the area with swordsmanship. They would not allow the opponent's matrix to take form. At the same time, Qin Zhuang moved in a flash and swung his blade towards the infinite ruler. No matter how imposing the opponent's aura was, he was unafraid. In that moment, the sword diagram burst forth with tens of thousands of zhang of blades of light. The entire sword matrix and the saint-level sword ritual implement seemed to transform into a giant holy blade that attempted to kill off the infinite ruler. Crash! A blinding light erupted as sword chi filled the skies, blinding everyone. On the ground, many people from the infinite palace closed their eyes and retreated frantically. Many palaces were torn apart and leveled to the ground as successive sword strikes slashed on the ground. The infinite body wavered. The giant battle form seemed to have countless sword chi penetrating it. Sage Wuliang humphed and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Assist me!" Sage Wuliang roared to the infinite palace's elders beside him. He was unable to match up to the opponent's sword matrix by himself. The elites beside him all had pounding hearts and pale expressions. They had naturally experienced the power of that sword. If they could not summon the infinite matrix, they would be completely incapable of blocking the wrath of the sword matrix. Behind them, the experts who were forming the matrix were still trying to destroy the sword that had isolated time-space. However, the giant golden ape's body descended upon them with an imperial aura, the battle axe of judgment in its hand swinging like a polearm. When it slashed down, it was like the earth would split apart. "Run!" A huge outcry sounded out. How were they supposed to block the battle axe? Yuan Hong had gathered the power of the 36-man heavenly battle matrix and swung the saint instrument, the battle axe of judgment, down on them. A brilliant holy light in the shape of a battle axe appeared in the sky and crushed down on them. Wherever it passed by, the experts' bodies were sliced in half and the infinite palace was split apart. A horrifying fissure appeared in the middle. The weaker infinite palace's disciples all escaped frantically, trying to get as far away as they could. They looked at the godlike figure in the air with only despair in their eyes. As the number one clan in the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, were they going to be eliminated today? This time, they had been ruined by a single order by the Great Zhou sacred king. Thump! Yuan Hong stepped across the air with a shocking aura. He walked right into the middle of all the experts, preventing them from forming the matrix. At that moment, he scared them out of their wits and had crushed the experts' morale in an instant. The feeling he gave them was that he could not be defeated. Form the matrix and attack, crush them with numbers. An influential figure from the infinite palace bellowed. He understood that if they were scared and did not have the courage to battle, the infinite palace would be eliminated from the infinite palace without a doubt. Yuan Hong's gaze coldly looked towards the person who had spoken. He slashed out with the battle axe and its shadow sealed off the area. The expert quickly retreated, but under the battle axe's slash, his body was split in half. He was completely powerless before it. Even the palace lord cannot withstand it anymore. At that moment, someone noticed the area that had been sealed off by the sword matrix and blurted. Within the battlefield, Sage Wuliang had been repeatedly pushed back. The blades of light flourished and a light screen of swords had surrounded the infinite palace, leaving them in despair. "I am willing to step out of the sacred war," Sage Wuliang shouted. He was on the verge of cracking under the frenzy of attacks that the opponent had initiated. "You thought that you could choose when to battle or retreat?" Person replied mockingly. Sage Wuliang was treating the sacred war too much like a game. Perhaps, he had thought that when the army descended upon the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace, they could achieve a convincing victory against the Holy Ji Palace and level it to the ground. Back then, the Infinite Palace was the main attacking force in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army, and Sage Dozhan had nearly died in battle while trying to stop them. In the sky, Qin Zhuang waved both his arms. In an instant, the 9 people in the sword matrix transformed into 9 swords. "Kill!" Under his order, the 9 blades of light fired at the same time and shot through the air. In the sky, countless sword wills plunged down. Sage Wuliang let out a roar and slammed out with the infinite ruler, attempting to seal off the sword's advance. The saint-level sword transformed into a 100 zhang sword, crushing down and blocking the infinite ruler. The 9 blades of light slashed across the air at different speeds towards Sage Wuliang. A figure flashed by and Sage Wuliang pushed out with his left palm. Instantly, it turned into an infinite matrix and crushed down. However, in another direction, a blade had rushed towards him. Sage Wuliang's battle form exhaled, and it transformed into an infinite ancient mountain. However, there were also blades firing from other directions. The infinite body erupted with a formidable aura, as though pushing itself to the limit. The swords howled in the sky and the sword chi flooded the area. Many swords impaled the battle form, causing it to collapse under the countless swordsmanship. Sage Wuliang appeared there with an extremely grim expression. In the skies, a blade of light flew by and with a swift slash, the blade impaled Sage Wuliang's brain all the way to his body. At that moment, Sage Wuliang felt his body go cold. An intense fear appeared in his eyes. He, Sage Wuliang, expert on the sage ranking and ruler of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's #1 clan, was an important figure even among the entire eastern state. Below the Saint Plain, there were only a few people who could be compared with him. Now, he had actually died in the hands of people from the Barren State. Within the Infinite Palace, countless people saw the blade impale Sage Wuliang's head, and fear rushed into their heads and showed on their faces. Rays of intense light fired and sword chi erupted, tearing Sage Wuliang's body to shreds, which then crumbled to dust. "Keep the infinite ruler," Qin Zhuang said. It was a saint instrument in the sacred war. Every saint instrument was exceptionally valuable. After he said that, Qin Zhuang looked at the people on the ground. The sword demon, Su Shang, and the rest of the people had come to his side. The Infinite Palace's disciples all had pale expressions. Someone shouted abruptly, "Run!" Their palace lord, Sage Wuliang, had been killed. Run! The voices sounded successively and everyone started to escape. The Infinite Palace was doomed. The Infinite Palace participated in the Sacred War and killed our comrades from the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace. Today we will kill all the sages from the Infinite Palace. The Sword Demon's expression was cold as he said mercilessly. As his voice landed, they all rushed towards the ground and joined Yuan Hong in killing the sages. 2 hours later, many figures appeared in the air around the Infinite Palace. They were all from the surrounding regions. At that moment they were all astonished and there were even people who were shivering. Before them, the once glorious Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's #1 clan had been reduced to rubble. Many corpses were left on the ground. They were all sage plane cultivators. The Infinite Palace Lord Sage Wuliang had been killed and nothing was left of him. This was what the Sacred War meant. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had attempted to eliminate the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace in one fell swoop, but failed. Now the Holy Ji Palace had started their counterattack. Sage Wuliang had been killed and the Infinite Ruler has been taken away. Someone mumbled. It all felt surreal. The news soon spread throughout the entire Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It even spread to the entire eastern state, shocking the entire state. Soon, another piece of news started to spread. 2 elite factions that had participated in the Sacred War and were of relatively close proximity to the Infinite Palace had been eliminated as well. After the news spread, the clans that had participated in the attack on the Holy Ji Palace all started to move towards the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's capital to take refuge. At that moment, in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's royal palace, the Great Zhou Sacred King sat on the palace's throne, listening to the reports from his men. His expression was frosty and his killing intent engulfed the entire royal palace. Yi Futian had actually ordered his men to come to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and eliminate 3 factions that had participated in the Sacred War. A bunch of useless garbage, the Great Zhou Sacred King said coldly. Sage Wuliang was an expert on the sage ranking and had the Saint Instrument Infinite Ruler. He was actually killed by them and did not even have the ability to escape. How useless. Sacred King, what should we do? Zhou Mian asked. Conscript the factions within the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty into the Great Zhou's army. The Great Zhou Sacred King said coldly. Understood. Zhou Mian nodded, then turned and left. However, he was extremely perturbed. Before the Sacred War had begun, who could have imagined everything that had happened today? Eastern State, Xihua Sacred Mountain. In a courtyard, Saint Xihua was playing chess with Rain Saint as Lu Zong and some cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain came to visit and brought the news from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Yi Futian had sent people to destroy the Infinite Palace? Saint Xihua showed a look of surprise. Not only the Infinite Palace, but Black Thunder Clan and Thousand Leaf Clan were also razed to the ground. Their peak figures of Sage Plane were all annihilated. This chain of events has shocked the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and anyone who were involved in the Sacred War feared for their own safety and went to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty for refuge. The Great Zhou Sacred King had ordered them to be incorporated into their army. An old man responded. Saint Xihua smiled and continued playing chess. He looked at Rain Saint. What do you think? Yi Futian appears to be humble, but he is in fact extremely arrogant. He is not afraid to challenge existing rules of the secular world, and as he is extraordinarily gifted, he is capable of great achievements. If such a person was to become an enemy, it is imperative that he be destroyed completely. Landing a pawn on the board, Rain Saint showed great acuity. Saint Xihua smiled and nodded. It seems that you have a high opinion of him. Judging from the words of Rain Saint, it is obvious that he had also become aware what a dangerous character Yi Futian really was. He was still young and only in the Sage Plane, yet he had slaughtered a saint, causing the turmoil in the eastern state. Not only was he not content with just guarding the barren state, but he had invaded the 3 most powerful clans and destroyed them. His actions from the past had marked him as a ruthless leader. Once he had decided what to do, there was no hesitation in its execution. And Yuan Hong, who went to destroy the 3 major clans, did so with the divine implement from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. the battle axe of judgment. The person continued. Saint Shihua continued with the game, commented with nonchalance. Since it was a gift, it no longer belongs to Shihua Sacred Mountain. What was unfortunate was that what he thought would be an easy sacred war had now turned into quite a headache for Great Zhou Sacred King. As he finished, he looked up at Lu Zong. Lu Zong, you have to focus on cultivating. There are many extraordinary characters of your generation in the land of 9 states. Even the barren state had raised strongmen who wanted to break free from their constraints and march into 9 states. I know you have ambitions, but ambition needs be backed up with great strength. In the next generation of fighting for the 9 states, I hope you can stand out amongst these geniuses and lord over them. I will remember the words of the master. Lu Zong nodded and then bowed to leave. Not just Shihua Sacred Mountain, but there were too many cultivators in Eastern State who also talked about this battle. In the barren state, in the Holy Sage Pavilion at the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian gradually returned to his former self and spirit, with a deeper understanding of the way of the rules between heaven and earth. These days he had been hard at work in cultivation and hoped to break through the plane as soon as possible. Not only did everyone at the Holy Ji Palace was affected by the war, but many also retreated to focus on cultivation or entered into the sacred temple for contemplation. During this time, many people had broken through the bottleneck of the plane that they had been staying for a long time. Sword Demon and Yuan Hong had also returned. This kind of ambush and attack was enough of a warning to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty that it was impossible for them to continue throwing their weight around. The destruction of the 3 clans was enough to weaken part the power of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty so that it would not lightly make war on the Holy Ji Palace. Moreover, this was also a shock to other clan forces in the eastern state. Futian. At this moment, a voice was heard and Phoenix came in a flash. Phoenix! Yi Futian called out. Palace Lord Dojan is awakened, Phoenix said to Yi Futian, and her master, the undying old man, had instructed her to inform Yi Futian. Yi Futian blanked for a second and then let out a breath. With a smile on his face he said, Let's go. As he finished speaking, he levitated and flashed toward the Battle Sage Palace. Soon, many in the Holy Ji Palace had also received news and went straight to the Battle Sage Palace. In a short time, the Battle Sage Palace was receiving an influx of cultivators. In the meantime, in the Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dojan appeared very peaceful. When he saw Yi Futian, he showed a smile and called out, Futian, Master. Yi Futian saw Sage Dojan standing in front of him. As if in a dream, that massive form which stood between heaven and earth and suppressed the most elite army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty on his own, now stood in front of him peacefully. All is well, Sage Dojan smiled. Dojan. At this time, many people, such as Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, Yu Qi, Huang Shi, and many others, descended from the sky and assessing Sage Dojan. What are you doing? Sage Dojan felt the reaction a bit odd. Everyone was staring at him. Many thanks to you, everyone said again toward the undying old man. I didn't expect you to endure the baptism of the divine path. It was like a dream, Sage Daozong said with emotion. You must not allow the power to bloom right now. I know, the holy elder had cautioned me. Sage Daozong nodded. Although your situation is extremely rare, almost unheard of, but there were still such records in the ancient annals. Your body had been through the divine catastrophe, but not been baptized completely. So if you release the power of the rules, you may attract the catastrophe of the great path. How is Master's physical body now? Could he cross the catastrophe? Yi Futian asked. He did not understand the process very well. The undying old man shook his head. No, that day the divine catastrophe almost destroyed his body. Even though the divine catastrophe is a baptism, but it was also a twofold destruction. Your master's situation is very complicated. But in his current state, it's absolutely impossible to survive the catastrophe of the great path. Yi Futian's expression suddenly changed, and it did not look good. The inability to cross the divine catastrophe meant that the master could no longer use his own power. So, wouldn't it mean that he was disabled? That was absolutely unacceptable to him. Whether I'm able to cross it or not, I have to try. Sage Dojan spoke proudly. He had already reached this step. Whether it was life or death, he must give it a try. Dozhan, don't be impulsive, Sage Daozong implored. You have already experienced the catastrophe of the Great Path. You should know how terrible it is. Even in your best state, you may not be able to survive it, not to mention the fact that your physical condition is very complicated right now. Naturally, Sage Dozhan understood, but he was still reluctant. Is there a solution? Yi Futian asked the undying old man. He was already on the threshold of the divine path with one step short. If he stepped over, he would be sanctified in the flesh, but it was just that he could not use his own power to do so. Never mind what Sage Dozhan felt, even he could not accept this predicament. Yes, the undying old man nodded. How? Yi Futian stared at the undying old man. Do you know the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states? Asked the undying old man. Yes, I know. Yi Futian nodded. Do you know who ranked 12th on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states? Asked the undying old man. Saint Jiang. Yi Futian replied. And what are Saint Jiang's other monikers? Asked the undying old man. Medicine Saint, Poison Lord. Yi Futian replied. According to the record of the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states, Saint Jiang, ranked 12th, was apparently a legendary figure. Some called him Medicine Saint, while others called him Poison Lord. Rumor was that he had saved countless people and poisoned countless more. Later, Saint Jiang retired, and the place where he retired to was the premier academy of the 9 states, the 9-state college. My cultivation is too shallow to do anything about your master's condition. But Saint Jiang is the #1 pharmacist in 9 states. If he is willing to help, he could reform the body of your master and stimulate its strongest potential to cross the catastrophe of the Great Path. This is the most likely chance of success, the undying old man said. Yi Futian's heart beat wildly. Saint Jiang, who was the superior figure ranked 12th on the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states, stood on the peak of 9 states. Even Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Shihua were ranked behind him. Although he was the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, but to request Saint Jiang for his help, the title still seemed to be insufficient in weight. On the other hand, if he could move Saint Jiang to help, the master may metamorphose and entered the saint plane, not only as a wish come true, but the Barren State would have a second saint. On the contrary, if this action was not taken, the master would probably still try forcibly to cross the catastrophe of the Great Path and would most likely die from such attempt. Let's go to the summer state. Yi Futian clenched his fists, eyes sharp, without any hesitation. How could he live with himself without at least an attempt? The eyes of everyone gather on him, and they all felt the determination in Yi Futian's eyes. Indeed, not entering the divine path would possibly meant death. Trying is a natural choice. Last time we got rid of the spies from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, after which they would no doubt dispatch others to hide within Zhongzhou City to monitor our movements. If we were to go to 9 State College, how many should go? The Sword Demon said. This still needs planning. Yi Futian and the others understood what Sword Demon meant. They had destroyed the 3 major forces, including the Infinite Palace. If the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty knew that they were going to the 9 State College, if there were too few, they would most definitely be intercepted and immolated. If they dispatched too many people and left the palace defenseless, if the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were to launch the attack there, how would they defend it? After a moment of consideration, Yi Futian said, Xianxia was leading his people to set up the matrices in the Matrix Palace. We can set off after the matrices have been completed. Not to mention Shihua Sacred Mountain still owes me a favor. Sword Demon and the others showed a look of surprise. They remembered that during 9 State Forum when Yushang took the first place, but did not ask for the divine implement that was promised by Saint Shihua. This meant that if Yi Futian made a demand, he would agree. However, everything that happened at Tombkeeper Village seemed to have Shihua Sacred Mountain's influence lurking behind. Lu Zong entered into the Nether Sword Mound to rescue Chess Saint and made Yi Futian an enemy. They didn't think about it until Yi Futian had mentioned it. Since we cannot hide it, we will make a public announcement when the time comes, and then send envoy publicly to Shihua Sacred Mountain so everyone will know. I like to see if Saint Shihua would swallow the promise he had made at 9 State Forum. Yi Futian said lightly. Clearly, He had some unflattering thoughts regarding Xihua Sacred Mountain. Xihua Sacred Mountain had owed a doubt at 9 state form, and it was time to collect. This guy. Many looked at Yi Futian. Indeed, if they openly announced the matter and let it be known to the world, if Saint Xihua did not agree to fulfill what he had promised at the 9 state forum, it would be very embarrassing. Yi Futian was exploiting the weakness of the human heart. Master, use this time to rest and recover, and leave everything to us, Yi Futian said to Sage Dojan. In that battle, Sage Dojan waged everything to protect the Holy Ji Palace. Now, it was their turn to do something for the master. Barren State would have its second saint. As time went by, the forces of the Barren State were twisted into a group. They were all cultivating in the palace, and so they all advanced rapidly. Hua Jieyu was the first to make a breakthrough, catching up with Yi Futian and stepping up to the level of mid-level sages. In that battle, she and Yi Futian had joined forces. Her understanding had become the deepest it had ever been, and she was able to use the power of a saint within her. After the battle, she had once again collapsed. Fortune and misfortune depended on one another, and she made her breakthrough less than a year later. Of course, Yi Futian himself also advanced quite a lot, and his understanding of rule power grew a bit deeper. He felt that he was not far away from the upper sage level. During this time, Xianxia and the people in the Matrix Palace devoted all their energy to arranging the palace's matrices. Over the past several months they had formed a large matrix in the Holy Ji Palace. Although they did not threaten the existence of the Saint Plane, if the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's army of sages descended upon them, they could directly use the matrix to destroy their cultivators and gain the upper hand. A matrix was a little different than a battle matrix. A truly powerful matrix, when combined with cultivators, would only get stronger. Senior Yang. Yi Futian came up to Xianxia while he was busily bustling about. Palace Lord, yelled Xianxia. You may call me Futian, said Yi Futian. Xianxia nodded gently. I'm planning to ask Qin Zhuang to go to Xihua Sacred Mountain and have him ask the guardian teacher there to go with us to the summer state. He looked straight forward as he said this. Xianxia naturally understood what he meant. He hated Lu Zong for everything that had happened at Nether Sword Mound, and all of it might have to do with that figure from Xihua Sacred Mountain. I understand, said Xianxia. If you send someone to Xihua Sacred Mountain, it will seem like we are joining forces with them, but in fact it will leave Saint Xihua dissatisfied. Yi Futian smiled. Of course he knew. When Lu Zong and Xihua Sacred Mountain did things, they never thought about whether I would be satisfied or not, laughed Yi Futian. In the beginning he had not accepted Saint Xihua's divine implement. Saint Xihua had promised if he got into trouble he could go to Xihua Holy Mountain. He could have never gone, as if nothing had happened. If he went, it would be to make sure Xihua Holy Mountain paid their debt to protect them as they resisted the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and to find out if they had been allied with the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty that time at Nether Sword Mound. Thus, once he made this request, it would be like he was offending Saint Xihua. Be careful, said Xianxia. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. It was good that Xianxia understood, and he did not have to say it directly. The two of them had a tacit understanding. A while later, in Huatian City in the eastern state, a top swordsman wearing robes appeared at the bottom of the stairs to the sacred mountain. It was difficult to tell if he was really there or not, giving everyone a terrible feeling. This was the swordsman from the Holy Ji Palace, Qin Zhuang. Qin Zhuang was now the top swordsman from the Barren State. He was good at spatial swordsmanship and arrogant in his might. Sword Demon and Su Shang had resigned themselves to never being his equal. If the Barren Sky ranking was based on actual power, he would be near the top. After the Infinite Palace was destroyed, it was even said that the first swordsman under the village chief of Tombkeeper Village, the swordsman of the Holy Ji Palace Qin Zhuang, was powerful enough to be entered into the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. Now he had come as a messenger from the Barren State. No one below the sage plane could kill him, so he was the most appropriate choice. In the area surrounding the steps of Xihua Sacred Mountain, many people looked at him, and after learning his identity they began talking. Now that war had broken out between the Holy Ji Palace and the Great Zhou Sacred State, why was Qin Zhuang not at the palace? Why had he come to Xihua Sacred Mountain? Qin Zhuang looked up the stairs and called out in a loud, clear voice, Qin Zhuang of the Holy Ji Palace, under orders from the Palace Lord, has come to pay a call to Saint Xihua on his behalf. His voice rolled all around him, and many people looked shocked. He had said that he had come on behalf of Yi Futian. Someone from Xihua Sacred Mountain appeared on the steps. He looked at Qin Zhuang and said, "Why has Lord Yi ordered you to come?" As Yi Futian's representative, Qin Zhuang should have been invited into Xihua Sacred Mountain, but he was not. It was very subtle, but everyone knew why this was. It was rumored that Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty intended to form a marriage alliance. And since the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace were at war, things were sensitive. Lord Yi said that he should have come himself, but it is difficult for him to get away due to the sacred war. So he ordered me to come in his place, continued Qin Zhuang. Lord Yi is preparing to go to 9 State College in the Summer State to meet with Saint Jiang. He has some misgivings about the road, and so he would like to request an escort from Saint Xihua. The cultivator on the steps gazed at him for a moment. Then he immediately understood what Qin Zhuang meant. He had come seeking a fulfillment of Saint Xihua's promise. He wanted Xihua Sacred Mountain to guard him on the way to 9 State College. And the reason he was going to visit Saint Jiang was obviously to heal a wound, whose injury needed Saint Jiang's help. Without a doubt, it was Sage Dojan. He wanted to bring Sage Dojan to the Summer State to seek Saint Jiang's help in letting Sage Dojan once again pass through the divine catastrophe. "I will go ask the saint," said the Xihua Holy Mountain cultivator. He turned to leave, ignoring Qin Zhuang as he stood there. Qin Zhuang didn't care. He just stood there straight as a sword. Behind him people started to talk. They were all shocked to the core. Although he had said he came to request aid, in reality he had come to collect a debt that Xihua Holy Mountain owed as recorded in the 9 State Forum. Yi Futian really dared to do this? In Xihua Holy Mountain, after hearing the report, a touch of coldness flashed in Saint Xihua's eyes. Qin Zhuang has done this deliberately in front of others, he said. He wants the whole world to see. "How do we handle this, Saint?" someone asked. "All that is promised in the 9 states is in the 9 State Forum. Since they ask us for help, I will naturally keep my promise. Go and tell him that whenever he is ready we will send someone to the barren state to act as an escort." Saint Xihua spoke coldly. Although it was something he had promised, he was clearly unhappy about it. "Of course," came the reply, and the cultivator stepped back. "This Yi Futian is really arrogant," someone next to Saint Xihua said. "The young man's talent has truly come to light." Saint Xihua looked at the Rain Saint. "As you said, we must act decisively." The cultivator returned to Qin Zhuang. All along he had not invited Qin Zhuang into Xihua Sacred Mountain. Qin Zhuang did not care. Upon hearing the reply, he immediately left to return to the palace. The news quickly spread throughout the eastern state, causing large repercussions. Soon everyone in the eastern state knew that they wanted to ask Saint Jiang, number 12 on the saint ranking, to help them cross through the divine catastrophe. Once they were successful, a second saint would appear in the barren state. Under these circumstances, how could the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty agree? If they did something to counter the Holy Ji Palace, what would the Xihua Sacred Mountain do? It was all very interesting. Yi Futian did not care what Saint Xihua thought. His position was determined by what was of the greatest benefit. Since some things were unavoidable, then, to put it simply, he would fight for the things that he had to. The master would have to go to the Summer State. Even though the Holy Ji Palace had great matrices defending it, they still needed cultivators stationed there. Otherwise the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would invade and destroy the palace, and it would all be his fault. Therefore, this time not many people would be going to the Summer State. In that way they would rely on the power of Xihua Sacred Mountain. On this day some cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain descended upon the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian went out to meet them himself. More than 100 cultivators had come, and all were top class. 2 of them were extremely famous, the only 2 sages amongst Xihua Sacred Mountain's cultivators. There was also one more person who had come to escort that Yi Futian was familiar with, Lu Zong. Seeing this battle array, Yi Futian realized that Saint Xihua was really trying to save face. As for whether they would overtly agree but covertly oppose him, Yi Futian was not worried. This time the village chief would accompany them. If Sage Xihua broke his promise, then the old village chief would naturally see no more need to be polite. "Go on," said Yi Futian. This time the barren state had a full battle array as they proceeded. The village chief, Qin Zhuang, and the rest of the 9 swordsmen, Yuan Hong, the undying old man, and Sage Dozhan. There were only 2 in the rearguard, Yi Futian and Yu Shang. This time Yi Futian just brought Yu Shang along beside him. The rest of the cultivators stayed to guard the palace against the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The village chief waved his hand, and suddenly the divine sword screamed and turned into a huge sword in the sky. "Let's go," he said. Yi Futian stepped out, and the cultivators of the barren state set foot on the sword. The cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain followed them, and the sword suddenly whistled and pierced through the sky. Many people watched from below and silently said a blessing. They hoped that Sage Dozhan would come back as a saint. In the summer state, the strongest of the 9 states, 9-state college, known as the premier school in the 9 states, was a fair place that produced outstanding people. Many people powerful enough to command the winds and the clouds had come out of there. And nowadays it was still the same. Many of its disciples were talented, and some of them were even extremely famous. Its participation in the 9 States Forum every 3 years was only a small part of what they did. Xia Feng was one of the people at the peak of the nobility because besides the monsters Yu Shang and Yaya there were not that many dazzling people. But in fact, among the forces with the highest average strength among the 9 states they were definitely able to rank in the top 3. At this time 9 States College was quite lively as many people were all talking about one thing. It was rumored that the Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, was coming to visit. Yi Futian's name had spread throughout the summer state. His was no small name. Countless people passed on the things that he had done that those characters from the older generation could not do. This young leader of the Holy Land had cut a saint, had the Holy Ji Palace, and had repelled the great Zhou sacred dynasty. He was so famous that for the past decade none of the youths of the 9 kingdoms had been able to steal his thunder, and even the seniors had difficulty comparing to him. Many of the younger generation were curious about Yi Futian and wanted to see this legendary figure. Soon they would have a chance to see him. The 9-state city was one of the oldest cities in the 9 states. It was rumored that this was the place where the 9 states originated from. According to historical records, in ancient times, the names of the 9 states were determined in this city. The 9-state college was the symbol of the 9-state city. It had countless years of heritage and had weathered many storms. Now it still stood tall within the magnificent city. The Wind Cloud Inn was one of the renowned inns within the 9-state city. One day, a blade of light suddenly steered into the Wind Cloud Inn. The surrounding people all saw the blade of light. It was extremely brilliant. Even someone who was tens of kilometers away could feel a strong sword will. As such, before the sword had arrived, many experts had already raised their heads and looked into the air, causing them to see the flashy scene. Afterwards, news spread from the wind cloud in that the barren state's Holy Ji Palace Lord Yi Futian and the palace's holy elder had brought a saint-level sword with them. Now they were residing within the wind cloud inn. Once the news started to spread, it caused a huge commotion. The legendary figure, the young leader that had led the barren state to confront the great Zhou sacred dynasty, had arrived. It was rumored that apart from the saint-level tombkeeper village chief and the 9 swordsmen, the number 1 person on the 9-state forum, Yu Shang, had also accompanied Yi Futian here. For a period of time, all the younger generation cultivators were all eager to meet them. The number 1 person on the 9-state forum meant that the person was once first in the entire 9 states. It had extraordinary meaning. Many people flocked to the Wind Cloud Inn, but soon, another piece of news started spreading. The Holy Ji Palace's Qin Zhuang had personally headed to the 9-state college to submit a visiting letter. The barren state's Holy Ji Palace Lord Yi Futian would pay a visit to the 9-state college the next day. They had not descended upon the 9-state college directly and had chosen to reside at an inn and send a visiting letter. This was a show of their respect to the 9-state college, by ensuring they did everything with decorum. After all, they were here with a request. Moreover, it was an extremely important matter to Yi Futian, and he would not allow any mishaps. No matter how large of a price he had to pay, he would do it. If he succeeded, the barren state would have another saint. If he failed, his master would likely die under the divine catastrophe. There was no need to further discuss the pros and cons of the matter. The wind cloud soon reached maximum capacity. Many people within the city had come after hearing the news. At that moment, in the open-air wine cellar in the inn, many people were drinking and chatting. Among them were many descendants of major clans. That is the Mu clan's Mu Feng. He is also in the Sage Plain. Did he come for Yi Futian? The Yu clan's daughter has also arrived. I did not expect Yi Futian to have such appeal. Even the descendants of some of the 9 state cities' major clans are here to see him. It is rumored that the Holy Ji Palace Lord Yi Futian does not just have exceptional potential. His looks and demeanor are also remarkable. With his dashing looks, he is really worthy to be called a peerless talent. If he was not married, he would probably attract the daughters of many major clans. The crowd whispered among themselves. Although Yi Futian was born in the barren state, he had shook the 9 states before he was even 30. How could such a talent not move the hearts of women, not to mention his dashing looks? So what if he's married? Many influential figures in the 9 states have many concubines. Just look at the Great Zhou sacred dynasty that is at war with the Holy Ji Palace. It is rumored that the Great Zhou sacred king's harem is full of beauties. Someone smiled and said. Many people nodded with smiles. It was true indeed. If they could become an elite figure, they would not mind being surrounded by beauties either. After all, wasn't the point of cultivation to enjoy themselves? They all did not guess that there were already many people who had already tried to visit Yi Futian. However, they were all rejected with the reason that Yi Futian needed to shower and rest so that he could be in his best condition when he visited the 9-state college the next day. Although they knew that it was an excuse, they could not refute it. At dawn the next morning, the morning sunlight sprinkled onto the 9-state city, giving the ancient city a holy feel. The 9-state college was located in the middle of the 9-state city, at the end of the 9-state street. Outside the 9-state college, there was a plaza with many statues. Each statue was of a famous person in the 9 states. They were all Saint Plain cultivators that had been groomed by the 9-state college. These statues were the hallmark of the 9-state college's prosperity. Today, many of the college's disciples had gathered in this area, especially the younger generation. They knew that not long after, 2 of the legends in their generation would arrive. They all wanted to see how outstanding Yi Futian and Yu Shang were. However, before they could see Yi Futian, they heard a phoenix's cries from the distance. In the distant sky, a giant golden phoenix bathing in golden flames landed at the end of the 9-state street. From the back of the golden phoenix, a few experts stepped down. Each one of them had an exceptional aura. Many people were shocked and mumbled. These people seemed like they were not from the barren state's Holy Ji Palace. Golden Phoenix. Many people looked at the divine bird, then towards the pattern embroidered on their clothes and blurted out their identity. They were from the Holy Land that was in a sacred war with the Holy Ji Palace, the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. They had descended onto the 9-state college before the Holy Ji Palace. Evidently, they had come prepared. Many experts from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty had come. The person leading them was the Great Zhou sacred king's eldest son, the sage-ranking expert Zhou Huang. His identity was sufficient to represent the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. The people from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty stepped forward, bowing to the statues that were standing in the plaza. They then walked to the door of the 9-state college and said, "The Great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Huang has come to the 9-state college to visit. Allow me to go in and report this." The guard at the door replied. He then turned around and went in to report. He had thought that he would welcome Yi Futian, but he had not expected the Great Zhou sacred dynasty to come first. In a moment, another group of experts came out. The person leading them was the person who had gone to the eastern state to participate in the 9-state forum, the sage-ranking Sage Luyun. After Sage Luyun arrived, he exchanged salutes with Zhou Huang. Both of them were experts on the Sage ranking, but Sage Liun's ranking was higher and he was older, so he could be considered Zhou Huang Sr. Apologies for visiting abruptly. Zhou Huang offered his apology. Don't be. What is the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's purpose for visiting? Sage Liyun smiled and replied. He faintly understood that the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was probably here for the Holy Ji Palace. These are my younger brothers Zhouya and Zhouyu. Senior should have met them before. Zhou Huang smiled and said, addressing the other party as senior as a show of respect. I have met them during 9-State Forum. Sage Liyun smiled as he nodded. The two of them have decent potential, but have faced some setbacks during the 9-State Forum that might be beneficial to their growth. Now, they have faced a bottleneck while cultivating in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Father has instructed me to bring them to the 9-State College to cultivate. Zhou Huang continued saying, the 9-State city is full of outstanding people and the 9-State College is the congregation of the Summer State's most outstanding talents. If they can enter the college, their improvement will definitely be immense. Sage Liyun had a knowing expression on his face. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's objective for choosing to send Zhouya and Zhouyu to the 9-State College to cultivate at this point in time was obvious. They wanted to get on the 9-State College's good side and prevent Yi Futian from achieving his goal. The Great Zhou Sacred King had evidently guessed what Yi Futian wanted to do. Sage Dozhan had experienced the divine catastrophe and lived through it. Now, the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace wanted to create their second saint. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would naturally not allow Yi Futian to achieve that easily. Sage Liyun had a pensive expression. Under the circumstances, he would not agree haphazardly. This matter involved the sacred war between the two holy lands. It was not wise for the 9-State College to get involved in it. Do you think they are worthy? At that moment, a voice sounded from a distance. A cold glint appeared in Zhou Huang's eyes. He did not need to turn back to know who had arrived. In reality, before Yi Futian had opened his mouth, he had already known. Zhouya, Zhouyu and the others turned around and glared coldly at the group of people who had arrived. The person leading them was none other than Yi Futian. Yi Futian was wearing a white robe that was spotless and a crown on his head. Coupled with his ravishing looks, he was really peerless. Yi Futian continued walking forward. Yushang was on his left while the village chief was on his right. Behind Yi Futian, Qin Zhuang, Su Shang and the rest had their swords around their waists. Their hands were on the handle while a sharp aura emanated from them. The group of them walked by Zhou Huang and rest without even a side glance to the people from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's people just stared at Yi Futian and the rest walking by without even a single glance at them. The Holy Ji Palace's Yi Futian meets Senior. Yi Futian saluted him. Palace Lord Yi, you're too courteous. Sage Liyun returned the salute, then turned to the village chief and bowed, saying, Respects to you, Senior. Bowing was a sign of respect when meeting a saint. The village chief bowed slightly as a reply. The 9-State College has the reputation as the 9 States' #1 college. More than half of the Summer State's experts have graduated from the 9-State College. Since ancient times, it has been offering its teachings and groomed countless sages and saints. Yi Futian said slowly, praising the 9-State College. Sage Liyun smiled and looked at Yi Futian. He was naturally happy that someone was complimenting the college. Yi Futian continued to say, Who are Zhouya and Zhouyu? Insufferably arrogant during the 9-State Forum, full of themselves and zero self-awareness. Now, they want to enter the 9-State College to cultivate just by asking. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty thinks that Zhouya and Zhouyu can enter the 9-State College to cultivate as and when they like. Sage Liyun had a smile in his eyes. Zhouya and Zhouyu had frigid expressions. Yi Futian was humiliating them in public. Zhou Huang's expression also became one of embarrassment. Zhouya was reputed by many to be the Sacred Dynasty's successor, even more so than him. Zhouyu also had exceptional potential, although he had suffered defeat on the 9-State College. It was only because his opponent was too strong. In reality, with their potential, it would not be a problem to enter the 9-State College to cultivate. So, he had said it bluntly without thinking too much. However, once Yifutian had said his piece, it sounded like the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was undermining the Nine State College, especially when he praised the Nine State College highly first, then contrasted it against the Great Zhou sacred dynasty's actions. That made it all the more obvious.